I thought we were on the third day of hearings. We're skipping! We're going to the fourth, we'll go back to the third. This is what's called, in medias res by smart people. It's called non-linear storytelling. If you're smart, you'll be able to keep up, okay? Let me get this to the point where the hearing actually starts. In meaty ass res, yes.
The House deposition authority. Without objection,
because we're behind, that means I have the distinct pleasure of being able to speed this the fuck up.
Chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. At our last hearing, we told the story of a scheme driven by Donald Trump to pressure former Vice President Mike Pence to illegally overturn the election results. We showed
coffee.
When the pressure campaign failed and Mike Pence fulfilled his constitutional obligation, Donald Trump turned a violent mob loose on him. We showed that the mob came within roughly 40 feet
it's the perfect
of
temperature.
the Vice President.
Hey, Gale.
Today, we'll show that what happened to Mike Pence wasn't an isolated part of Donald Trump's scheme to overturn the election. In fact, pressuring public servants into betraying their oaths was a fundamental part of the playbook. And a handful of election officials in several key states stood between Donald Trump and the upending of American democracy. As we begin today, it's important to remember, when we count the votes for president, we count the votes state by state. For the most part, the candidates who win the popular vote in a state wins all the state's electoral college votes. And whoever wins a majority of the electoral college votes wins the presidency.
It is such an insane fucking system. I cannot believe we still have the Electoral College. It is actually, if the Democrats had any spine at all, like literally any spine, they would have like made abolishing this like one of the largest national issues decades ago. Republicans like it because it disproportionately favors smaller states, the same reason they like the Senate. It's absolutely fucking wild. It's such a terrible system. The funny thing is, people say that, like, if you didn't have the Electoral College, the entire country would be run by California and New York. Well, I mean, it would be run by California and New York to the proportion that the population of America is in California and New York, because that is how democracies work. That's only like, yeah, insane. But the funny thing is that the Electoral College actually disenfranchises literally tens of millions of voters every single election, because if you are a Republican in California or New York, there is no point in you voting for the president. It has no outcome. There is no point. It is purely a virtue signal. There is no chance of you turning that vote. Because like all of the electors are going to go to the Democrats anyway. Just, it does not matter. And likewise, if you're a Democrat in any one of the many, deep red states. So it's just, democracy doesn't exist for them. Yeah. CGP Grey has a video on the National Popular Vote Interstate Compact, which is worth looking at. I doubt it'll get passed, but yeah. Especially since at this point the Supreme Court will be so hostile to it.
So when Donald Trump tried to overturn the election results, he focused on just a few states. He wanted officials at the local and state level to say the vote was tainted by widespread fraud and throw out the results, even though, as we showed last week, there wasn't any voter fraud that could have overturned the election results. And like Mike Pence, these public servants wouldn't go along with Donald Trump's scheme. And when they wouldn't embrace the big lie and substitute the will of the voters with Donald Trump's will to remain in power, Donald Trump worked to ensure they faced the consequences. Threats of people's livelihood and lives. Threats of violence that Donald Trump knew about and amplified. And in our other hearings, we can't just look backward at what happened in late 2020 and in early 2021, because the danger hadn't gone away. Our democracy endured a mighty test on January 6th and in the days before. We say our institutions held. But what does that really mean? Democratic institutions aren't abstractions or ideas. They are local officials who oversee elections, secretaries of state, people in whom we placed our trust that they'll carry out their duties. But what if they don't?
Duty.
2 weeks ago, New Mexico held its primary elections. One county commission refused to certify the results, citing vague, unsupported claims dealing with Dominion voting machines. The court stepped in, saying New Mexico law required the commission to certify the results. 2 of the 3 members of the commission finally relented. One still refused, saying his vote, quote, isn't based on any evidence, it's not based on any facts, it's only based on my gut feeling and my own intuition, and that's all I need. By the way, a few months ago, this county commissioner was found guilty of illegally entering the Capitol grounds on January 6th.
Cool.
This story reminds us of a few things.
Love that. Love how our country is. I love how you can like be put in prison as a black guy with like an eighth in your pocket, but you can storm the Capitol and still be like a political figure for years afterwards. That's so good. I love that about this country. I love that for us.
First, as we've shown in our previous hearings, claims that widespread voter fraud tainted the 2020 presidential election have always been a lie. Donald Trump knew they were a lie, and he kept amplifying them anyway. Everything we described today, the relentless, destructive pressure campaign on state and local officials, was all based on a lie. Donald Trump knew it, he did it anyway. Second, the lie hasn't gone away. It's corrupting our democratic institutions. People who believe that lie are now seeking positions of public trust. And as seen in New Mexico, their oath to be to the people they serve will take a backseat to their commitment to the big lie. If that happens, who will make sure our institutions don't break under the pressure? We won't have close calls. We'll have a catastrophe. My distinguished colleague from California, Mr. Schiff, will present much of the Select Committee's finding on this matter. First, I'm pleased to recognize our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Today, we will begin examining President Trump's effort to overturn the election by exerting pressure on state officials and state legislatures. Donald Trump had a direct and personal role in this effort, as did Rudy Giuliani, as did John Eastman. In other words,
I know that seeing her being given any kind of legitimacy by liberal institutions is infuriating, but at the same time, in retrospect, we have to understand that this being like a nominally bipartisan Jan 6 committee is pretty important for, you know, the history books. When the Republicans take over and they're throwing history books into the fire, okay, I will take great pride in knowing that they'll be burning up pages which describe the Jan 6 inquiry as bipartisan.
the same people who were attempting to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to reject electoral votes illegally were also simultaneously working to reverse the outcome of the 2020 election at the state level. Each of these efforts to overturn the election is independently serious.
For sure, sloshed, yeah.
Each deserves attention both by Congress and by our Department of Justice.
How do my nails
But,
feel
as
craggy?
a federal
Let me
court
just-
has already
yeah.
indicated, these efforts were also part of a broader plan.
I love sucking
And all of
dick.
this was done in preparation for January 6th. I would note 2 points for particular focus today. First, today you will hear about calls made by President Trump to officials of Georgia and other states. As you listen to these tapes, keep in mind what Donald Trump already knew at the time he was making those calls. He had been told over and over again that his stolen election allegations were nonsense. For example, this is what former Attorney General Bill Barr said to President Trump about allegations in Georgia.
We took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit. The ballots under the table were legitimate ballots. They weren't in a suitcase. They had been pre-opened for eventually feeding into the machine. All the stuff about the water leak and that there was some subterfuge involved. We felt there was some confusion, but there was no evidence of a subterfuge to create an opportunity to feed things into the count. And so we didn't see any evidence of fraud in the
Why?
episode.
And Acting Deputy Attorney General
God.
Richard Donahue told Donald Trump this.
And I said something to the effect of, sir, we've done dozens of investigations, hundreds of interviews. The major allegations are not supported by the evidence developed.
Mr. Trump was told by his own advisors that he had no basis for his stolen election claims, yet he continued to pressure state officials to change the election results. Second, you will hear about a number of threats and efforts to pressure state officials to reverse the election outcome. One of our witnesses today, Gabriel Sterling, explicitly warned President Trump about potential violence on December 1st, 2020. more than a month before January 6th. You will see excerpts from that video repeatedly today.
It has all gone too far. All of it. Joe DeGenova today asked for Chris Krebs, a patriot who ran CISA, to be shot. A 20-something tech in Gwinnett County today has death threats and a noose put out saying he should be hung for treason because he was transferring a report on batches from an EMS to a county computer so he could read it. It has to stop. Mr. President, you have not condemned these actions or this language. Senators, you have not condemned this language or these actions.
Yeah, because they like it.
This has to stop.
They
we need
want
you
this.
to step up, and if you're going to take a position of leadership, show some. My boss, Secretary Raffensperger, his address is out there. They have people doing caravans around their house. They've had people come onto their property. It has to stop. This is elections. This is the backbone of democracy.
Are subtitles available? Dude, your subtitles are right here on the left. What do you mean?
And all of you who have not said a damn word are complicit in this.
The point is this: Donald Trump did not care about the threats of violence. He did not condemn them. He made no effort to stop them. He went forward with his fake allegations anyway. One more point. I would urge all of those watching today to focus on the evidence the committee will present. Don't be distracted by politics. This is serious. We cannot let America become a nation of conspiracy theories and thug violence. Finally, I want to thank our witnesses today for all of your service to our country. Today, all of America will hear about the selfless actions of these men and women who acted honorably to uphold the law, protect our freedom, and preserve our Constitution. Today, Mr. Chairman, we will all see an example.
So what you're seeing right here is part of liberal obfuscation. The idea that this isn't politics, that you can just sort of neutrally dispense with political rule and with law without it being a political matter, is a liberal lie. It's not true. It's also a very dangerous one. The thing is, choosing to disobey the rules and break the gentlemen's agreements that allow for a democracy to exist is a political decision. Revolution, revolt, sedition, these are all political decisions. She's trying to frame it as though this is just some kind of, like, this is just some criminal thing, and criminality is just, you know, it's not political, it's just, it happens, you know. But that's very dangerous, because it implies that this is a product just of Trump's personal, you know, psychology, of his personal failing, just, you know, this aberrant thing, as opposed to a deliberate, coordinated, orchestrated effort on the part of the Republican Party to undermine the election and initiate a coup. Yeah, very, very dangerous stuff there.
Of what truly makes America great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Vice Chair. On November 3rd, 2020, Donald Trump ran for re-election to the office of the presidency, and he lost. His opponent, Joe Biden, finished ahead in the key battleground states of Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Georgia, and elsewhere. Nevertheless, and for the first time in history, the losing presidential candidate fought to hold on to power. As we have seen in previous hearings, he did so through a variety of means. On Election Day, he sought to stop the counting of the vote, knowing that the millions of absentee ballots elections officials would be counting on Election Day and thereafter would run strongly against him and deliver a victory to Joe Biden. Next, and when he could not stop the counting, he tried to stop state legislatures and governors from certifying the results of the election. He went to court and filed dozens of frivolous lawsuits, making unsubstantiated claims of fraud. When that too failed, he mounted a pressure campaign directed at individual state legislators to try to get them to go back into session and either declare him the winner, decertify Joe Biden as the winner, or send two slates of electors to Congress, one for Biden and one for him, and pressure Vice President Pence to choose him as the winner. But the state legislatures wouldn't go along with this scheme, and neither would the vice president. None of the legislatures agreed to go back into special session and declare him the winner. No legitimate state authority in the states Donald Trump lost would agree to appoint fake Trump electors and send them to Congress. But this didn't stop the Trump campaign either. They assembled groups of individuals in key battleground states and got them to call themselves electors, created phony certificates associated with these fake electors, and then transmitted these certificates to Washington and to the Congress to be counted during the joint session of Congress on January 6th. None of this worked. But according to Federal District Judge David Carter, former President Trump and others likely violated multiple federal laws by engaging in this scheme, including conspiracy to defraud the United States. You will hear evidence of the former president and his top advisors' direct involvement in key elements of this plot, or what Judge Carter called a coup in search of a legal theory.
Please remember what I said. In a functioning democracy, no president would be able to get this far, you know? Like, a fortress is not secure if an enemy army can, like, spend 6 weeks running around the outside, like, testing every wall with cannon fire, you know? That's not how that works. You know, they shouldn't even get that many chances. The fact that they were even given the opportunity to make that many attempts is unacceptable.
For as the judge explained, President Trump's pressure campaign to stop the electoral count did not end with Vice President Pence. It targeted every tier of federal and state elected officials. Convincing state legislatures, he said, to certify competing electors was essential to stop the count and ensure President Trump's reelection. As we have seen in our prior hearings, running through this scheme was a big lie that the election was plagued with massive fraud and somehow stolen. You'll remember what the president's own attorney general, Bill Barr, said he told the president about these claims of massive fraud affecting the outcome of the election.
And I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public was bullshit. I mean, that the claims of fraud were bullshit.
The president's lie was...
Do you think the liberal "this isn't politics" mantra is necessary for Republicans there to get on board? Well, this is not like... It's not like Republicans are getting on board with this anyway. Liz Cheney is here to launder her reputation and distinguish herself, or, you know, make herself distinct from the Republican majority. But no, I don't think it's necessary at all. I think it's an incredibly dangerous, very, very dangerous thing to say and to imply. Yeah, Donald Trump's behavior here is not some apolitical, narcissistic criminality. It is just the thing that happens before fascist coups, which is political. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but fascist coups are indeed a political occurrence.
And is a dangerous cancer on the body politic. If you can convince Americans that they cannot trust their own elections, that any time they lose it is somehow illegitimate, then what is left but violence to determine who should govern? This brings us to the focus of today's hearing. When state elections officials refused to stop the count, Donald Trump and his campaign tried to put pressure on them. When state executive officials refused to certify him the winner of states he lost, he applied more pressure. When state legislators refused to go back into session and appoint Trump electors, he amped up the pressure yet again. Anyone who got in the way of Donald Trump's continued hold on power after he lost the election was the subject of a dangerous and escalating campaign of pressure. This pressure campaign brought angry phone calls and texts, armed protests, intimidation, and all too often, threats of violence and death. State legislators were singled out. So too were statewide elections officials. Even local elections workers, diligently doing their jobs, were accused of being criminals and had their lives turned upside down. As we will show, the president's supporters heard the former president's claims of fraud and the false allegations he made against state and local officials as a call to action.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal! Stop the steal! You're a threat to democracy! You're a threat to free and honest election!
Who the fuck is feeding these people lines? This is not what a group of protesters sounds like. What? What is that lack of energy? I swear to God, this is just a group of, like, local, like some local Republican affiliated group that were all like, okay, guys, we need to get out there at, like, 8 p.m. What is this?
And then about 45
like,
minutes.
right? Usually when you get to, like, a bunch of angry protesters who think democracy is being stolen aren't going to stand 50 feet away and chant out, like, entire lines. We love our freedoms. You are violating our rights as citizens of America. Like, they're going to be screaming and frothing at the mouth. I don't know. Feels like they were brought there.
Later, we started to hear the noises outside my home, and that's my stomach sunk, and I thought, it's me. And then it's just, we don't know what's going to, I mean, the uncertainty of that was what was the fear. Like, are they coming with guns? Are they going to attack my house? I'm in here with my kid, you know, I'm trying to put him to bed. And so it was, that was the scariest moment, just not knowing what was going to happen.
This pressure campaign against state and local officials spanned numerous contested states. as you will see in this video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Josh Rosselman. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack
Yay.
on the United States Capitol.
I know
Beginning
what
in
you are.
November 2020, the president and his lawyers started
Happy
appearing
Pride
before
Month.
state legislators, urging them to give their electoral votes to Trump, even though he lost the popular vote.
I represent President Trump along with Jenna Ellis, and this is our fourth or fifth hearing.
This election has to be turned around because we won Pennsylvania by a lot, and we won all of these swing states by a lot.
This was a strategy with both practical and legal elements. The Select Committee has obtained an email from just 2 days after the election in which a Trump campaign lawyer named Cleta Mitchell asked another Trump lawyer, John Eastman, to write a memo justifying the idea.
When do you remember this coming up as an option in the post-election period for the first time?
Right after the election. It might have been before the election.
Eastman prepared a memo attempting to justify this strategy, which was circulated to the Trump White House, Rudy Giuliani's legal team, and state legislators around the country. And he appeared before the Georgia state legislature to advocate for it publicly.
You could also do what the Florida legislature was prepared to do, which is to adopt a slate of electors yourselves. And when you add in the mix of the significant statistical anomalies and sworn affidavits and video evidence of outright election fraud, I don't think it's just your authority to do that, but quite frankly, I think you have a duty to do that, to protect the integrity of the election here in Georgia.
But Republican officials in several states released public statements recognizing that President Trump's proposal was unlawful. For instance, Georgia Governor Brian Kemp called the proposal unconstitutional, while Arizona House Speaker Rusty Bowers wrote that the idea would undermine the rule of law. The pressure campaign to get state legislators to go along with the scheme intensified when President Trump invited delegations from Michigan and Pennsylvania to the White House.
Either you or Speaker Chatfield, did you make the point to the president that you were not going to do anything that violated Michigan law?
I believe we did. Whether or not it was those exact words or not, but I think that the words that I would have more likely used is we were going to follow.
Holy shit. Guys, sorry, I'm just going over old emails right now while listening because my brain is huge and I can do whatever I want. And this person has provided such a phenomenal streamlining of the linguistic argument that I've been making with trans people. Remember the conversation that I had with the professor about like water and heavy water and stuff like that? Okay, so the thing is, like, people don't actually use definitions in order to determine what a thing is oftentimes. So for example, like, what is a clock, right? A clock is a device that tells the time, right? Like, that's a pretty standard, like, that's a very broad definition, right? By that, you could use a sundial as a clock, but, like, that's a very broad one. Okay, what about a broken clock? Anyone who looked at a broken clock would still point at that and say, that's a clock, but it doesn't tell the time. It no longer fulfills that purpose. So, and now suddenly, like, the defining criteria, at this point now, if a clock doesn't have to tell time, and doesn't have to be made of any given material, and doesn't have to represent its findings in any way, because you would still call something a clock even if it doesn't display its findings, a clock could be, like, anything. What? So, like, the thing is, like, it doesn't matter what the definition is, or it doesn't matter what you're dealing with. The ambiguity of definitions is present everywhere. It's like the chair thing, but I feel like you could apply it basically anywhere, right? Like, somebody would say, like, water flows through a river, right? But it's not just water. Sediment and other impurities flow in the water, sometimes as much as 5 to 10% of the, proportion of the liquid running through the river, right? But if you looked at it, you would go like, oh, that's water. But if you handed somebody a bottle of water and you were like, oh, it's a bottle of water, but it had river water in it with like 10% sediment and they drank that and like threw up or something, you were like, dude, it's water. Like, what do you mean? I said it's water. It's literally water. Like, look, it's water. And you point to a river that has water in it. Like, nobody would buy that. The viability of water as a referential point, as a definition, changes depending on the context, right? It's not the definition that changes, it's the shared understanding. What was it Wittgenstein said about communication being like shared understanding? That we have like commonly agreed upon understandings and definitions that we point to? And like that's the meaning of language. It doesn't have to do with the definition itself. It's like the shared understanding we have of the thing. A river only means what people think of as a river when you point at a river, and that's all it can mean. You guys get what I mean, right? You guys understand how this is a very strong counterargument to the definitional, what would you call it? The definitional, traditionalism isn't even the right word. The definitional, I don't know, illiteracy of the right? Yeah, I don't know. It feels like a strong argument. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, yeah. Look, it's a bottle of water, points at a water tower. Yeah, like, you can do anything with anything. It's really just... Yeah. Wittgenstein should be required readings in schools would make the world so much better. Dude, most of the time when I look into, like, some fancy pants researcher or, like, an academic, they have, like, some cool shit, and then the rest of their shit's boring. But every time I learn something about Wittgenstein, it's so good. That dude was so smart. Like, every time I learn something about... It's like, oh, what does this come from? Oh, Wittgenstein. It's like, oh, damn. This dude was bopping. This dude was bopping and dropping. What the hell? Alright, sorry. Totally unrelated. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, definitions are basically just there to give people, like, kind of a gist understanding. Yeah, like, just kind of like a basic... Like, who gets the understanding of things from definitions? Unless they're, like, technical definitions, which don't have as much social, validity, you know? If you're getting your definitions from, like, a medical book or, like, an engineering textbook, then you might want to go definitionally, because those definitions are very rigid and set in order to distinguish between technical features of the different things. But if you're, like, talking about social definitions, like, you can do anything with anything, man. There's a lot of variety out there. Alright, okay, sorry. What's the point of this argument? You're basically saying words don't matter, so you're not arguing for anything? No, the only point that I'm trying to make here is that there's no such thing as, like, a rigid definition that is existentially grounded and concrete and can't be changed. Conservatives are illiterate. Like, it's not even that they're wrong. They're incapable of even having the conversation. When you talk with a conservative and they're like, well, a woman is a biological female and that's what it means, like, what they're demonstrating a fundamental inability to contend with the question. It's not even they have a different opinion. It's that they're not even smart enough to be on the right playing field. It's like, I'm over here on a soccer field and they're in a boxing ring somewhere getting their ass kicked by the ropes. Like, they're not even... They're nowhere near me, you know? So the point is to try to drag them onto the right playing field by being like, okay, you realize that all definitions are subject to, like, common cultural understanding. That context is the glue that holds together social interactions. Definitions are not rigid in any respect. So the idea that you're, like, ignoring the whole trans thing by going like, oh, well, it means female and that's what it means, is, like, completely dumb, you know? You're gonna upset your international viewers by saying soccer? Good. All right, sorry for the thing. Okay, yeah, sorry.
The law.
Nevertheless, the pressure continued. The next day, President Trump tweeted, quote, hopefully the courts and/or legislatures will have the courage to do what has to be done to maintain the integrity of our elections and the United States of America itself. The world is watching. He posted multiple messages on Facebook listing the contact information for state officials and urging his supporters to contact them to, quote, demand a vote on decertification. In one of those posts, President Trump disclosed Mike Shirkey's personal phone number to his millions of followers.
All I remember is receiving over just shy of 4,000 text messages over a short period of time, calling to take action. It was a loud noise, loud, consistent cadence of, you know, we hear that the Trump folks are calling and asking for changes in the electors, and you guys can do this. Well, you know, they were believing things that were untrue.
These efforts also involved targeted outreach to state legislators.
Hi, Representative. My name is Angela McCallum. I'm calling from Trump campaign headquarters in Washington, D.C. You do have the power to reclaim your authority and send a slate of electors that will support President Trump and Vice President Pence.
From President Trump's lawyers and from Trump himself.
And I've become friendly with legislators that I didn't know 4 weeks ago.
Another legislator, Pennsylvania House Speaker Brian Cutler, received daily voicemails from Trump's lawyers in the last week of November.
Mr. Speaker, this is Rudy Giuliani and Jenna Ellis. We're calling you together because we'd like to discuss, obviously, the election.
Matt, where were you when you got the call from Rudy Giuliani telling you to be complicit in a coup? Can you imagine? Can you imagine just sitting there at their office and you, like, let it go to voicemail and you hear Rudy Giuliani's voice, like, over the line going like, could you like do a coup for us? Could you, like, ignore the results and, like, do a coup? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, this is Jenna Ellis, and I'm here with Mayor Giuliani.
Hey, Brian, it's Rudy. I really have something important to call you.
First name basis.
That I think really changes things.
Cutler felt that the outreach was inappropriate and asked his lawyers to tell Rudy Giuliani to stop calling, but Giuliani continued to reach out.
I understand that you don't want to talk to me now. I just want to bring some facts to your attention and talk to you as a fellow Republican.
On December 30th, Trump ally Steve Bannon announced a protest at Cutler's home.
We're getting on the road and we're going down to Cutler. We're going to start going to offices, and if we have to, we're going to go to homes, and we're going to let them know what we think about them.
There were multiple protests. I actually don't remember the exact number. There was at least 3, I think, outside either my district office or my home. And you're correct, my then 15-year-old son was home by himself for the first one. All of my personal information was doxed online. It was my personal email, my personal cell phone, my home phone number. In fact, we had to disconnect our home phone for about 3 days because it would ring all hours of the night and would fill up with messages.
Brian Cutler, we are outside.
What the fuck?
Charges in Michigan.
Hi, just to let you know, we're right outside. Can you please open the door and explain to us personally why you don't want to certify Trump's legitimate election to the United States presidency? Jesus Christ. It's like, it's insane. Like, right now, being a, you know, being like an elector puts you in the same position as like a YouTube blood sports debate guy. Like, you're getting your doxes are getting dropped 24/7. Jesus, it's dangerous stuff. You know, it's dangerous stuff.
Poll watchers denied access in Pennsylvania.
These ads were another element in the effort. The Trump campaign spent millions of dollars running ads online and on television.
The evidence is overwhelming. Call your governor and legislators. Demand they inspect the machines and hear the evidence.
Public pressure on state officials often grew dangerous in the lead up to January 6th.
Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Let us in! Special session! Special session! Special session! We'll light the whole shit on fire.
What are we going to do? What can you and I do to a state legislature besides tell them? Although we should not do that.
Hey, I know this guy. This is the homosexual Nazi. Sorry, I was so loud there I missed what he said. I think I've seen the clip though.
What are we going to do? What can you and I do to a state legislature besides tell them? Although we should not do that. I'm not advising that, but I mean, what else can you do, right?
The punishment for treason is death.
Do you think one of these days one of my long, rambling, eco-trolling lines is going to make its way into a committee hearing or something? Like, I'm telling you, man, okay, Republicans are going to have, like, a committee hearing on eco-terrorism one day after an oil pipeline gets blown up, and they're going to be like, and look at these dangerous online radicals. And it's going to be me wearing, like, an anime shirt that's one size too small, talking about how, like, in the future, people will be epically trolling climate infrastructure, and, like, that it's just a fact of the world, and there's nothing anyone can do about it, you know?
The state pressure campaign and the danger it posed to state officials and to state capitals around the nation
this clip right here
was a dangerous precursor to the violence we saw on January 6th at the U.S. Capitol. Today you will hear from Rusty Bowers, the Republican Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. He will tell us about his conversation.
They're going to get Destiny with it. That's what it's going to be. That would be the ultimate irony turn. They're going to get that. They're going to show a clip of his and be like, and Destiny associates with radical extremists. And then they would play my clip, you know? That'd be so fucking stupid. God damn it.
With the president, with Rudy Giuliani and John Eastman, and what the president's team asked of him, and how his oath of office would not permit it. You will then hear from Brad Raffensperger, the Republican Secretary of State of Georgia, who Trump directed to, quote, find 11,780 votes. That did not exist, but just the exact number of votes needed to overtake Joe Biden. You will also hear from Gabriel Sterling, the chief operating officer, his chief operating officer, about the spurious claims of fraud in the elections in Georgia, and who, responding to a cascading set of threats to his elections team, warned the president to stop, that someone was going to get killed. And you will hear from Wandrea Shea Moss, a former local elections worker in Fulton County, Georgia, about how all of the lies about the election impacted the lives of real people who administer our elections and still do. You will hear what they experienced when the most powerful man in the world, the President of the United States, sought to cling to power after being voted out of office by the American people. The system held, but barely. And the system held because people of courage, Republicans and Democrats, like the witnesses you will hear today, put their oath to the country and Constitution above any other consideration. They did their jobs, as we must do ours. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
I now welcome our first panel of witnesses. We're joined today by distinguished legislative.
Oh, I know the both sides stuff sounds super cringe, but in this case, it's actually true. Some of the biggest, one of the biggest obstacles that Trump faced in his attempt at a coup was like more neocon-y Republicans. The elected officials, the elected Republicans at the federal level, like mostly went along with it, but there were a ton of people, lawyers, campaign workers, advisors, assistants, state electors, who were like kind of blown away by the behavior of the Trump campaign, which is kind of what we're hearing here, you know, that they were the ones targeted. Which was the state where the local Republican Party like got rid of all their old electors that certified the election for Biden and got like a bunch of like crazy MAGA Trump diehard ones? Like they're getting ready for the next coup attempt. Which was that Michigan? Yeah. They got rid of all their old electors and they're like, yeah, we're getting these new ones that will absolutely just cast their vote for Republicans no matter where the state votes go. Yeah. I thought Georgia was doing it too. Georgia would probably do it too. Yeah. Guys, remember, faithless electors are legal. That is a legal thing. Laws about denying the right for faithless electors to elect faithlessly is a state issue, not a federal one. Legally, there are states where the whole state could vote blue, and then the state electors could just like vote red. Now, that's obviously an extremely edge case and very unlikely to happen, but if you have states like Michigan, which very frequently come down to, like, thin margins, yeah. Love the Electoral College. Love me college. Love me democracy. Eight proportional representation.
From Arizona, Rusty Bowers, who's a Republican Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives. Mr. Bowers was first elected to the state legislature in 1993 and has served as Speaker since 2019.
Vaush doesn't care.
Welcome, Speaker Bowers. Brad Raffensperger is a 29th
We're
Secretary
fucking it
of
up
State
coup
of Georgia,
style.
serving
Fascism
in this
style.
role since 2019.
Fuck them up right
As
good.
an elected official and a
Two
Republican,
people vote red.
Secretary
Republicans in
Raffensperger
office.
is
See what you're
responsible
gonna
for
do about that.
supervising elections in Georgia and maintaining the state's
Sorry,
public
I'm
records.
sorry.
Welcome, Mr. Secretary. Gabriel Sterling is the Chief Operating Officer in the Georgia
Fuck this
Secretary of
Vaush
State's
guy.
office. Mr. Sterling was the statewide voting systems implementation manager for the 2020 election in Georgia, responsible for leading the Secretary of State's response to the COVID pandemic and rolling out modernized voting equipment. I will swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Speaker Bowers, thank you for being with us today. You're the Speaker of the Arizona House and a self-described conservative Republican. You campaigned for President Trump and with him during the 2020 election. Is it fair to say that you wanted Donald Trump to win a second term in office? Please.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And is it your understanding that President Biden was the winner of the popular vote in Arizona in 2020?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for questions.
Speaker Bowers, thank you for being with us today. Before we begin with the questions that I had prepared for you, I wanted to ask you about a statement that former President Trump issued, which I received just prior to the hearing. Have you had a chance to review that statement?
My counsel called from Arizona and read it to me. Yes, sir.
In that statement, I won't read it in its entirety. Former President Trump begins by calling you a rhino, Republican in name only. He then references a conversation in November 2020 in which he claims that you told him that the election was rigged and that he had won Arizona. To quote the former president, during the conversation, he told me the election was rigged and that I won Arizona, unquote. Did you have such a conversation with the president?
I did have a conversation with the president. That certainly isn't it, but there were parts of it that are true, but there are parts that are not, sir.
And the part that I read you, is that false?
Anywhere, anyone, anytime has said that I said the election was rigged, that would not be true.
And when the former president in his statement today claimed that you told him that he won Arizona, is that also false?
That is also false.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that after the election.
Oh, oh shit! Is this our first non-cooperative testimony? All the testimonies we've been given prior were super rehearsed and 100% in compliance with the will of the committee. Is this our? Yeah, I think this might be our first. Like, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
And I don't know whether this is the conversation the former president is referring to, but after the election, you received a phone call from President Trump and Rudy Giuliani, in which they discussed the result of the presidential election in Arizona. If you would, tell us about that call and whether the former president or Mr. Giuliani raised allegations of election fraud.
Thank you. My wife and I had returned from attending our church meetings. It was on a Sunday. And
oh, he's saying Trump is like, oh, okay. Then I might have misheard the syntax there. Is that the right term? The syntax? Like no. Is syntax when you mistake which pronouns are referring to which? Like you forget the connections of the words? Syntax is grammar? Okay, not syntax then. Oh no, syntax is order of words. Wait, what does syntax mean? Syntax. Stop using random words. You know, using random words is how you learn what those words mean. A set of rules or for an analysis of the syntax of a language. Well, that's a self-referential definition. Has come up a lot, I guess. The arrangement of words and phrases to create well-formed sentences. No, wait, then I was right. If I mistook the syntax, then that would mean that I could have like swapped around like what pronoun or what like adjective or what adverb was referring to what. Yeah, I think I had that right. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, thank you for clarifying, chat.
We were still in the driveway, and I had received a call from a colleague telling me that the White House was trying to get in touch with her.
Ambiguous antecedent to a pronoun, yeah.
And that she said, please, if you get a call, let's try to take this together. Immediately, I saw that the White House on my Bluetooth was calling, and I took the call and was asked by I would presume the operator at the White House, if I would hold for the president, which I did, and Mr. Giuliani came on first, and niceties, then Mr. Trump, President Trump came on, and we initiated a conversation.
And during that conversation, did you ask Mr. Giuliani for proof of these allegations of fraud that he was making?
On multiple occasions, yes.
And when you asked him for evidence of this fraud, what did he say?
He said that they did have proof, and I asked him, do you have names? For example, we have 200,000 illegal immigrants, some large number, 5,000 or 6,000 dead people, etc. And I said, do you have their names? Yes. Will you give them to me? Yes. The president interrupted and said, give the man what he needs, Rudy. He said, I will. And that happened on at least 2 occasions, that interchange in the conversation.
So Mr. Giuliani was claiming in the call that there were hundreds of thousands of undocumented people and thousands of dead people who had purportedly voted in the election?
Yes.
And you asked him for evidence of that?
I did.
And did you ever receive from him that evidence either during the call, after the call, or to this day?
Never.
What was the ask during this call? He was making these allegations of fraud, but he had something or a couple things that they wanted you to do. What were those?
The ones I remember were first that we would hold, that I would allow an official committee at the Capitol so that they could hear this evidence and that we could take action thereafter.
Evidence?
And I refused. I said, up to that time, the circus, I called it a circus, had been brewing with lots of demonstrations, both at the counting center, at the Capitol, and other places. And I didn't want to have that in the House. I did not feel that the evidence, granted in its absence, merited a hearing, and I didn't want to be used as a pawn if there was some other need that the committee hearing would fulfill. So that was the first ask, that we hold an official committee hearing.
And what was his second ask?
I said, to what end? To what end the hearing? He said, well, we have heard by an official high-up in the Republican legislature that there is a legal theory or a legal ability in Arizona that you can remove the electors of President Biden and replace them. And we would like to have the legitimate opportunity through the committee to come to that end and remove that. And I said, that's something that's totally new to me. I've never heard of any such thing. And he pressed that point. And I said, look, you are asking me to do something that is counter to my oath when I swore to the Constitution to uphold it. And I also swore to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Arizona. And this is totally foreign as an idea or a theory to me, and I would never do anything of such magnitude without deep consultation with qualified attorneys. And I said, I've got some good attorneys, and I'm going to give you their names. But you're asking me to do something against my oath, and I will not break my oath. And I think that was up to that point.
During the conversation, and you heard, I think, when we played a snippet of Mr. Giuliani calling other state legislators and saying that he was calling us essentially a fellow Republican, did he make a similar appeal to you or bring up the fact that you shared a similar party?
Whether it was in that call or in a later meeting, he did bring that up more than once.
And how would he bring that up?
He would say, aren't we all Republicans here? I would think we would get a better reception. I mean, I would think you would listen a little more open to my suggestions that we're all Republicans.
That is such a fucking thinly veiled threat. Jesus Christ. You have a legal representative of the President of the United States going, hey, we're all Republicans here. Jesus Christ.
And this evidence that you asked him for that would justify this extraordinary step, I think you said they never produced. Why did you feel, either in the absence of that evidence or with it, what they were asking you to do would violate your oath to the Constitution?
First of all, when the people, and in Arizona, I believe it was some 40 plus years earlier, the legislature had established the manner of electing our officials, or the electors for the presidential race. Once it was given to the people, as in Bush v. Gore, illustrated by the Supreme Court, it becomes a fundamental right of the people. So as far as I was concerned, for someone to ask me I would call it a paucity, there was no evidence being presented of any strength. Evidence can be hearsay evidence, it's still evidence, but it's still hearsay. But strong judicial quality evidence, anything that would say to me, you have a doubt, deny your oath. I will not do that. And on more than one occasion throughout all this, that has been brought up, and it is a tenet of my faith that the Constitution is divinely inspired.
Okay, this guy is laying it on so fucking thick, dude. There's more butter than bread at this point. Jesus Christ. Yeah, alright, dude. Okay, alright, come on. Yeah, we get it. Alright. Yeah, we all want to be a national hero, I know.
Of my most basic foundational beliefs. And so for me to do that because somebody just asked me to is foreign to my very being. I will not do it.
During that conversation, Speaker Bowers, did you ask him if what he was proposing had ever been done before?
I did.
And what did he say?
He said, well, I'm not familiar with Arizona law or any other laws, but I don't think so. And that also was brought up in other conversations, both with him and with John Eastman and others.
Speaker Bowers, I understand that a week after that call, Mr. Giuliani appeared with others associated with President Trump's effort to overturn the result of the election at a purported legislative hearing in a hotel ballroom in Phoenix. Was this an official hearing of the state legislature?
It was not.
And why was it not a real or official hearing of the legislature?
A legislator can hold a group meeting. You can call it a hearing. But when they asked me to have an official hearing, we establish it by protocols, public notice, etc. It's typically held at the Capitol, but it doesn't need to be. We can authorize a hearing off campus. And in this case, I had been asked on several occasions to allow a hearing. I had denied it, but said, you're free to hold a meeting, any meeting you want, to the person who asked, and which he ultimately did. I think he was a little frustrated, but he ultimately did.
This meeting was the same day, I believe, that the governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, certified Biden as the winner of the presidential election in Arizona. Did you meet with Mr. Giuliani and his associates while they were in Phoenix sometime after that purported legislative hearing at the hotel?
Yes, I did, sir.
And at that meeting, did Mr. Giuliani raise any specific allegations of election fraud again?
His initial comments were, again, the litany of groups of illegal individuals or people deceased, etc. And he had brought that up. And I wasn't alone in that meeting. There were others, and other members of the Senate aggressively questioned him. And then I proceeded to question him on the proof that he was going to bring me, etc. But he did bring those up, yes.
And these other legislators were also Republican members of the Senate?
They were, yes, sir.
And did they also press him for proof of these allegations?
They pressed him very strongly, two of them especially, very strongly.
And at some point, did Mr. Giuliani ask one of the other attorneys on his team to help him out with the evidence?
He did. He asked Jenna Ellis, who was sitting to his right. One thing was that it was more to the point of, was there sufficient evidence or action that we could justify the recalling of the electors? But at that part of the conversation, I know he referred to someone else. But he did ask, do we have the proof, to Jenna, Miss Ellis? And she said yes. And I said, I want the names. Do you have the names? Yes. Do you have how they voted? We have all the information. I said, can you get to me that information? Did you bring it with you? Which was repeated in different iterations.
What?
Did you bring it with you? Which was repeated in different iterations. Bring it with you. Which was repeated in different iterations. Did you bring it with you? Which was repeated in different iterations.
This is from a live stream feed. Did they live edit that? Fuck, wait, I think, did they? They can't edit the shit audio, but they can cut. So, the most likely explanation is that this was a technical difficulty, albeit a very oddly timed one. However, I'm pretty sure they can make live edits. This YouTube stream is streaming from the C-SPAN channel, and the C-SPAN channel uses regular TV broadcasting equipment. And regular TV broadcasting equipment, when they say they're live, are actually operating, I think, on about a 20-second delay that allows them to make live edits in case anything bad happens, like public streaker or somebody swears. You know, they can do those live edits. So, yeah. So C-SPAN could do a live edit. I just don't know why they would do that. There are other streams that play it properly there from C-SPAN. Okay, then it might have just been an error. Yeah. Still weird though.
For some period of time.
At some point, did one of them make
Yeah,
a comment?
sorry guys. If the state is going to redact anything, it's not going to be like this. I said, all of this is public, okay? The effort that would be necessary to redact something like that from the public record when it's tens of millions of people are watching it and it's being like, no. Yeah, yeah. Release the director's cut. True.
Meant that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
And what exactly did he say and how that come up?
My recollection, he said, we've got lots of theories, we just don't have the evidence. And I don't know if that was a gaffe or maybe he didn't think through what he said, but both myself and others in my group, the three in my group and my council, both remembered that specifically, and afterwards we kind of laughed about it.
And you know, getting back to the asking that phone call that preceded this meeting, he wanted you to have the legislature dismiss the Biden electors and replace them with Trump electors on the basis of these theories of fraud?
He did not say it in those exact words, but he did say that Arizona law, according to what he understood, that would be allowed and that we needed to come into session to take care of that, which initiated a discussion about, again, what I can legally and not legally do, and I can't go into session in Arizona unilaterally or on my sole prerogative.
In this meeting or at any other later time, did anyone provide you with evidence of election fraud sufficient to affect the outcome of the presidential election in Arizona?
No one provided me ever such evidence.
The Select Committee has uncovered evidence in the course of our investigation that had stopped the steal protests at state capitals across the country. There were individuals with ties to the groups or parties involved in the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol. One of those incursions took place in the Arizona House of Representatives building, as you can see in this footage. This is previously undisclosed video of protesters illegally entering and refusing to leave the building. One of the individuals prominently shown in this video is Jacob Chansley. Perhaps better known as the QAnon shaman, this rider entered the Capitol on January 6th, was photographed leaving a threatening note on the dais in the U.S. Senate chamber, and was ultimately sentenced to 41 months in prison after pleading guilty to obstruction of an official proceeding. Other protesters...
I don't get these sentencing charges, man. I don't understand. You would get more time in prison breaking into a person's house, wouldn't you? Like, even if it was a burglary and the house was empty, and you broke it, like, you would get more time just breaking into a burglary. You would get more time for that, I think. Just absolutely wild. Like, disruption of a public proceeding makes it sound like he jumped in on a, on like a city hall meeting and like threw, you know, spaghetti around or something. Not that he was part of a mob breaking into the Capitol building to do a coup. Yeah, I don't know. Doesn't that mean other sentences are too long? Listen, call me an authoritarian if you will, but I am actually okay with people who attempt to instigate a fascist coup going to jail for a little bit of time. I'm okay with that. You know, I'm okay with them having a little sit down, you know? They're going in the dunce corner, all right? It's nappy time. Maybe he was really cooperative. Yeah. Nah, I think he could go for a little timeout. Little timeout, you know. Just a bit.
Occupied the Arizona House of Representatives building, included Proud Boys, while men armed with rifles stood just outside the entrance. I understand these protesters were calling for you by name, Speaker Bowers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Speaker Bowers, did the president call you again in later in December?
He did, sir.
Did you tell the president in that second call that you supported him, that you voted for him, but that you were not going to do anything illegal for him?
I did, sir.
Nevertheless, his lawyer, John Eastman, called you some days later on June 4th, 2021, and he did have a very specific ask that would have required you to do just what you had already told the president you wouldn't do, something that would violate your oath. Is that correct?
That's correct. It wasn't just me. I had my counsel and others on the call.
And what did Dr. Eastman want you to do?
That we would, in fact, take a vote to overthrow, or I shouldn't say overthrow, that we would decertify the electors, and that because we had plenary authority to do so. And he cited Article 2, Section 1, I think it's Clause 2, and said that, in his opinion, that gave us the authority if there was, I don't recall him saying sufficient evidence, but there was some call or some strong reason to do so that we, or justification to do so, that we could do that. And that he was asking that his suggestion was that we would do it. And I said, again, I took an oath. For me to take that, to do what you do, would be counter to my oath. I don't recall if it was in that conversation, clearly, that we talked more about the oath, but I said, what would you have me do? And he said, just do it and let the court sort it out. And I said, you're asking me to do something that's never been done in history, the history of the United States, and I'm going to put my state through that without...
Why does this guy's testimony feel like it's 90% just him aggrandizing how loyal and honorable he is? I'm far more interested in what, you know, the representatives of the Trump campaign had to say than his, like, noble and steadfast defense of the Constitution.
Without sufficient proof, and that's going to be good enough.
It's the highlight of his life. Let him have this.
I
guess.
I would put us through that. My state.
I'm being mean.
That I swore to uphold both in Constitution and in law. No, sir. He said, well, that's my suggestion would be just do it and let the courts figure it all out. And he didn't use that exact phrase, but that was what his meaning was. And I declined, and I believe that was close to the end of our phone call.
And again, this took place after you had recently spoken with President Trump and told him that you wouldn't do anything illegal for him. Is that right?
It wasn't days after. Obviously, it was days after, but a few days had gone by.
But you had told President Trump you would not do anything illegal for him.
I did, both times.
And you told Dr. Eastman that you did not believe there was legal support to justify what he was asking, but he still wanted you to do it and effectively let the courts work it out?
I've been warned, don't say things you think maybe he said, but I do remember him saying that the authority of the legislature was plenary and that you can do it. I said, then you should know that I can't even call the legislature into session without a 2/3 majority vote. We're only 30 plus 1. There's no way that could happen.
But in your view, what he was asking you to do would have violated your oath to the Constitution of Arizona on the morning of January 6th.
Wait, did it just cut again?
To the Constitution of Arizona on the morning of January 6th.
No, peripheral vision fucked
up. What did
up.
Mr. Biggs ask you to do?
I believe that was the day that the vote was occurring to each state to have certification. or to declare the certification of the electors. And he asked if I would sign on both to a letter that had been sent from my state and or that I would support the decertification of the electors. And I said I would not.
Mr. Speaker, on December 4th, 2020, shortly after your meeting with Rudy Giuliani and other allies of President Trump, you released a statement publicly addressing, quote, calls for the legislature to overturn the 2020 certified election results. The statement is very straightforward in explaining the, quote, breathtaking request, unquote, made by representatives of President Trump, quote, that the Arizona legislature overturn the certified results of last month's election and deliver the state's electoral college votes to President Trump, unquote. Why did you believe, as you wrote in this statement, that the rule of law forbid you from doing what President Trump and his allies wanted you to do?
Representative, I'm sorry, I should be saying, Mr. Chairman, Representative Schiff. There's two sides to the answer. One is, what am I allowed to do, and what am I forbidden to do? We have no legal pathway, both in state law nor to my knowledge in federal law, for us to execute such a request. And I am not allowed to walk or act beyond my authority. If I'm not specifically authorized as a legislator, as a legislature, then I cannot act, to the point of calling us into session. Some say that just a few legislators have plenary authority, and that has come as part of all of this discussion, I'll call it. But so to not have authority and be forbidden to act beyond my authority on both counts, I am not authorized to take such action, and that would deny my oath.
In your statement, you included excerpts from President Ronald Reagan's inaugural address in 1981. The newly inaugurated president told the country, quote, the orderly transfer of authority as called for in the Constitution routinely takes place as it has for almost 2 centuries, and few of us stop to think how unique we really are. In the eyes of many in the world, this every 4-year ceremony we accept as normal is nothing less than a miracle. Tell us, if you would, Mr. Speaker, why did you include President Reagan's words in your public statement?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schiff, because I have a lot of admiration for Ronald Reagan.
Really?
I've had the opportunity of going through his home with one other person and walking through
and getting blown by his wife.
I have a lot of admiration for him. When he pointed out, which is, I have lived in other country for a period of time and have visited a few countries, and during election times, the fact that we allow an election, support an election, and stand behind the election, even in the past when there have been serious questions about the election, and then move on without disturbance and with acceptance.
So rhetorically, you all see what's happening here, right? Obviously, the point of this trip down memory lane is to make a bid for the sympathies of older and more neocon-y Republicans by trying to link opposition to Trump's behavior to, like, the Reagan-era, you know, neoconservative American exceptionalism, as opposed to Donald Trump's proto-fascist American exceptionalism, you know.
That we choose to follow the outcome of the will of the people. That will, it means a lot to me, and I know it meant a lot to him, and so we included that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Speaker Bowers. I now want to look even more deeply at the fake elector scheme. Every 4 years, citizens from all over the United States go to the polls to elect their president. Under our Constitution, when we cast our votes for president, we are actually voting to send electors pledged to our preferred candidate to the Electoral College. In December, the electors in each state meet, cast their votes, and send those votes to Washington. There is only one legitimate slate of electors from each state. On the 6th day of January, Congress meets in a joint session to count those votes, and the winner of the Electoral College vote becomes the president. In this next segment, you'll hear how President Trump and his campaign were directly involved in advancing and coordinating the plot to replace legitimate Biden electors with fake electors not chosen by the voters. You'll hear how this campaign convinced these fake electors to cast and submit their votes through fake certificates.
Wait, hold on.
The campaign convinced these not chosen by the voters. Legitimate Biden electors with fake electors not chosen by the voters. You'll hear how this campaign convinced these fake electors.
Voters don't choose the electors. Voters choose the party that chooses the electors, right? The electors in a state are usually local party officials that are pre-selected by the Republican and Democrat parties, and then they're appointed, not elected, but you choose through your popular votes which party gets to send their group of electors.
To cast and submit their votes through fake certificates, telling them that their votes would only be used in the event that President Trump won his legal challenges. Yet when the president lost those legal challenges, when courts rejected them as frivolous and without merit, the fake elector scheme continued. At this point, President Trump's own lawyers, so-called Team Normal, walked away rather than participate in the plan. And his own White House counsel's office said that the plan was not legally sound. Let's play the following video produced by the Select Committee.
My name is Casey Lucier. I'm an investigative counsel for the House Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol. On November 18th, a lawyer working with the Trump campaign named Kenneth Chesebro wrote a memo arguing that the Trump campaign should organize its own electors in the swing states that President Trump had lost. The Select Committee received testimony that those close to President Trump began planning to organize fake electors for Trump in states that Biden won in the weeks after the election.
Who do you remember being involved in those early discussions around the Thanksgiving time regarding having alternate electors meet?
Mr. Giuliani, several of Mr. Giuliani's associates, Mr. Meadows, members of Congress, although it's difficult to distinguish if the members I'm thinking of were involved during Thanksgiving or if they were involved as we progressed through December.
At the president's direct request, the RNC assisted the campaign in coordinating this effort.
What did the president say when he called you?
Essentially, he turned the call over to Mr. Eastman, who then proceeded to talk about the importance of the RNC helping the campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal challenges that were ongoing changed the result of any of the states. I think more just helping them reach out and assemble them. But my understanding is the campaign did take the lead, and we just were helping them in that role.
As President Trump and his supporters continued to lose lawsuits, some campaign lawyers became convinced that convening electors in states that Trump lost was no longer appropriate.
I just remember I either replied or called somebody saying, unless we have litigation pending this, like in these states, like, I don't think this is appropriate, or, this isn't the right thing to do. I don't remember how I phrased it, but and I got into a little bit of a back and forth, and I think it was with Ken Chesebro, where I said, all right, you just get after it. Like, I'm out.
At that point, I had Josh Finley email Mr. Chesebro politely to say, this is your task. You are responsible for.
Dude, why does my why's my throat hurt? What the fuck? Uh-oh. Hope we didn't touch too much grass, lads. Hope there wasn't any sussy COVID grass up in there.
For the Electoral College issues moving forward. And this was my way of taking that responsibility to zero.
The committee learned the White House counsel's office also felt the plan was potentially illegal.
And so to be clear, did you hear the White House counsel's office say that this plan to have alternate electors meet and cast votes for Donald Trump in states that he had lost was not legally sound?
Yes, sir.
And who was present for that meeting that you remember?
It was in our office. It was Mr. Meadows, Mr. Giuliani, and a few of Mr. Giuliani's associates.
The Select Committee interviewed several of the individual fake electors, as well as Trump campaign staff who helped organize the effort.
We were just, kind of useful idiots or rubes at that point. A strong part of me really feels that it's just kind of as the road continued and as that was failure, that got formulated as what do we have on the table? Let's just do it.
And now, after what we've told you today about the Select Committee's investigation about the conclusion of the professional lawyers on the campaign staff, Justice Clark, Matt Morgan, and Josh Finley, about their unwillingness to participate in the convening of these electors, how does that contribute to your understanding of these issues?
I'm angry. I'm angry because I think in a sense, no one really cared if people were potentially putting themselves in jeopardy.
Would you have not wanted to participate in this any further as well?
I absolutely would not have. Had I known that the three main lawyers for the campaign that I've spoken to in the past and were leading up were not on board. Yeah.
I was told that these would only count if a court ruled in our favor. So that would have been...
Does anyone else feel like we're getting just an incredible variety of guys in all of these little, Skype interviews that they're doing? I just feel like we're getting a remarkable variety of just guy diversity. Yes, many guys, many men archetype. Yes, it's very good,
using our electors, well, it would have been using our electors in ways that we weren't told about, and we wouldn't have supported.
Documents obtained by the Select Committee indicate that instructions were given to the electors in several states that they needed to cast their ballots in complete secrecy. Because this scheme involved fake electors, those participating in certain states had no way to comply with state election laws, like where the electors were supposed to meet. One group of fake electors even considered hiding overnight to ensure that they could access the state capitol, as required in Michigan.
Did Mr. Norton say who he was working with at all on this effort to have electors meet?
He said he was working with the president's campaign. He told me that the Michigan Republican electors were planning to meet in the Capitol and hide overnight so that they could fulfill the role of casting their vote in per law in the Michigan chambers. And I told him in no uncertain terms that that was insane and inappropriate.
In one state, the fake electors even asked for a promise that the campaign would pay their legal fees. Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Mexico, Nevada, and Wisconsin. At the request of the Trump campaign, the electors from these battleground states signed documents falsely asserting that they were the, quote, duly elected electors from their state and submitted them to the National Archives and to Vice President Pence.
Good enough woman found. Wait, I wasn't complaining about the guys. I was just saying there were a lot of dudes. People are so judgy about dudes. I wasn't saying anything negative. Did you guys think that I was saying something negative because there were many guys? Just guys being dudes.
In his capacity as president of the Senate. Here is what some of the fake elector certificates look like as compared to the real ones. But these ballots had no legal effect. In an email produced to the Select Committee, Dr. Eastman told a Trump campaign representative that it did not matter that the electors had not been approved by a state authority. Quote, the fact that we have multiple slates of electors demonstrates the uncertainty of either. That should be enough. He urged that Pence act boldly and be challenged. Documents produced to the Select Committee show that the Trump campaign took steps to ensure that the physical copies of the fake electors' electoral votes from 2 states were delivered to Washington for January 6th. Text messages exchanged between Republican Party officials in Wisconsin show that on January 4th, the Trump campaign asked for someone to fly their fake electors' documents to Washington. A staffer for Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson texted a staffer for Vice President Pence just minutes before the beginning of the joint session. This staffer stated that Senator Johnson wished to hand-deliver to the vice president the fake electors' votes from Michigan and Wisconsin. The vice president's aide unambiguously instructed them not to deliver the fake votes to the vice president. Even though the fake elector slates were transmitted to Congress and the executive branch, the vice president held firm in his position that his role was to count lawfully submitted electoral votes.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 232 votes.
Which is what he did when the joint session resumed on January 6th after the attack on the Capitol.
538.
What we just heard in that video was an aide to the White House Chief of Staff telling this committee that the White House counsel's office felt that this fake electors plan was not legally sound. Nevertheless, the Trump campaign went forward with the scheme anyway. Speaker Bowers, were you aware that fake electors had met in Phoenix on December 14th and purported to cast electoral votes for President Trump?
I was not.
When you learned that these electors had met and sent their electoral votes to Washington, what did you think?
Well, I thought of the book, The Gang That Couldn't Shoot Straight, and I just thought, this is a tragic parody.
Mr. Bowers, I understand that as you flew from Phoenix to Washington yesterday, you reflected upon some passages from a personal journal that you were keeping in December 2020 while all of this was taking place. With your permission, I'm wondering if you would be willing to share one passage in particular with us.
Thank you very much. It is painful to have friends who have been such a help to me turn on me with such rancor. I may, in the eyes of men, not hold correct opinions or act according to their vision or convictions, but I do not take this current situation in a light manner, a fearful manner, or a vengeful manner. I do not want to be a winner by cheating. I will not play with laws I swore allegiance to, with any contrived desire towards deflection of my deep foundational desire to follow God's will as I believe He led my conscience to embrace. How else will I ever approach Him in the wilderness of life, knowing that I ask this guidance only to show myself a coward in defending the course He let me take? he led me to take.
Even Schiff looks uncomfortable. He's like,
Mr. Speaker, those are powerful words. I understand that taking the courageous positions that you did following the 2020 election in defense of the rule of law and protecting the voters of Arizona resulted in you and your family being subjected to protests and terrible threats. Can you tell us how this impacted you and your family?
Well, as others in the videos have mentioned, we received, my secretaries would say, in excess of 20,000 emails and tens of thousands of voicemails and texts, which saturated our offices and we were unable to work, or at least communicate. But at home, up till even recently, it is the new pattern or a pattern in our lives to worry what will happen on Saturdays, because we have various groups come by and they have had video panel trucks with videos of me proclaiming me to be a pedophile and a pervert and a corrupt and politician, and blaring loudspeakers in my neighborhood and leaving literature both on my property, but arguing and threatening with neighbors and with myself. And I don't know if I should name groups, but there was one gentleman that had the 3 bars on his chest, and he had a pistol and was threatening my neighbor, not with the pistol, but just vocally.
Okay.
When I saw the gun, I knew I had to get close. And at the same time, on some of these, we had a daughter who was gravely ill, who was upset by what was happening outside. And my wife, that was a valiant person, very, very strong, quiet, very strong woman. So it was disturbing. It was disturbing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. Mr. Chairman, at this point, I think it would be appropriate to take a short recess. Accordingly, I reserve the balance of my time.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. We'll have 5 minutes, 5-minute recess.
Nope. The miracle of the VOD. Okay, can we move on from this guy now and get to the other witnesses, please?
The committee will be in order. President Trump's pressure campaign against state officials existed in all the key battleground states that he lost. But the former president had a particular obsession with Georgia. Here is the president on the afternoon of January 6th, after his own attorney general warned him that the claims you are about to hear are patently false.
They should find those votes. They should absolutely find that. Just over 11,000 votes, that's all we need. They defrauded us out of a win in Georgia, and we're not going to forget it.
So the state of Georgia is where we will turn our attention to next. I want to emphasize that our investigation into these issues is still ongoing. As I stated in our last hearing, if
Still easily the greatest meme to come out of 2020, dude. God, this was so funny. It was such a fucking ego blow. So goddamn good. That's my state, I help with that. Goddamn right.
If you have relevant information or documentary evidence to share with the Select Committee, we welcome your cooperation. But we will share some of our findings with you today. Secretary Raffensperger, thank you for being here today. You've been a public servant in Georgia since 2015, serving first as a member of the Georgia House of Representatives, and then, since January 2019, as Georgia's Secretary of State. As a self-described conservative
Who on the Jan 6
Republican,
committee is most
is
fuckable?
it fair to say that you wanted President Trump to win the 2020 election?
Refresh my memory.
Yes, it is. Mr. Secretary, many witnesses have told the Select Committee that Election Day, November 3rd, 2020, was a largely uneventful day in their home states. In spite of the challenges of conducting an election during a pandemic, you wrote in the Washington Post that the election was, quote, successful. Tell us, What was your impression of how Election Day had proceeded in Georgia?
On Election Day in November, our election went remarkably smooth. In fact, we meet at the GEMA headquarters. That's the Georgia Energy Emergency Management Association meeting location, but we were following wait times in line. In the afternoon, our average wait time was 3 minutes statewide that we were recording for various precincts, and it actually got down to 2 minutes. And at the end of the day, we felt that we had a successful election from the standpoint of the administration and the operation of the election.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Raffensperger, did Joe Biden win the 2020 presidential election in Georgia, and by what margin?
President Biden carried the state of Georgia by approximately 12,000 votes.
And Mr. Secretary, as I understand it, your office took several steps to ensure the accuracy of the vote count in Georgia, reviewing the vote count in at least 3 different ways. These steps included a machine recount, a forensic audit, and a full hand recount of every one of the 5 million ballots cast. Did these efforts, including a recount of literally every ballot cast in the state of Georgia, confirm the result?
Yes, they did. We counted the ballots where the first tabulation would be scanned. Then when we did our 100% hand audit of the all 5 million ballots in the state of Georgia, all cast in place, all absentee ballots, they were all hand recounted and they came remarkably close to the first count. And then upon the election being certified, President Trump, because he was within 0.5%, could ask for a recount. And then we recounted them again through the scanners, and we got remarkably the same count. 3 counts, all remarkably close, which showed that President Trump did come up short.
Nevertheless, as you will see, the president and his allies began making numerous false allegations of voter fraud, false allegations that you and Mr. Sterling, among others, had to address. Mr. Sterling, thank you also for being here today. Following the 2020 election, in addition to your normal duties, I understand that you became a spokesperson to try to combat disinformation about the election and the danger it was creating for elections officials, among others. In a December 1 press conference, you addressed some of your remarks directly to President Trump. Let's take a look at what you said that day.
Mr. President.
Mr. President, I wish I had been your mother. I wish I could have been there to raise you and to tell you you matter.
It looks like you likely lost the state of Georgia. We're investigating. There's always a possibility. I get it. And you have the rights to go through the courts. What you don't have the ability to do, and you need to step up and say this, is stop inspiring people to commit potential acts of violence. Someone's going to get hurt. Someone's going to get shot. Someone's going to get killed. And it's not right. It's not right.
Mr. Sterling, what prompted you to make these remarks?
Mr. Schiff, we had a previously scheduled press conference that day, as we were in the habit of doing, trying to be as transparent as we could about the election and the counts going on. A little after lunch that day, lunchtime, I received a call from the project manager from Dominion Voting Systems, who was oddly, audibly shaken. She's not the kind of person I would assume would be that way. She has a master's from MIT, a graduate of the Naval Academy, and is very much on the ball and pretty unstoppable. And she informed me about a young contractor they had who had been receiving threats from a video had been posted by some QAnon supporters. And at that point, we had been been steeping in this kind of stuff. So it was around us all the time. So I didn't take note of it more than adding to the pile of other stuff we were having to deal with. And I did pull up Twitter, and I scrolled through it, and I saw the young man's name. There was a particular tweet that, for lack of a better word, was a straw that broke the camel's back. Had the young man's name. It was a very unique name. I believe it was a first-generation American. And it said, had his name, "You committed treason. May God have mercy on your soul," with a slowly twisting gif of a noose. And for lack of a better word, I lost it. I just got irate. My boss was with me at the time, the Deputy Secretary, Jordan Vaush, and she could tell that I was angry. I tend to turn red from here up when that happens, and that happened at that time. And she called
Might be
Secretary
because
Raffensperger
your
to say,
lapel
seeing
is
these kind of
strangling
threats,
your
and
neck back.
Gabe thinks we need to say something about it. And Secretary said yes, and that's what prompted me to do what I did. I lost my temper, but it seemed necessary at the time because it was just getting worse. And I could not tell you why that particular one was the one that put me over the edge, but it did.
Now, after you made this plea to the president, did Donald Trump urge his supporters to avoid the use of violence?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, as we know, the president was aware of your speech because he tweeted about it later that day. Let's take a look at what the president said. In the tweet, Donald Trump claims that there was, quote, massive voter fraud in Georgia. Mr. Sterling, that was just plain false, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Nevertheless, the very next day, on December 2nd, President Trump released a lengthy video again making false claims of election fraud in Georgia. Let's take a look at what he said this time.
They found thousands and thousands of votes that were out of whack, all against me.
In fact, the day after Donald Trump released that video, so now we're talking just 2 days after the emotional warning that you gave that someone's going to get killed, representatives of President Trump appeared in Georgia, including Rudy Giuliani. and launched a new conspiracy theory that would take on a life of its own and threaten the lives of several innocent election workers. This story falsely alleges that sometime during election night, election workers at the State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia, kicked out poll observers. After the observers left, the story goes, these workers pulled so-called suitcases of ballots from under a table and ran those ballots through counting machines multiple times. Completely without evidence, President Trump and his allies claimed that these suitcases contained as many as 18,000 ballots, all for Joe Biden. None of this was true. But Rudy Giuliani appeared before the Georgia State Senate and played a surveillance video from State Farm Arena, falsely claiming that it showed this conspiracy taking place. Here's a sample of what Mr. Giuliani had to say during that hearing.
And when you look at what you saw on the video, which to me was a smoking gun, powerful smoking gun, well, I don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened. I don't have to be a genius to figure out that those votes are not legitimate votes. You don't put legitimate votes under a table. No. Wait until you throw the opposition out, and in the middle of the night, count them. We would have to be fools to think that.
Yes, unorthodox. I did debate somebody on that. It was a common talking point. And again, literally, like, this is an actual honest-to-God clip chimp. The entire security camera footage shows those ballots were put under the table during regular working day hours. That was just another place they were putting them. The whole office was filled up with ballots. I mean, they were counting the ballots. They just, where do we put them? Here, here, here under the table, here over the table. And they just selectively clipped out the part of the security footage that led people to infer that during daytime hours they had snuck in an extra box from a different source that wasn't logged, but there was security camera footage of it. Like the office where they were counting the votes, they snuck in the extra box of the Biden fraud ballots that they counted after the Republican people were gone, but the camera was still on. Yep.
President Trump's campaign amplified Giuliani's false testimony in a tweet, pushing out the video footage. Giuliani likewise pushed out his testimony on social media. As you can see in this tweet, Mr. Giuliani wrote that it was, quote, now beyond doubt, unquote, that Fulton County Democrats had stolen the election. Later in this hearing, we'll hear directly from one of the election workers in this video about the effect these lies had on her and on her family. Mr. Sterling, did the investigators in your office review the entire surveillance tape from the State Farm Arena on election night?
They actually reviewed approximately 48 hours going over the time period where action was taking place at the counting center at State Farm Arena.
And what did the tape actually show?
Depending on which time you want to start, because as was mentioned, this conspiracy theory took on a life of its own, where they conflated a water main break that wasn't a water main break and throwing observers out and a series of other things. What it actually showed was Fulton County election workers engaging in normal ballot processing. One of the things that was very frustrating was the so-called suitcases of ballots from under the table. If you watch the entirety of the video, you saw that these were election workers who were under the impression they were going to get to go home around 10:30. People are putting on their coats. They're putting ballots that are prepared to be scanned into ballot carriers that are then sealed with tamper-proof seals so that they can, they're not messed with. It's an interesting thing because you watch there's 4 screens of the video, and as you're watching it, you can see the election monitors in the corner with the press as they're taking these ballot carriers and putting them under the table. You see it there. One of the other hidden ones, if you look at the actual tape, was on the outside of the table, just from the camera angle. You couldn't see it originally. And this goes under the no good deed goes unpunished. We were told, we were at GMA, as the secretary pointed out, and we were told that it looked like they were shutting down the Fulton County counting. The secretary expressed some displeasure at that because we wanted to everybody keep counting so we could get to the results and know what was happening. So our elections director called their elections director, who was at another location because this was election day. There was 2 different places where ballot things were being done by the Fulton County office.
Do you guys remember that? There were a couple of states where they really lagged in counting everyone, and we were, like, furious at them. Arizona was one of the big ones. Where, like, we'd wake up and it's like, oh, are they done counting? Nope, not done counting. We're fucking losing our shit on stream, yeah? Because we was like, oh, God, that was so frustrating. Holy shit. Again, another America thing. There are plenty of European democracies that have tens of millions of people in them that get all of their shit counted, like, pretty much immediately. We just have an incredibly antiquated, archaic system that's broken and sucks.
So he called, the elections director of Fulton then called Ralph Jones, who was at the State Farm Arena, and said, what the heck are you doing? Go ahead and stay. And as you watch the video itself, you see him take the phone call as people are putting things away and getting ready to leave. And you can tell for about 15, 20 seconds, he does not want to tell these people they have to stay. He walks over, he thinks about it for a second, you see him come back to the corner of a desk and kind of slumps his shoulders and says, okay, y'all, we got to keep on counting. And then you see him take their coats off, get the ballots out. And then a secondary thing that you'll see on there is you'll have people who are counting ballots who a batch will go through, they will take them off and run that through again. What happens there is a standard operating procedure. If there is a misscan, if there's a misalignment, if it doesn't read right, these are high-speed, high-capacity scanners. So 3 or 4 will go through after a misscan. You have to delete that batch and put it back through again. And by going through the hand tally, as the Secretary pointed out, we showed that if there had been multiple ballots scanned without a corresponding physical ballot, your counts would have been a lot higher than the ballots themselves. And by doing the hand tally, we saw 2 specific numbers that were met. The hand tally got us to a 0.1053% off of the total votes cast and 0.0099% on the margin, which is essentially dead on accurate. Most academic studies say a hand tally you'll have between 1% and 2%, but because we use ballot marking devices where it's very clear what the voter intended, it made it a lot easier for us to conduct the hand count and show that none of that was true.
Now, I understand that when you review these tapes and did the analysis, it disproved this.
Just so you guys know, like, that is incredibly accurate. We just do not have a voter fraud problem in this country. Funnily enough, one of the things that makes the vote counting process seem incredibly archaic and inefficient is actually the thing that makes it very secure. Tom Scott has a really, really, really good video on why we can't do electronic voting, why it's incredibly dangerous. But the basic gist of it is, making every single vote have to contain a slip of actual physical paper that a physical human being has to write on and check means that getting away with fraud is unbelievably difficult. With a computer system, a changing of a couple of numbers behind the scenes is all it takes. If everything is logged on the computer, everything can be changed on the computer. A good example of a difference would be like, if you... I'm trying to think. A good example would be like, imagine you're in a class, you have 2 classrooms, okay? And both of the classrooms have a ball in them, but they're made of different materials. One of the classrooms is a sculpture classroom, and there is a clay ball about 1 foot in diameter. And in the other classroom, everyone is sharing like the same Unity account, working on like a CG ball, you know? So you have the same foot diameter ball in both classrooms. One of them is managed digitally, can be managed through any one of like dozens of computers in the classroom, and the other one is just in the center of a large room with everyone looking at it. It would be impossible to make any alterations at all to the clay ball without other people noticing. It's not possible. Even if you distracted everyone, got them to turn away from the big clay ball, like, your handprint on it would be noticeable. There's no way with the tactility of the medium that you could disguise your alterations without other people noticing. But if everyone's just logged in on Unity or whatever, like, if you could distract people for just an incredibly short length of time, you could make any number of alterations that would be completely untraceable, outside of obviously, like, checking the, the alteration log, but that wouldn't really be applicable if you're talking about hacking. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Somebody just said tactility isn't a word. Suck my dick. Tactility, the capability of being felt or touched, responsiveness to stimulation of the sense of touch. You guys have me so self-conscious about the way I use language, but 90% of the time I feel like when I use these words, they exist and I use them correctly. People just don't like it. That was probably the worst analogy I've ever heard, not gonna lie. Well, a lot of it has to do with, like, scaling. It's about scaling and, like, where does the information go, you know? Like, imagine what it would take to get rid of 1,000 Biden votes if you're talking about, like, a digital log. Well, all you would really need to do is gain access to the server or whatever, like, subsystems or backups or security measures there are, and after that you can make whatever alterations you want. If there's like a USB drive that's just sitting around somewhere in an election office where people are uploading the info, if it goes over the internet, and God forbid it goes over the internet, holy shit, that makes it vulnerable. There are, like, a lot of ways to make really big alterations. But the thing is, like, 1,000 ballots in a traditional ballot system, those are literal physical ballots that have to be physically handled, physically carried from one place to another. If they are to be disposed of, they have to be physically gotten rid of. And that means they have to be dumped or burned somewhere. Stuff like that is pretty easy. I mean, at the very least, there is quite literally a paper trail You know? How does the ballot counting actually work? Like, where's the vote count stored after all the papers are scanned in or entered or whatever? The information is logged. I think it depends on state by state, but generally speaking, I think, you know, you have these vote counting offices that are given responsibility for the output of some areas. And I don't know if it's done by like county or if it's done by like voting ballot place. I don't know how they're separated exactly, but once they have the designations done, they do their counting there, and then the counting has to be done and certified with members of both parties present. So like everything has to be observed and then signed off on with Democrat and Republican voting officials present, I think. And with them both present, they have a tamper-proof box with like the accredited results that are then like securely delivered to a central location where everything is added together, I think. I think yeah. Should we keep paper vote then? Yeah, we should. Yeah. What about hybrid system where the vote is stored in a card or something? I think right now, like, I know that our current vote counting system is a mess, but we have basically no voter fraud, so I think I'm okay with this system. Like, it feels really messy, but in a way, like, the mess... Okay, messy means evidence, right? Like, things that are clean because they're very simple to clean up. Messiness means you leave evidence. There are checks and balances and people and physical things involved everywhere. You know? And yeah, I think yeah. Is there evidence for voter fraud in computerized systems? Yeah. I don't know. It's not done in the US for like federal elections or whatever, but there are tons of examples of online like polls that have been duped in a billion ways. And I think the problem is like the methods by which you would dupe any kind of online system don't really change if you're talking about it being done for a federal election. There would just be that much more security to get through. But like the basic underlying methods would remain fundamentally the same. It's just a matter of attacking whatever points of weakness there are and making alterations that are credible enough that they won't like prompt a recount, but still lead to a big systemic change. The video literally presupposes machines owned by the private market with non-transparent code and plugged to the internet. Excuse me. No, I don't think so. First of all, any voting machines in the United States, if we did do electronic voting, would be privately owned. I'm afraid that is just a fact of the matter. As for whether or not they make their code transparent, I don't know why a private company would be obligated to do so, but even if you made it transparent, what is that going to mean to the average person? And the criticisms that Tom Scott made aren't just if they're plugged into the internet. Messy is often just a pejorative for granularity. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Granularity in this case is desirable. Yeah. What about a co-op? Just hypothetically, would that fix the problem here? No, I do not think this is a problem that can be fixed by a cooperative. Again, I genuinely think that our current system works. Like people in chat are trying to correct it, but our current system produces essentially no voter fraud, at least not any statistically significant amount. So in this case, yeah, the process of vote counting is fine. Granularity isn't a word either, lol. Are you kidding? You guys are getting owned today.
Conspiracy theory. But you still had to take a lot of steps to try to make sure the public knew the truth about these allegations. And you did frequent briefings for the press. Let's take a look at one of those press briefings, Mr. Sterling, that you held on December 7th to make the point that you just did today.
Move on to what I'm going to call Disinformation Monday. Out of the gate, many of you all saw the videotape from State Farm Arena. I spent hours with our post-certified investigators, Justin Gray from WSB, spent hours with us going over this video to explain to people that what you saw the secret suitcases with magic ballots were actually ballots that had been packed into those absentee ballot carriers by the workers in plain view of the monitors and the press. And what's really frustrating is the president's attorneys had this same videotape. They saw the exact same things the rest of us could see, and they chose to mislead state senators and the public about what was on that video. I'm quite sure that they will not characterize the video if they try to enter into evidence, because that is the kind of thing that could lead to sanctions, because it's obviously untrue. They knew it was untrue, and they continue to do things like this.
Mr. Sterling, despite the efforts by your office to combat this misinformation by speaking out publicly and through local media,
Misspoke.
you were unable to match the reach of President Trump's platform and social media megaphone spreading these false conspiracy theories. What was it like to compete with a president who had the biggest bully pulpit in the world to push out these false claims?
For lack of a better word, it was frustrating. But oftentimes I felt our information was getting out, but that there was a reticence of people who needed to believe it because the President of the United States, whom many looked up to and respected, was telling them it wasn't true, despite the facts. And I characterized it at one point, it was kind of like a shovel trying to empty the ocean. And yes, it was frustrating. I even have family members who I had to argue with about some of these things, and I would show them things, and the problem you have is you're getting into people's hearts. I remember there's one specific, an attorney that we know that we showed and walked him through, this wasn't true, okay, I get that, this wasn't true, okay, I get that, this wasn't, 5 or 6 things. But at the end he goes, I just know in my heart they cheated. That's just, and so once you get past the heart, the facts don't matter as much. And our job, from our point of view, is to get the facts out, do our job, tell the truth, follow the Constitution, follow the law, and defend the institutions. And the institutions held.
Let's take a look at what you were competing with. This is the former
Glad
president
to know
speaking in
that
Georgia
my
on December 5th.
YouTube debates are exactly what
overwhelming, and again,
national politics is.
Very, very powerful,
no difference.
Very expensive screen.
Hidden cases of possible ballots are rolled out from under a table. 4 people under a cloud of suspicion.
So
what is this? Under a cloud of suspicion? What news program is this? Is this like Newsmax or something?
Screen.
Hidden cases of
I think that's Newsmax's guy. I think I recognize. Yeah. Under a cloud of suspicion. Yeah.
Possible ballots are rolled out from under a table. 4 people under a cloud of suspicion.
So if you just take the crime of what those Democrat workers were doing, and by the way, there was no water main break. They said there was no water main break. That's 10 times more than I need to win this state. 10 times more. It's 10 times, maybe more.
There was no water main break. Okay.
Than that, but it's 10 times more because we lost by a very close number.
In this committee's hearing last Monday, we heard from senior federal law enforcement officials, from the senior-most federal law enforcement official in Atlanta at the time, U.S. Attorney for the Northern District, B.J. Pack, as well as former Attorney General Bill Barr. They both testified that the allegations were thoroughly investigated and found to have no merit. Here is U.S. Attorney Pack.
Particular to Attorney General Barr, I told him that we looked into it. We've done several things, including interviewing the witnesses. I listened to the tapes and reviewed the videotape myself.
Fuck, who does he look like?
There's nothing there. Giuliani was wrong.
I feel like I recognize him.
Suitcase full of ballots.
And here's what Attorney General Bill Barr had to say about the same allegations.
Took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations were...
Are you guys racist? Can you be... I'm sorry. Can we be real for a second? Who said pro-ZD? Are we being for real right now? Really? Is that what we're going with? I see it. Do you? Okay, hold on. That does look like him. Man, is it just the glasses? Is it really just the... If you... I guess maybe aged up 20 years? I just don't see it the way you guys do. I'm sorry.
And here's what Attorney General Bill Barr had to say about the same allegations.
Took a hard look at this ourselves, and based on our review of it, including the interviews of the key witnesses, the Fulton County allegations had no merit.
We also have testimony from senior Department of Justice officials establishing that they specifically told President Trump that these allegations had been thoroughly investigated and were completely without merit. Here's Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donoghue describing a phone conversation in which he specifically told President Trump that these allegations were false.
The president kept fixating on this suitcase that supposedly had fraudulent ballots and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they
carry the ballots. No matter how many times senior Department of Justice officials, including his own Attorney General, told the president that these allegations were not true, President Trump kept promoting these lies and putting pressure on state officials to accept them. On January 2nd, the president had a lengthy telephone conversation with Secretary Raffensperger. Prior to the president's call, though, I want to share a bit of important context. First, the White House, including the former president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, repeatedly called or texted the secretary's office some 18 times in order to set up this call. They were quite persistent. Second, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows took the extraordinary step of showing up at a signature audit site in Georgia, where he met with Secretary Raffensperger's chief investigator, Francis Watson, who was supervising that audit process. Behind me is a photograph from that visit. Third, the day after Meadows' Georgia visit, he set up a call between President Trump and Francis Watson. On the call between President Trump and Georgia investigator Francis Watson, the former president continued to push the false claim that he'd won the state of Georgia. Let's listen to that part of the conversation.
You know, you have the most important job in the country right now, because if we win Georgia, first of all, if we win, you're going to have 2 wins. So they're not going to win right now. You know, they're down because the people of Georgia are so angry at what happened. I mean, they know I won by hundreds of thousands of votes. It wasn't close.
And in this next clip, he told this state law enforcement official that she'd be praised if she found the right answer.
Fully, you know, I will. When the right answer comes out, you'll be praised. I mean, I don't know why. You know, they made it so hard. They will be praised.
I think we're really getting a look into Trump's psychology here. First of all, that he's a daddy's boy who thinks that saying you'll be praised for betraying your country is like a good sell. And second of all, I think it betrays how like non-facts oriented this entire thing is, right? Like it's literally just like your life will be better if you do this thing. There's not even an attempt at trying to position this as some kind of morally right thing. It's pure self-interest.
People will say great, because that's what it's about, that ability to check and to make it right, because everyone knows it's wrong. There's just no way.
Mr. Raffensperger, I know you weren't on this call, but that you have listened to it. President Trump didn't win by hundreds of thousands of votes in Georgia, did he?
No, he did not. I've been traveling through the state of Georgia for a year now, and simply put, in a nutshell, what happened in fall of 2020 is that 28,000 Georgians skipped the presidential race, and yet they voted down ballot in other races.
Oh shit, is this true? Pacifism is the wrong response to this war in Ukraine from Slavoj Žižek. The least we owe Ukraine is full support, and to do this we need a stronger NATO. Oh shit, wait, this is from today. Fuck yeah, Žižek. We should read this after we're done with Knew I liked that guy. Yeah, we'll read the article, or at least skim it. I don't know how long it is, but we'll give it a look after this.
And the Republican congressman ended up getting 33,000 more votes than President Trump, and that's why President Trump came up short.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The president on this call doesn't stop here. Let's listen to another part of the conversation between President Trump and Ms. Watson.
Anyway, but whatever you can do, Francis, it would be, it's a great thing. It's an important thing for the country. So important. You have no idea, so important. Well, and I very much appreciate it.
Whatever you can do, Francis. This is the President of the United States calling an investigator looking into the election in which he is a candidate and asking her to do whatever you can do. Mr. Secretary, you placed this call to your chief investigator on September 23rd, 2020. The Select Committee has received text messages indicating that Mark Meadows wanted to send some of the investigators in her office, in the words of one White House aide, a shitload of POTUS stuff, including coins, actual autographed MAGA hats, etc. White House staff intervened to make sure that didn't happen. It was clear at the time of this call that the former president had his sights set on January 6th. Listen to this portion when he told Francis Watson about a very important date.
Do you think they'll be working after Christmas and keep it going fast? Because, you know, we have that date of this, which is a very important date.
That important date, of course, was the joint session of Congress, where Georgia's electoral votes would be counted for Joe Biden. A little over a week after this call to Francis Watson, the president was finally able to speak with you, Secretary Raffensperger. Bear in mind, as we discuss this call today, that by this point in time, early January, the election in Georgia had already been certified. But perhaps more important, the President of the United States had already been told repeatedly by his own top Justice Department officials that the claims he was about to make to you about massive fraud in Georgia were completely false. Mr. Secretary, the call between you and the President lasted 67 minutes, over an hour. We obviously can't listen to the entire recording here today, although it is available on the Select Committee's website. But we'll listen to selected excerpts of it now so that we can get your insights. Let's begin with the President raising the thoroughly debunked allegations.
Can somebody link that, by the way? I kind of want to skim that just for funsies. I assume that's listed on the C-SPAN, site. Oh no, January 6th. Yeah, the committee, yeah. Sorry, not C-SPAN. Okay, but I meant the specific link, not just the website. Okay, yeah, okay, thank you guys. I know about the website. I want the specific link in the website.
Of suitcases of ballots.
In an official voter box, they were in what looked to be suitcases or trunks, suitcases, but they weren't in voter boxes. The minimum number it could be, because we watched it and they watched it certified in slow motion, instant replay, if you can believe it, but had slow motion and it was magnified many times over. And the minimum it was 18,000 ballots.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, NBC published this a while ago. Or not published, leaked, whatever, I don't know.
Mr. President, everybody is on the line, and just so, this is Mark Meadows, the Chief of Staff, just so we all are aware.
Nyako, thank you.
On the line is Secretary of State and two other individuals, Jordan and Mr. Germany. With him, you also have...
You even see it by rally size, frankly. Would be getting 25,000, 30,000 people a rally, and the competition would get less than 100 people, and it never made sense. But
not every vote or fair vote and legal vote was counted, and that's at odds with the representation from the Secretary of State's office.
Yep, boring. Just checking.
For Biden.
These are the allegations that the Department of Justice, the Attorney General, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, and your office had all said were false. Is that right?
Correct. And even more importantly, when B.J. Pack resigned as U.S. Attorney of the Northern District, President Trump appointed as acting U.S. Attorney of the Northern District Bobby Christine. And Bobby Christine looked at that, and he was quoting the AJC that he found nothing. And he dismissed that case early also.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
It's possible the reason Trump only promised praise is so he couldn't be accused of bribing people, which is an extremely actionable crime. Honest to God, dude, that's probably it, but at the same time, I feel like he could have just flat out offered people money, and the fucking cuck Dems still wouldn't have done anything about it.
Secretary, the President references suitcases or trunks. Mr. Sterling, were the objects seen in these videos suitcases or trunks, or were they just the ordinary containers that are used by election workers?
They're standard ballot carriers that allow for seals to be put on them, so they're tamper-proof.
And finally, the President claims that there was a minimum of 18,000 ballots somehow smuggled in, all for Biden. I take it, gentlemen, that was also categorically false?
There's no physical way he can know who those ballots are for, but secondarily, Fulton County for years has been an issue in our state when it comes to elections. So they had a very difficult time during the primary, in large part because of COVID. So we had put them under a consent decree the Secretary got negotiated, where we had a monitor on site. And his name is Carter Jones, and he took a notation. He had gone from State Farm to the English Street warehouse to look at election day activities, but before he left the State Farm arena, he noted how many ballots had been counted on each one of the machines. And when he came back after we found out they were working again, he took note again when they closed. And I believe the final number was something around 8,900 total ballots were scanned from the time he left to the time about 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. So way below 18,000.
Let's play the next clip.
I heard it was close. I said, there's no way. But they dropped a lot of votes in there late at night. You know that, Brett.
Mr. Secretary, did somebody drop a lot of votes there late at night?
No. I believe that the President was referring to some of the counties when they would upload, but the ballots had all been accepted and had to be accepted by state law by 7 p.m. So there were no additional ballots accepted after 7 p.m.
Let's play the next clip in which the President makes claims about so-called dead voters.
The other thing, dead people. So dead people voted, and I think the number is in the close to 5,000 people. And they went to obituaries, they went to all sorts of methods to come up with an accurate number, and a minimum is close.
Oh, just so you guys don't fall for this trickery in the future, this was another one of those talking points that came up. There were, of course, dead voters that were found in some of these key elections, and one of the reasons for that is there were people who died after submitting their mail-in ballots. That's not illegal. That's a normal thing that happens with time. So just keep that in mind whenever people are like, well, it's been found that there are hundreds of dead people who voted. The question is, did they vote before or after they were pronounced dead? And in all those cases, again, all those people who were dead when the votes were counted were alive when the votes were submitted, which is, of course, the actual, it's the important part. Yeah, statistically, those people would have been far more likely to have voted for Trump, too, between old age and COVID. So,
To about 5,000 voters.
Mr. Secretary, did your office investigate whether those allegations were accurate? Did 5,000 dead people in Georgia vote?
No, it's not accurate. Actually, in their lawsuits, they allege 10,315 dead people. We found 2 dead people when I wrote my letter to Congress. That's dated January 6th. And subsequent to that, we found 2 more. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 people, not 4,000, but just a total of 4, not 10,000, not 5,000.
Let's play the next clip.
And there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated, because the 2,236 and absentee ballots, I mean, they're all exact numbers that were done by accounting firms, law firms, etc. And even if you cut them in half, and cut them in half again, it's more votes than we need.
Mr. Secretary, is there any way that you could have lawfully changed the result in the state of Georgia and somehow explained it away as a recalculation?
No, the numbers are the numbers. The numbers don't lie. We had many allegations, and we investigated every single one of them. In fact, I challenged my team, did we miss anything? They said that there was over 66,000 underage voters. We found that there's actually 0. You can register to vote in Georgia. When you're 17 and a half, you have to be 18 by election day. We checked that out, every single voter. They said that there was 2,423 non-registered voters. There was 0. They said that there was 2,056 felons. We identified less than 74 or less that were actually still in felony sentence. Every single allegation we checked. We ran down the rabbit trail to make sure that our numbers were accurate.
So there's no way you could have recalculated it except by fudging the numbers?
The numbers were the numbers, and we could not recalculate because we had made sure that we had checked every single allegation. And we had many investigations. We had nearly 300 from the 2020 election.
Mr. Secretary, you tried to push back when the president made these unsupported claims, whether they were about suitcases of ballots or that Biden votes were counted 3 times. Let's play the next clip.
President, they did not put that. We did an audit of that, and we proved conclusively that they were not scanned 3 times. Yeah, Mr. President, we'll send you the link from WSB that does.
I don't care about a link. I don't need it. I have a much better link.
You told the president you would send him a link from WSB, which I understand is a local television station that had a unedited video from the State Farm Arena. But the president wasn't interested in that. He said he had a much better link. Mr. Secretary, at the time that you were on the call with the president, as we have shown, both the FBI and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation have proven these claims to be nonsense. And you told him about these investigations on the phone. Let's listen to what President Trump had to say about the state and federal law enforcement officers who investigated these false claims.
There's no way they could, then they're incompetent. They're either dishonest or incompetent, okay? There's only 2 answers, dishonesty or incompetence. There's just no way. Look, there's no way.
But the president didn't stop at insinuating that law enforcement officers were either dishonest or incompetent. He went on to suggest that you could be subject to criminal liability for your role in the matter. Before I play that portion of the conversation, I'd like to show you something that the president retweeted a couple weeks before your call with him. Here's the president retweeting a post from one of his allies, a lawyer who was later sanctioned by a judge in Michigan for making false claims of election fraud.
Lin Wood, damn. Is Lin Wood still relevant? I genuinely haven't heard anything about him in a couple of months, and I assume he kind of dropped off a bit. Is he still relevant? No? Okay, he definitely had his day in the limelight. Lin Wood was the first lawyer who, he was the first lawyer for Rittenhouse, who was more of a, I guess you would call him an activist than a lawyer. Absolute psycho, just a complete psychopath. But he got really, really prominent really quick. QAnon tier shit.
Let's take a look at that tweet. The tweet read, quote, President Trump, @real Donald Trump, is a genuinely good man. He does not really like to fire people. I bet he dislikes putting people in jail, especially, quote unquote, Republicans. He gave @Brian Kemp, Georgia, and @Georgia Secretary of State every chance to get it right. They refused. They will soon be going to jail.
Oh yeah, he called Marjorie Taylor Greene a communist. That's right. That's good.
So on your call, this was not the first time the president was suggesting you might be criminally liable. With that, let's listen to this portion of the call.
I think you're going to find that they are shredding ballots because they have to get rid of the ballots because the ballots are unsigned. The ballots are corrupt. And they're brand new and they don't have seals. And there's a whole thing with the ballots, but the ballots are corrupt. And you're going to find that they are, which is totally illegal. It's more illegal for you than it is for them because you know what they did and you're not reporting it. That's a criminal offense.
I want to say, by the way, I know I've said this before. I still kind of think that Donald Trump thinks he's telling the truth here. I don't know. He's really, really impressionable. Even if all the people in his, even if all his, like, White House subordinates are telling him that he's wrong, like, doesn't he seem like exactly the kind of guy who would see one tweet, like, listing all of the ways in which election fraud is happening, and then he would latch onto that and not listen to anything any of the people around him are saying? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying this exonerates him. He is deeply mentally ill. He is incredibly megalomaniacal and narcissistic. This is not an exoneration of his behavior. I'm only saying that I feel like he is so psychotic that he might actually believe what he's saying here, and it is genuinely not possible to know. Yeah.
And you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
Secretary Raffensperger, after making a false claim about shredding of ballots, the president suggested that you may be committing a crime by not going along with his claims of election fraud. And after suggesting that you might have criminal exposure, President Trump makes his most explicit ask of the call. Let's play a part of that conversation.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Secretary, was the president here asking you for exactly what he wanted? One more vote than his opponent.
What I knew is that we didn't have any votes to find. We had continued to look.
So again, the reason why that language is significant is because Trump isn't saying, we need to find out who, how many ballots were fraudulent. I know that I won. Like we need to redo the votes, whatever. He's asking for a specific number. The votes that he wants has nothing to do with the legitimacy of the results. It's just he wants the amount that would make him win.
Like I just shared the numbers with you, there were no votes to find. That was an accurate count that had been certified. And as our general counsel said, there was no shredding of ballots.
Mr. Secretary, after making this request, the president then goes back to the danger of having you deny these allegations of fraud. Let's listen to that part of the clip.
And I watched you this morning and you said, well, there was no criminality, but I mean, all of this stuff is very dangerous stuff. When you talk about no criminality, I think it's very dangerous for you to say that.
Secretary Raffensperger, you wrote about this in your book, and you said, quote, I felt then and still believe today that this was a threat. Others obviously thought so too, because some of Trump's more radical followers have responded as if it was their duty to carry out this threat. Please tell us what you, your wife, even your daughter-in-law experienced regarding threats from Trump's more radical followers.
Well, after the election, my email, my cell phone was doxxed, and so I was getting texts all over the country, and then eventually my wife started getting the text, and hers typically came in as sexualized texts, which were disgusting. You have to understand that Trish and I, we met in high school, and we've been married over 40 years now, and so they started going after her, I think, just to probably put pressure on me. Why don't you just quit, walk away? And so that happened. And then some people broke into my daughter-in-law's home, and my son has passed, and she's a widow, and has 2 kids, and so we're very concerned about her safety also.
And Mr. Secretary, why didn't you just quit and walk away?
Because I knew that we had followed the law and we had followed the Constitution. And I think sometimes moments require you to stand up and just take the shots when you're doing your job. And that's all we did. We just followed the law and we followed the Constitution. And at the end of the day, President Trump came up short. But I had to be faithful to the Constitution. And that's what I swore an oath to do.
During the remainder of the call, the former president continued to press you to find the remaining votes that would ensure his victory in Georgia. Let's listen to a little more.
Why wouldn't you want to find the right answer, Brad, instead of keep saying that the numbers are right? So look, can you get together tomorrow? And Brad, we just want the truth. It's simple. And everyone's going to look very good if the truth comes out. It's okay. It takes a little while, but let the truth come out. And the real truth is I won by 400,000 votes, at least. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
4 days after the president's call to Secretary Raffensperger was January 6th. The president whipped up the crowd in front of the ellipse, once again promoting the allegation that Secretary Raffensperger, the president's own attorney general, had told him was false. Here he is on the ellipse.
In Fulton County, Republican poll watchers were ejected, in some cases physically, from the room under the false pretense of a pipe burst, water main burst, everybody leave, which we now know was a total lie. Then election officials pulled boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table, you all saw it on television, totally fraudulent, and illegally scanned them for nearly 2 hours, totally unsupervised. Tens of thousands of votes. This act coincided with a mysterious vote dump of up to 100,000 votes for Joe Biden, almost none for Trump. Oh, that sounds fair. That was at 1:34 a.m.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Sterling, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Georgia and to the country. Speaker Bowers, likewise, I want to thank you for your service to the state of Arizona and to the country. You have served not only your home states, but our nation and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. I thank the witnesses for joining us today. You're now dismissed.
The entire goddamn election fraud cycle. Where's that clip?
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
All right, you goobers.
Two of the unsung heroes in this country doing the hard work of keeping our democracy functioning for every American. Ms. Moss, welcome. Thank you for your service, and I thank you for being here today. I will now swear you in. Please stand.
The election officials?
Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect that the witness answered in the affirmative. Ms. Moss, thank you very much for being...
Stand her nails. Okay, listen up, guys. I think they're aesthetically cool. I just don't get how you wipe. I'm sorry. I don't... Listen, I know it's possible. It's just holy shit. The inconvenience. You know, I know it's possible. Just... No. You can act indignant if you want. It's obviously more of a pain in the ass. That wasn't meant to be a pun. Okay, just...
being here today. I understand that you are here along with your mother today. Would you like to introduce your mama? Hi, Mom. Ms. Moss,
hi.
Today we'll be asking you about some of the threats that you received following the 2020 election. Since you've been an election worker for over 10 years, I want to ask you, in your decade of service, had you ever experienced threats like these before? Don't be nervous. Just, I understand. So, and I want to make sure that the record reflects that you've done it.
The record reflects that she did not answer the question. Bailiff, execute her immediately.
For quite a while, and you never received the threats, and your answer was no. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of the House Resolution 503, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for questions.
Good afternoon, Ms. Moss. Thank you for being here. I understand that you were employed by the Fulton County Registration.
I think she's not pressing the mic on button correctly, but Thomas can read her lips, so he's accepting her input, and I think he feels too bad to correct her on the mic usage.
Elections Department for more than 10 years, and I understand that you love that job. Please tell us
Thompson,
what made you so fond of the work that you did.
There you go.
Well, I've always been told by my grandmother how important it is to vote, and how people before me, a lot of people, older people in my family, did not have that right. So what I loved most about my job were the older voters. Younger people could usually do everything from their phone or go online, but The older voters like to call, they like to talk to you, they like to get my card, they like to know that every election I'm here. And like even college students, a lot of parents trust in me to make sure their child does not have to drive home. They'll get an absentee ballot, they can vote, and I really found pleasure in that. I liked being the one that, you know, if someone can't navigate my voter page or, you know, they want a new precinct card and they don't have a copy machine or a computer or all of that.
Isn't it wild having a human being take the stand after having like 3 consecutive hearings of just like a bunch of stiff-necked like political officials like trying to like cover their ass or take the right side in this position, and then it's like, all right, and now we have an actual person, you know?
I could put it in the mail for them. I was excited always about sending out all the absentee ballots for the elderly and disabled people. I even remember driving to an hospital to give someone her absentee application. That's what I love the most.
So you really enjoyed helping people vote and participate, and that was something, the right to vote that your grandmother taught you was precious.
Yes.
Well, I know the events that we're here to talk about today are incredibly difficult to relive. Your proud service as an election worker took a dramatic turn on the day that Rudy Giuliani publicized a video of you and your mother counting ballots on election night. President Trump, Rudy Giuliani, and others claimed on the basis of this video that you and your mother were somehow involved in a plot to kick out observers, bring suitcases of false ballots for Biden into the arena, and then run them through the machines multiple times. None of that was true, was it?
None of it.
I'd like to show you some of the statements that Rudy Giuliani made in a second hearing before the Georgia state legislators, a week after that video clip from State Farm Arena was first circulated by Mr. Giuliani and President Trump. I want to advise viewers that these statements are completely false and also deeply disturbing.
Tape earlier in the day of Ruby Freeman and Shay Freeman Moss and one other gentleman quite obviously surreptitiously passing around USB ports as if they're vials of heroin or cocaine. I mean, it's obvious to anyone who's a criminal investigator or prosecutor, they are engaged in surreptitious illegal activity, again, that day. And that's a week ago, and they're still walking around Georgia lying. They should have been questioned already. Their places of work, their homes should have been searched for evidence of ballots, for evidence of USB ports, for evidence of voter fraud.
That video.
Cool.
Was from Rudy Giuliani's appearance at a Georgia State Senate hearing on December 10. How did you first become aware that Rudy Giuliani, the president's lawyer, was accusing you and your mother?
Just imagine fucking waking up one morning and someone is like, hey, you're on TV. And it's the president's lawyer saying like, yeah, just, I don't know, like stop her in the street. She's basically like destroying the country. I don't know why she's not in jail right now. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
Crime.
I was at work, like always.
At work. Yeah.
And the former chief, Mr. Jones, asked me to come to his office. And
Wait, do you think Rudy would have made that accusation if she was white? Yeah, I do. I do think that her being black kind of magnifies it, though. Like, I think he would have said it no matter what. I just think that her being black, like, gives additional weight. Because obviously the Trumpers who are crazy enough to like go harassing election workers are also racist. Like that's those are 2 very adjacent Venn diagram circles. So, you know, it is something to, you know, to keep in mind.
when I went to his office, the former director, Mr. Barron, was in there, and they showed me a video on their computer. It was just like a very short clip of us working at State Farm, and it had someone on the video like talking over the video, just saying that we were doing things that we weren't supposed to do, just lying throughout the video. And that's when I first found out about it.
And were there social media posts that they showed you responding to those false claims?
Well,
I do doubt he'd say the drug thing if she weren't black, though. Yeah, he did say that, right? I was kind of blanking out on how insane that shit was. Yeah, no, that was probably a race thing. So I take back. I think that specifically was a race thing. I think the general sentiment would have been delivered either way, but yeah.
When I saw the video, of course, the first thing that I said was like, why? Why are they doing this? What's going on? And they, just told me that Trump and his allies were not satisfied with the outcome of the election, and they were getting a lot of threats and being harassed online, and asked me, have I been receiving anything, and I need to check on my mom. And I told them, I was like, where have they, where have you been getting these threats? I don't believe I have any. And Mr. Jones told me, like, they're attacking his Facebook, and I don't really use Facebook. I have one, so I went to the Facebook app, and I'm just kind of panicky at this point because this has never happened to me, and my mom is involved. I'm like her only child. So I'm just asking him, like, well, where are the messages? All I see is the feeds. Like, how do you get to the messages? And he said, it's another icon on your phone that says Messenger. And I went to that icon, and it was just a lot of horrible things there.
Yeah, this is why don't teach old people how to access their DMs. But you can't be cyberbullied if you don't know what's happening. Why would you tell them? Why would you inform, hey, go here to see the abuse? Well, okay, thank you.
And those horrible things, did they include threats?
Yes, a lot of threats, wishing death upon me, telling me that, I'll be in jail with my mother, and saying things like, be glad it's 2020 and not 1920. That's, yeah.
Were a lot of these threats and vile comments racist in nature?
A lot of them were racist. A lot of them were just hateful. But yes, sir.
In one of the videos we just watched, Mr. Giuliani accused you and your mother of passing some sort of USB drive to each other. What was your mom actually handing you on that video?
A ginger mint.
It wasn't just Rudy Giuliani. We heard President Trump make these false allegations repeatedly during his call with Secretary Raffensperger.
That's like the most innocent fucking thing that you can pass from one person to another, This is like the testimony equivalent of the United States drone striking like a Taliban insurgent, only to find out that the house they drone striked was actually occupied by like an 11-year-old disabled orphan who would go like panhandling to raise money for cancer for their sick grandma. It's such a fucking moral and tonal whiplash.
Listen to a portion of what he had to say about you and your mother.
Oh no, that absolutely happens. Yeah, that every single person we've ever drone striked was that kid.
At least 18,000, that's on tape. We had them counted very painstakingly. 18,000 voters having to do with Ruby Freeman. She's a vote scammer, a professional vote scammer and hustler.
Hustler? Dude. The coded language. All right.
Donald Trump attacked you and your mother using her name 18 times on that call. 18 times. Ms. Vaush, can you describe what you experienced listening to former President Trump attack you and your mother in a call with the Georgia Secretary of State?
I felt horrible. I felt like it was all my fault. Like, if I would have never decided to be an elections worker, like, I could have done anything else, but that's what I decided to do. And now people are lying and spreading rumors and lies and attacking my mom. I'm her only child. Going to my grandmother's house. I'm her only grandchild. And my kid. It's just, I felt so bad. I just felt bad for my mom, and I felt horrible for picking this job and being the one that always wants to help and always there, and never missing not one election. I just felt like it was my fault for putting my family in this situation.
Well, it wasn't your fault. Your mother was kind enough to come speak with us earlier. Let's listen to her story in her words.
My name is Ruby Freeman. I've always believed that when God says that he'll make your name great, but this is not the way it was supposed to be. I could have never imagined the events that followed the presidential election 2020. For my entire professional life, I was Lady Ruby. My community in Georgia, where I was born and lived my whole life, knew me as Lady Ruby. I built my own business, around that name, LaRuby's Unique Treasures, a pop-up shop catering to ladies with unique fashions. I wore a shirt that proudly proclaimed that I was, and I am, Lady Ruby. Actually, I had that shirt on. I had that shirt in every color. I wore that shirt on Election Day 2020. I haven't worn it since, and I'll never wear it again. Now I won't even introduce myself by my name anymore. I get nervous when I bump into someone I know in the grocery store who says my name. I'm worried about who's listening. I get nervous when I have to give my name for food orders. I'm always concerned of who's around me. I've lost my name, and I've lost my reputation. I've lost my sense of security, all because a group of people, starting with number 45 and his ally, Rudy Giuliani, decided to scapegoat me and my daughter, Shay, to push their own lies about how the presidential election was stolen.
Ms. Moss, how has this experience of being targeted by the former president and his allies affected your life?
I need to go like full pathos, and anytime libs in my chat argue against like concealed carry, I should just play videos like this. What lib in chat would dare say this woman should not have 18 AR-15s strapped to her at all times while walking around? She should be in like a, you know, the Amogus big anti-COVID dome, that except made out of Kevlar and bulletproof glass, and she just has little turrets all on the inside of the bubble that she can just aim out, you know, and she should just, yeah, like a dreadnought, you know. She should be carrying enough armor and weapons while doing her grocery shopping that she legally can't go down residential streets that aren't designated for trucker use. It's the only way.
It's turned my life upside down. I no longer give out my business card. I don't transfer calls. I don't want anyone knowing my name. I don't want to go anywhere with my mom because she might yell my name out over the grocery aisle or something. I don't go to the grocery store at all. I haven't been anywhere at all. I've gained about 60 pounds. I just don't do nothing anymore. I don't want to go anywhere. I second guess everything that I do. It's affecting my life in a major way, in every way. All because of lies. For me doing my job, same thing I've been doing forever.
Your mother also told us, like committee, about how she had to leave her own home for her safety and go into hiding after the FBI told her that it would not be safe for her there before January 6th and until the inauguration. Let's listen to a clip of her story in her own words.
Around the week of January 6th, the FBI informed me that I needed to leave my home for safety. And I left my home for safety around that time.
Understood. How long did you stay out? Did you remain outside of your home for your own safety?
I stayed away from my home for approximately 2 months. It was horrible. I felt homeless. I felt, I can't believe this person has caused this much damage to me and my family. To have to leave my home, that I've lived there for 21 years, and I'm having to have my neighbors watch out for me. And I have to go and stay with somebody. It was hard. It was horrible.
And that your conversation with the FBI about needing to leave your home for your own safety, or perhaps recommending it, do you remember, was there a specific threat that prompted that, or was it the accumulation of threats that you had received?
What prompted it was getting ready to, January 6th was about to come. And they did not want me to be at home because of all the threats and everything that I had gotten. They didn't want me to be there in fear of, the people would come into my home, and I had a lot of that. So they didn't want me to be there just in case something happened. I asked, how long am I going to have to be at home? They said, at least until the inauguration.
Ms. Moss, I understand that people once showed up at your grandmother's house. Tell us about that experience.
I received a call from my grandmother. This woman is my everything. I've never even heard her or seen her cry ever in my life. And she called me screaming at the top of her lungs, like, Shay, Shay, oh my God, Shay, just freaking me out, saying that there were people at her home and they, they knocked on the door, and of course she opened it and seeing who was there, who it was, and they just started pushing their way through, claiming that they were coming in to make a citizen's arrest. They needed to find me and my mom. They knew we were there. And she was just screaming and didn't know what to do. And I wasn't there, so, I just felt so helpless and so horrible for her.
It doesn't escape my notice that of all the election officials we've seen so far who have said they've been harassed or have had threats made against them or have had people show up at their house, this is the first time with this black woman that we've heard about them storming in and demanding to make a citizen's arrest. This is, yeah.
And she was just screaming. I told her to close the door. Don't open the door for anyone. And, she's a 70-something, I won't say year-old woman, and she doesn't like having restrictions. She wants to answer the door. She likes to get her steps in, walking around the neighborhood. And I had to tell her, like, you can't do that. You have to be safe. She would tell me that at night, people would just continuously send pizzas over and over to her home, and they were expecting her to pay for these large amounts of pizzas. And she went through a lot that she didn't have to. And once again, it made me just feel so horrible.
In addition to the personal impact this experience has had on you and your family, one of the things that I find most disturbing is how these lies discourage longtime election workers from continuing to do this important work. Tell us, if you would, of the other election workers shown in that State Farm Arena video and their supervisors, how many are still election workers in Fulton County?
There is no permanent election worker or supervisor in that video that's still there.
And did you end up leaving your position as well?
Yes, I left.
Ms. Moss, I want to thank you for coming to speak with us and to thank you for your service to our democracy. What we have just played is a truly horrible and appalling sample, but just a sample of the things that were said about you and your mother following the election. I want to say how very sorry I think we all are for what you've gone through, and tragically, you're not alone. Other election workers around the country have also been the subject of lies and threats. No election worker should be subject to such heinous treatment just for doing their job. With your permission, I would like to give your mother the last word.
Yes.
No.
We're just going to play the tape.
There is nowhere I feel safe. Nowhere. Do you know how it feels to have the President of the United States to target you? The President of the United States is supposed to represent every American, not to target one. But he targeted me, Lady Ruby, a small business owner, a mother, a proud American citizen who stand up to help Fulton County run an election in the middle of the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Moss. Thank you, Ms. Freeman, or as America now knows her, Lady Ruby, for your service to Fulton County, Georgia, our country, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Schiff. Ms. Moss?
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for sharing with us the very troubling story of what you and your mother experienced. The harassment of election workers like you simply for doing your duty as public servants poses a threat to our democratic process. Your testimony is an important contribution to the work of our committee and serves as a reminder to all of us that the safety of local election officials is vital to ensuring that our elections are always free and fair. I want to thank our witness for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witness, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witness. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for a closing statement.
For more than 200 years, our democracy has been distinguished by the peaceful transfer of power. When an American raises their right hand and takes the presidential oath of office, they are transformed from an ordinary citizen into the most powerful person in the world, the president. This is an awesome power to acquire. It is even more awesome when it is handed on peacefully. When George Washington relinquished the office of the presidency, it set a precedent that served as a beacon for other nations struggling against tyranny. When Ronald Reagan described it as a kind of miracle in the eyes of the world, he was exactly right. Other countries use violence to seize and hold power, but not in the United States, not in America. When Donald Trump used the power of the presidency to try to stay in office after losing the election to Joe Biden, he broke that sacred and centuries-old covenant. Whether his actions were criminal will ultimately be for others to decide. But what he did was, without a doubt, unconstitutional. It was unpatriotic, and it was fundamentally un-American. And when he used the power of his presidency to put the enormous pressure on state, local, and local elections officials and his own vice president, it became downright dangerous. On January 6th, that pressure became deadly. Ruby Freeman said the president is supposed to protect every American, not target them. And she is right. If the most powerful person in the world can bring the full weight of the presidency down on an ordinary citizen who is merely doing her job with a lie as big and heavy as a mountain, who among us is safe? None of us is. None of us. In city councils and town councils, on school boards and election boards, from the Congress to the courts, dedicated public servants are leaving their posts because of death threats to them and to their families. This is not who we are. It must not become who we are.
Yeah, keep in mind that a long-term consequence of this behavior as well is not only that Democrats are going to have a harder time finding their own election officials, but Republican officials are going to be more likely to be psycho QAnon types over time. Because the rhinos, or the ones that actually care about, legal proceduralism and counting the votes accurately, those ones will get harassed, but the crazy ones won't. So it sort of induces a chilling effect, which increases the severity of these threats down the line. I think that's it for the testimony for today. It looks like the rest of this is just going to be Cheney and Schiff. Yeah. It looks like that's pretty much the end of the content for this day. Phenomenal. Oh, meanwhile, thanks to the SCOTUS, we have lost another bit of our rights have been chipped away. This is just from today. Carson versus Mackin. In a 6-3 opinion by Roberts, the court holds that Maine violated the free exercise clause by refusing to provide public funding to private religious schools. Carson versus Mackin is a major decision with huge consequences for state funding of religion. The conservative majority holds the First Amendment requires Maine's taxpayers to fund explicitly religious education. This is a breathtakingly radical holding. So this is essentially a breaking of the separation of church and state right here, like a deliberately theocratic ruling, where the secular state of Maine, and all states because of Supreme Court precedent, no longer have the right to withhold funding from private religious schooling. Crazy how the Constitution can be interpreted any way you want. Yeah, it is. It's pretty crazy. Pretty wacky. Couldn't this make certain anti-bigotry laws apply to private schools now? No. Why would you think that? Even if a case like that went up to the Supreme Court, they would just say no. You can't rule bend the Supreme Court. They are the rule benders, They're like the fucking DMs of the game. They can just say whatever. They're high priests. Why do they set the standard so high to convict? Because we used to be a real country, damn it. Okay, because up until the rise of the modern fundamentalist Christian conservative party, there was such a thing as bipartisanship. I know this sounds absolutely insane, but bipartisanship didn't used to be like a totally broken thing, It used to be that people who were in power actually did care about the principles of their party and would work together and compromise to achieve them. It wasn't great. It was a pretty broken system from the get-go, but democracies are messy, It wasn't perfect, not even close, but there was some basic underlying truth of potential bipartisan action, But that's completely gone now. Just completely 100% gone. Yeah, it just doesn't. There's not sufficient space to continue recording. Oh God, hold on. always something. Forgot to clean out my fucking... Hate this country. Hate this country. Need an NAS? What I need is a new fucking hard drive. My current one is full of all my stream VODs. Smart Sync, online only. Go forth to Dropbox. Porn? Dude, who saves porn? The only porn I save, okay, is drawn porn. That's my shit, alright? If I'm browsing Twitter, and I see it when they draw the titties so big, that's what you're saving. But that's not that much hard drive space, you know? Some people save like bunches and bunches, terabytes of video porn. I don't get it. Yeah. That's just erotic art, though? Well, that's porn. Yeah. God help me. Okay, I'm gonna watch as much of this as I can. My body's falling apart, and I am dying. We'll watch as much of it as we can. I'll try to read donos, but I'll be quick with it after. I watch as much as I can, and I love you.
The Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. In our previous hearings, the Select Committee showed that then President Trump applied pressure at every level of government, from local election workers up to his own vice president, hoping public servants would give in to that pressure and help him steal an election he actually lost. Today, we'll tell the story of how the pressure campaign also targeted the federal agency charged with enforcement of our laws, the Department of Justice. We already covered part of Mr. Trump's effort. We heard from Attorney General Bill Barr tell the story in the committee about the baseless claims Mr. Trump wanted the Justice Department to investigate, and that Mr. Barr viewed those claims as nonsense. Today, we'll hear from Jeffrey Rosen, the person Mr. Trump appointed to run the Justice Department.
Chat! The Republican Party, as it exists currently, must be removed from power. That is the lesson of all of this. Everything that we're learning, everything that has happened, every piece of information we obtain draws us inexorably towards a conclusion that you can't avoid unless you are dishonest or delusional. And that is that democracy is incompatible. No, not democracy. Life is incompatible with the Republican Party, you know? Are there some good Republican voters? I don't, sure, yeah, fine, whatever. But that's not the point. Their political action as a group, the bloc, the advocacy they produce, is destructive to all life. And our country, our planet, cannot survive it. The greatest political project right now that we must undertake in America is finishing Reconstruction, the true abolition of fascism. It has to be removed. If we cannot, then we will all die. I'm going to die sooner or later, but probably faster than we want and under worse circumstances. It is essential that we do so. That is it. Everything we learn, everything we say is towards the greater project of the removal of the Republican Party. If this goal is too radical, then you are consigning yourself to an early grave. This is the only thing that can be done. More civil, more moderate options have been stolen from us by them. They took that from us. They could have allowed this to be resolved reasonably. We could have discussed our disagreements, but billions have been put into a enormous propaganda network which has immunized their supporters to reason, which has convinced them that the only way to achieve their ridiculous goals is to circumvent our democracy entirely. There is no reasoning with this. This is not a debate. It is only a mutual acquisition of power, and may the stronger win. So we must be the stronger. It is that simple.
After Attorney General Barr resigned, we'll hear from other senior Justice Department officials also. Together, these public servants resisted Mr. Trump's effort to misuse the Justice Department as part of his plan to hold on to power. And we will show that Trump's demands that the department investigate baseless claims of election fraud continued into January 2021. But Donald Trump didn't just want the Justice Department to investigate. He wanted the Justice Department to help legitimize his lies, to basically call the election corrupt, to appoint a special counsel to investigate alleged election fraud, to send a letter to 6 state legislatures urging them to consider altering the election results. And when these and other efforts failed, Donald Trump sought to replace Mr. Rosen, the acting Attorney General, with a lawyer who he believed would inappropriately put the full weight of the Justice Department behind the effort to overturn the election. Let's think about what that means. Wherever you live in the United States, there's probably a local government executive, a mayor, or a county commissioner. There's also an official responsible for enforcing the laws, a district attorney or a local prosecutor. Imagine if your mayor lost a re-election bid, but instead of conceding the race, they picked up the phone, called the district attorney, and said, I want you to say this election was stolen. I want you to tell the Board of Elections not to certify the results. That's essentially what Donald Trump was trying to do with the election for President of the United States. It was a brazen attempt to use the Justice Department to advance the president's personal political agenda. Today, my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, and other witnesses will walk through the Select Committee's findings on these matters. But first, I recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she's care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
She's a
At
loser.
this point, our committee has just begun to show America the evidence that we have gathered. There is much more to come, both in our hearings and in our report. But I'd like to take just a moment to put everything we've seen in context. We have already seen how President Trump falsely declared victory on November 3rd, 2020, how he and his team launched a fraudulent media campaign that persuaded tens of millions of Americans that the election was stolen from him. Donald Trump intentionally ran false ads on television and social media, featuring allegations that his advisors and his Justice Department repeatedly told him were untrue. We have also seen how Donald Trump launched a fraudulent fundraising campaign that raised hundreds of millions of dollars, again, based on those same false election fraud allegations. We have seen how President Trump and his allies corruptly attempted to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count lawful electoral votes and obstruct Congress's proceedings on January 6th, and how he provoked the violent mob to pursue the Vice President and others in our Capitol. We have seen how the President oversaw and personally participated in an effort in multiple states to vilify, threaten, and pressure election officials, and to use false allegations to pressure state legislators to change the outcome of the election. We've seen how President Trump worked with and directed the Republican National Committee and others to organize an effort to create fake electoral slates, and later to transmit those materially false documents to federal officials, again, as part of his planning for January 6th. We have seen how President Trump persuaded tens of thousands of his supporters to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. And we will see in far more detail how the President's rally and march to the Capitol were organized and choreographed. As you can tell, these efforts were not some minor or ad hoc enterprise concocted overnight. Each required planning and coordination. Some required significant funding. All of them were overseen by President Trump. And much more information will be presented soon regarding the President's statements and actions on January 6th. Today, as Chairman Thompson indicated, we turn to yet another element of the President's effort to overturn the 2020 election, this one involving the Department of Justice. A key focus of our hearing today will be a draft letter that our witnesses here today refused to sign. This letter was written by Mr. Jeff Clark with another Department of Justice lawyer, Ken Klukowski, and the letter was to be sent to the leadership of the Georgia State Legislature. Other versions of the letter were intended for other states. Neither Mr. Clark nor Mr. Klukowski had any evidence of widespread election fraud, but they were quite aware of what Mr. Trump wanted the department to do. Jeff Clark met privately with President Trump and others in the White House and agreed to assist the president without telling the senior leadership of the department who oversaw him. As you will see, this letter claims that the U.S. Department of Justice's investigations have, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. In fact, Donald Trump knew this was a lie. The Department of Justice had already informed the President of the United States repeatedly that its investigations had found no fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the 2020 election. The letter also said this, quote, in light of these developments, the department recommends that the Georgia General Assembly should convene in special session, end quote, and consider approving a new slate of electors. And it indicates that a separate, quote, fake slate of electors supporting Donald Trump has already been transmitted to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, there was a video of this circulating at the time, but did you guys see the fake electors who were doing like the fake certification, which was a crime? The unappointed electors who were doing like their own thing. What was that? Fuck, what state was that? Are they referring to this state in Georgia, or am I thinking of Alabama? What am I There was a video they took of it. It was a Michigan or Arizona. Was it Michigan? It might have been Arizona. Yeah. It was bad. It was bad, folks. They hate democracy.
For those of you who have been watching these hearings, the language of this draft Justice Department letter will sound very familiar. The text is similar to what we have seen from John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, both of whom were coordinating with President Trump to overturn the 2020 election. When one of our witnesses today, Mr. Donahue, first saw this draft letter, he wrote this, quote, this would be a grave step for the department to take, and it could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for the country, end quote. This committee agrees. Had this letter been released on official Department of Justice letterhead, it would have falsely informed all Americans, including those who might be inclined to come to Washington on January 6th, that President Trump's election fraud allegations were likely very real. Here's another observation about this letter. Look at the signature line. It was written by Jeff Clark and Mr. Klukowski, not just for Clark's signature, but also for our witnesses today, Jeff Rosen and Richard Donahue. When it became clear that neither Mr. Rosen nor Mr. Donahue would sign this letter, President Trump's plan necessarily changed. As you will hear today, Donald Trump offered Mr. Clark the job of acting Attorney General, replacing Mr. Rosen, with the understanding that Clark would send this letter to Georgia and other states and take other actions the president requested. One other point. Millions of Americans have seen the testimony of Attorney General Barr before this committee. At one point in his deposition, the former Attorney General was asked why he authorized the Department of Justice to investigate fraud in the 2020 election at all. Why not just follow the regular course of action and let the investigations occur much later in time, after January 6th? Here's what he said.
Felt the responsible thing to do was to be in a position to have a view as to whether or not there was fraud. And frankly, I think the fact that I put myself in the position that I could say that we had looked at this and didn't think there was fraud was really important to moving things forward. And I sort of shudder to think what the situation would have been if the position of the department was, we're not even looking at this until after Biden's in office. I'm not sure we would have had a transition at all.
I want to thank each of our witnesses before us today for your role in addressing and rebutting the false allegations of fraud at the root of January 6th. And thank you for standing up for the Constitution and for the rule of law. Of course, not all public officials behaved in the honorable way our witnesses did. At the close of today's hearing, we will see video testimony by 3 members of Donald Trump's White House staff. They will identify certain of the members of Congress who contacted the White House after January 6th to seek presidential pardons for their conduct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for an opening statement.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I'd like to start with a personal story. So in May of 2009, I returned from service in Iraq, and I announced my intention to run for Congress. A big reason I decided to run for Congress was my motivation to ensure freedom and democracy were defended overseas. I remember making a commitment out loud a few times and in my heart repeatedly, even to today, that if we are going to ask Americans to be willing to die in service to our country, we as leaders must at least be willing to sacrifice our political careers when integrity and our oath requires it. After all, losing a job is nothing compared to losing your life. Within the halls of power, in the face of a president, that commitment can easily be forgotten. Presidential pressure can be really hard to resist. Today, we'll focus on a few officials who stood firm against President Trump's political pressure campaign. When the president tried to misuse the department and install a loyalist at its helm, these brave officials refused and threatened to resign. They were willing to sacrifice their careers for the good of our country.
I really hate this language. I understand you have to puff up the people here to an extent, but like, what they're being puffed up for right now is not being traitors. Like that's the thing for which their bravery is being celebrated. Like, congratulations, you were not complicit in a treasonous coup against the United States. You did the thing that wasn't illegal and unethical, you know. Like, I understand, of course, to an extent they have to be puffed up, but like, they're not the good guys here, you know? They're still part of the same institution, the same political force that made all of this happen. Yeah, that hasn't changed. They just happened to not... But basically, yeah, they just bailed out at the last minute. Like with Pence, right? Like, liberals treat Pence like he was some kind of stalwart defender of constitutional proceduralism. Pence was on board with all of it. He was the VP. He was... For months, Donald Trump was laying all the groundwork for the coup. Lying, the fear-mongering about the mail-in ballots the whole time, you know, the push for, like... redistricting and getting the ballot box removed and shutting down in Texas. Like, he was through all of that. And then through the election day, like, all of the lies about that, you know, Pence was there for it. It was just the very bit at the end where he, like, backed out, you know, and didn't go all the way. And, like, he's getting celebrated for that.
Country. The Department of Justice is unique in the executive branch. The president...
Yeah, Pence was looking for a reason to do it. Remember what Pence said in the testimony? He said the reason he didn't do it is because he couldn't find a legal reason to do so. That's it. He didn't not go through with sending the elector verification back to the states because he was a principled advocate for democracy. He just didn't think he could get away with it. He is as complicit as Trump is, you know?
Oversees the Department of Justice, yet the president's personal or partisan interests must not shape or dictate the department's actions. The president cannot and must not use the department to serve his own personal interest, and he must not use its people to do his political bidding, especially when what he wants them to do is to subvert democracy. The president cannot pervert justice nor the law to maintain his power. Justice must, both in fact and law, be blind. That is critical to our whole system of self-governance. During this hearing, you'll hear time and time again about the president's request to investigate claims of widespread fraud. Our witnesses, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel, stood firm in the face of overbearing political pressure because they understood that their oath was to the Constitution and not to the personal or political interests of the president. The president and his allies became keenly aware that with legal challenges exhausted and electoral votes certified, their only hope would be a last-ditch scheme to prevent Congress from certifying the win, thus throwing the entire system into constitutional chaos. The president wanted the department to sow doubt in the legitimacy of the election, to empower his followers and members of Congress to take action. If the department could just lend its credibility...
I legitimately think that so much of this could have been avoided if Obama had had some fucking balls and had forced the appointment of a Supreme Court justice. When McConnell, for like 8 months prior, the next election or whatever, was saying, you know, lame duck president can't appoint a Supreme Court justice, which is totally made up, complete bullshit. I think Obama should have just said, like, okay, so Mitch McConnell is openly acting in defiance of his constitutional role, you know, and I'm going to circumvent him. Like, if he will refuse to do his job, then I will still do mine. You know, but yeah, no, just sort of, I guess they just expected Hillary to win, or they didn't want to come across as looking uncivil or whatever. I feel like he could have normalized tough action against Republicans right there, you know? How would they have, though? Well, that's the thing. I think that morally, Obama would have had a right to do that. because Mitch McConnell was the person failing to do his job. It should have been forced to the Senate floor. That was the thing. McConnell was refusing to have it held to even... It wasn't just McConnell was voting no. McConnell was preventing the Senate from voting on the Supreme Court justice because McConnell was the House Majority Leader, and he would have... he was preventing... yeah, he was preventing it from being even, like, tabled. No Fed posting, Crab Crown. Yeah. Senate Majority Leader. Yeah, so they could have, yeah. They broke the rules to do that too. No, Mitch McConnell was acting unlawfully. He was violating his constitutional responsibility. Obama should have just said, no, you are going to, the Senate, you're going to vote in it. And if not, like, they're just going to go to, the Supreme Court, When nobody's following rules, the only thing that matters is power. And the fact that McConnell was the one who broke the rules first, and also Obama was the fucking president, that is what would have made the difference, I think.
To the conspiracies, people would have the justification they needed to spread the big lie. So President Trump ultimately wanted the Department of Justice to say the election was, quote, corrupt, and, quote, leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. As you will hear today, the department's top leadership...
Legally, how would he have forced them? He can't. Legally, the chain is broken right here. You have like a bucket chain, and one person is refusing to pick it up. Like, you either just let them control the entire process, or you make the argument and have the stones. At the end of the day, anyone can do anything. It just matters whether or not you get the cops on your back afterwards. Obama just goes ahead and does it, and then afterwards he's like, yeah, if they're not going to do their job, the country needs to keep moving in spite of their abstemiousness. It's that simple. Yeah, McConnell literally just, violated his constitutional obligation for 8 months by denying the president a power the president has, and Democrats just rolled over and accepted that. Isn't that insane? Democrats were just like, oh yeah, I guess all it takes is the Senate Majority Leader saying no, and we can't appoint Supreme Court justices. Oh, well, all right, whatever. We have no response to that. All the Republicans have to do is break the rules, and we'll just sit there and, complain about them breaking the rules. We have no way of, no way of redressing it.
Refused. Not surprisingly, President Trump didn't take no for an answer. He didn't accept it from Attorney General Barr, and he wouldn't accept it from Mr. Rosen either. So he looked for another Attorney General, his third in 2 weeks. He needed to find someone who was willing to ignore the facts. That is not the norm. Let's look at what Attorneys General, Democrats and Republicans alike, have said about upholding their oath to the Constitution.
Attorney General ultimately owes his loyalty to the integrity of the American people and to the fidelity to the Constitution and the legitimate laws of the country. That's what he's ultimately required to do.
I will be an independent Attorney General. I will be the people's lawyer. If, however, there were an issue that I thought were that significant that would compromise my ability to serve as a...
This is a face I trust. I want you all to know that, okay? This right here is the mustache eyebrow combo of an old cop, who plays by the rules unless justice demands he need not, who's always fighting for the good guy. I trust this combo right here. This is good. Does he not literally just look like the precinct head in a 90s buddy cop movie where he's really gruff and he's like, damn it, Dick, you went too far this time, but at the end of the day he's got the detectives back. You know what I'm talking about. You know. Yeah, like Gordon and Batman. Yeah.
Attorney General in a way that I have described, that as the people's lawyer, I would not hesitate to resign.
As you and I discussed, if the president proposed to undertake a course...
Had a racist to profile him like that. What the fuck? What? No, it's his mustache. He's got a mustache and a serious face. What do you want from me? Oh, whatever.
Conduct that was in violation of the Constitution, that would present me with a difficult but not a complex problem. I would have two choices. I could either try to talk him out of it or leave. Those are the choices.
The Attorney General's position as a cabinet member is perhaps unique from all of the cabinet members. Yes, a member of the President's cabinet, but the Attorney General has a unique responsibility to provide independent and objective advice to the President or any agency when it is sought, and sometimes perhaps even when it is not sought.
Everyone in that video, from Eric Holder to Jeff Sessions, spoke as one about the independence of the department. It's a point of pride.
All right. Here's a statement from Trump on the Roe v. Wade. Today's decision, which is the biggest win for life in a generation, along with other decisions that have been announced recently, were only made possible because I delivered everything as oh my God, first sentence he's taking credit. I love this guy. Including nominating and getting 3 highly respected, strong constitutionalists confirmed to the Supreme Court. It was my great honor to do it. I did not cave to the radical left Democrats, their partners in the fake news media, or the rhinos who are likewise the true but silent enemy of the people. Yeah, okay, as insane as he is, Biden needs half this energy. Unironically. Look at this guy. He's on message. I'm not joking. This is good politics. He's on message. Yeah, he's insane. Yeah, he's a parody of himself. Yeah, he's psychotic. Of course he is. But in terms of like what he wants and what he says, he's on message. You know? These major victories prove that even though the radical left is doing everything in their power to destroy our country, your rights are being protected. The country is being defended, and there is still hope and time to save America. I will never stop fighting for the great people of our nation. Yeah. What the fuck is a rhino? Republican in name only. Rhino.
Tried at justice to apply the law without the president's political self-interest, tainting its actions or dictating how it uses its authorities. But President Trump did find one candidate at justice who seemed willing to do anything to help him stay in power. Let's hear what President Trump's own lawyer, Eric Hirschman, had to say about Jeff Clark's plan to overturn the election.
Okay, I'm so sorry for pausing so much. However, Trump should have made Rudy Giuliani the AG. How fucking funny would that have been? It's a cabinet appointment, right? He could have just thrown Giuliani in there. How fucking funny would that have been? Oh my God. Absolutely. He never would have been confirmed. I don't know.
I'd like to advise viewers, this video contains some strong language.
Wink? What do you cheeky little...
Some strong language.
And when he finished discussing what he planned on doing, I said, good. Fucking, excuse me, sorry, a-hole. Congratulations, you just admitted a first step or act you take as Attorney General would be committing a felony and violating Rule 6C. You're clearly the right candidate for this job.
So who's Jeff Clark? An environmental lawyer with no experience relevant to leading the entire Department of Justice.
Anti-environmental
What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do, including overthrowing a free and a fair democratic election. President Trump's campaign to bend the Justice Department to his political will culminated in a showdown on January 3rd. Today, we will take you inside that early evening Oval Office meeting where top Justice Department officials met with the president.
Oh, God.
At stake, the leadership and integrity of the Department of Justice.
It's true crime. The
meeting took
3D
about
reenactment.
2.5 hours from the time I entered. It was entirely focused on whether there should be a DOJ leadership change. I was sitting directly in front of the president. Jeff Rosen was to my right, Jeff Clark was to my left. He looked at me and underscored, well, the one thing we know is you're not going to do anything. You don't even agree that the concerns that are being presented are valid. And here's someone who has a different view. So why shouldn't I do that? You know, that's how the discussion then proceeded.
Jeff Clark was proposing that Jeff Rosen be replaced by Jeff Clark. And I thought the proposal was asinine.
What were Clark's purported bases for why it was in the president's interest for him to step in? What would he do? How would things change, according to Mr. Clark in the meeting?
He repeatedly said to the president that if he was put in the seat, he would conduct real investigations that would, in his view, uncover widespread fraud. He would send out the letter that he had drafted, and that this was a last opportunity to sort of set things straight with this defective election, and that he could do it, and he had the intelligence and the will and the desire to pursue these matters in the way that the president thought most appropriate.
And he was making a pitch, and every time he'd get clobber over the head. He would say like a call to order, the president, your decision, you get the chance to make this decision. And, you've heard everybody and you can make your determination. And then we jump back in and, really clobber him.
I made the point that Jeff Clark is not even competent to serve as the Attorney General. He's never been a criminal attorney. He's never conducted a criminal investigation in his life. He's never been in front of a grand jury, much less a trial jury. And he kind of retorted by saying, well, I've done a lot of very complicated appeals and civil litigation, environmental litigation, and things like that. And I said, that's right, you're an environmental lawyer. How about you go back to your office and we'll call you when there's an oil spill? And Pat Cipolloni weighed in at one point, I remember saying...
Wait, he's like an anti-environmental lawyer. Like, if there's an oil spill, let me call you so you can, like, legally protect the corporations responsible for it from any liability, right? Yeah.
That letter that this guy wants to send, that letter is a murder-suicide pact. It's going to damage everyone who touches it. And we should have nothing to do with that letter. I don't ever want to see that letter again. And so we went along those lines.
I thought Jeff's proposal, Clark's proposal, was nuts. I mean, this guy, at a certain point, listen, the best I can tell is the only thing you know about environmental and elections challenges is they both start with E. And based on your answer tonight, I'm not even certain you know that.
The president said, suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What do you do?
Well, we know these men before us did the right thing. But think about what happens if these justice officials make a different decision. What happens if they bow to the pressure? What would that do to us as a democracy, as a nation? Imagine a future where the president could screen applicants to the Justice Department with one question. Are you loyal to me or to the Constitution? And it wouldn't take long to find people willing to pledge their loyalty to the man. We know many of President Trump's vocal supporters on January 6th also want...
This entire trial, this entire hearing, is the story of the difference between Republicans who have gone full Joker mode and Republicans who haven't. Like, they're all fascists to some flavor or another, Maybe some of them are more like neocon-esque, but they're not that misaligned politically. And then you have the ones that are willing to go Joker. Like, basically, you have a group of people who are all working together to make the country worse. And Donald Trump walks up to them, he's like, all right, Donald Trump is like, all right, people, it's time. We're going Joker mode. We're what voice am I even doing right now? It's time. We're going Joker mode. We're abandoning democracy. We're going to break a bunch of rules, break the law. Who's in? And half of the people in front of him are like, oh yeah, I've been ready for this. And the other half are like, wait, I thought we were just going to do this like incrementally, procedurally,
Wanted the Justice Department to do whatever he asked, as long as it meant he could stay in power. They made sure Justice Department officials heard his message as they protested loudly in front of the department on their way to the Capitol on January 6th.
Do your job! 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 Live in D.C., we're marching to the Capitol. We are at the Department of Justice right now telling these cowards to do their job. We're going to take the Capitol.
I want to take a moment now to speak directly to my fellow
I wish
Republicans.
Democrats were based, dude.
Imagine the country's top prosecutor with the power to open investigations, subpoena, charge crimes, and seek imprisonment. Imagine that official pursuing the agenda of the other party instead of that of the American people as a whole. And if you're a Democrat, imagine it the other way around. Today, President Trump's total disregard for the Constitution and his oath will be fully exposed. Now let's get this hearing underway so we can do our part to protect the freedoms that we often take for granted, so that we can see how close we came to losing it all. I now yield back to the chairman.
We're joined today by three distinguished witnesses who each served in the Trump administration in the months preceding January 6th. Mr. Jeffrey Rosen served at the Department of Justice from May 2019 until January 2021. With President Trump's nomination and the confirmation of the United States Senate, he became the United States Deputy Attorney General. In December 2020, he took the mantle of Acting Attorney General. Mr. Richard Donahue has served in the Department of Justice for over 14 years. Mr. Donahue was the United States Attorney for the Eastern District of New York, then became Mr. Rosen's Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General, and finally, Acting Deputy Attorney General. Mr. Donahue also served more than 20 years in the United States military, including the 82nd Airborne and the Judge Advocates General Corps. We are also joined by Mr. Stephen Engel, the former Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel. He was nominated by the former president and confirmed by the Senate during the Trump administration. He served from November 2017 to January 2021 and has now returned to private practice. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hands. Do you swear under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
I don't believe them.
Let the record reflect the witnesses all answered in the affirmative. I now recognize myself for questions. First of all, gentlemen, thank you for being here today. All of you served at former President Trump's pleasure at the Department of Justice in top leadership positions with tremendous responsibilities. Former Attorney General Bill Barr told the Select Committee that before he left the department in December 2020, he told President Trump on at least 3 occasions there was no evidence of widespread election fraud that would have changed the results of the presidential election, and refuted numerous specific claims of election fraud the president was making. Mr. Rosen, after Mr. Barr announced his resignation, did Donald Trump continue to demand that the Department of Justice investigate his claims of election fraud?
Yes, he asserted that he thought the Justice Department had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over...
This guy has a remarkable chronological development. He looks like a cartoon character. He looks like Humpty Dumpty if Humpty Dumpty was also Severus Snape. Like, you seeing it, right?
Had not done enough.
Thank you. From the time you took over from Attorney General Barr until January 3rd, how often did President Trump contact you or the department to push allegations of election fraud?
So between December 23rd and January 3rd, the president either called me or met with me virtually every day, with 1 or 2 exceptions like Christmas Day. And before that, because I had been announced that I would become the acting attorney general before the date I actually did, the president had asked that Rich Donahue and I go over and meet with him, I believe, on December 15th as well.
So after you had some of these meetings and conversations with the president, what things did the president raise with you?
So the common element of all of this was the president expressing his dissatisfaction that the Justice Department, in his view, had not done enough to investigate election fraud. But at different junctures, other topics came up at different intervals. So at one point, he had raised the question of having a special counsel for election fraud. At a number of points, he raised requests that I meet with his campaign counsel, Mr. Giuliani. At one point, he raised the whether the Justice Department would file a lawsuit in the Supreme Court. At a couple of junctures, there were questions about making public statements or about holding a press conference. At one of the later junctures was this issue of sending a letter to state legislatures. All
right, folks with uteruses, the states in red and gray, you need to leave. Okay, can I be real for a second? I feel like there's so much unnecessary division when people frame abortion as like a woman's or like a wombed rights issue, when not having access to abortion sucks for literally fucking everyone, okay? I have no womb. If the state that I lived in full-on banned abortion, that would like fuck me up, dude. Like, hookup culture sucks now. Oh my god. You've got to wear the Giga condom, all right? You've got to wear the full body condom. You've got to enter the goddamn Amogus costume. You know? Yeah, no, fuck that, dude. Holy shit. We're all affected by it. I just don't want anyone to be able to write it off and go like if there's some young dude and they're a fucking retard or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, dude, you know, not to mention they're considering overturning our federal right to access to contraception. So it might, literally, that's what Thomas said. No abortions. Also, we're going to make sodomy illegal. So no gay relationships. And also contraception access. So it's like, so your only option is to be a fucking Catholic and raw dog some redhead and have like 18 children or whatever. Like, Jesus Christ. It's gonna be all heterosexual oral. This fucking sucks. It sucks for everyone. Yeah, so, well, no one's gonna get... Guys, sodomy, anti-sodomy laws don't literally mean anti-sodomy. They mean anti-gay. They don't give a fuck about oral and anal between heterosexual couples. I mean, they probably don't like that either, but it would be used as an anti-gay law. Yeah. But this is like an everyone thing, right? Like, I'm a cis dude. Like, it sucks for me. Even if I was straight, like, yeah. Why is this stuff considered bad in Christianity? It's, well, the sodomy thing, it's like, it's one of those, like, dude, the Bible's super weird about sex. Like, you can't spill your seed unless you're in some fucking wet pussy, you know? I mean, that's cool and all, but, yeah. Do you think they're ever gonna, like, try to ban masturbation or whatever? I wonder how they'd even do that legally. They'll try to find a way.
In Georgia or other states. And so there were different things raised at different parts of, or different intervals, with the common theme being his dissatisfaction about what the Justice Department had done to investigate election fraud. I will say that the Justice Department declined all of those requests that I was just referencing because we did not think that they were appropriate based on the facts and the law as we understood them.
Thank you. So, Mr. Donahue, on December 15th, the day after Attorney General Barr announced his resignation, the President summoned you and Mr. Rosen to the White House. At this meeting with the President, what did he want to discuss?
There were a number of topics of discussion that day, Mr. Chairman. Much of the conversation focused on a report that had been recently released relating to Antrim County in Michigan. I believe on December 13th, an organization called the Allied Security Group issued a report that alleged that the Dominion voting machines in that county had a 68% error rate. The report was widely covered in the media. We were aware of it. We obtained a copy of it on the 14th of December, the day prior. We circulated to the U.S. attorneys in Michigan for their awareness. And we had a number of discussions internally, but the conversation with the President on that day, the 15th, was largely focused on that. And he was essentially saying, have you seen this report? He was adamant that the report must be accurate, that it proved that the election was defective, that he, in fact, won the election.
Aren't sex toys basically legal in half those red states? Oh, well, there's literally already legislation banning sex toys, or like partially banning sex toys. And so, in some states, yeah. Yeah. No, that's literally true. Why though? Because they hate you. Don't why me. It's because they hate you. That's it. They're anti-life. That's it. It's that simple. They're just anti-life. They're just evil. Wait, for real? Yes! They're just evil.
And the department should be using that report to basically tell the American people that the results were not trustworthy. And he went on to other theories as well, but the bulk of that conversation on December 15th focused on Antrim County, Michigan, and the ASOG report.
Thank you. Mr. Engel, we know that Attorney General Barr announced on
Natalie,
December
no
1st, 2020, that the Department of Justice had found no evidence of widespread fraud that could have changed the outcome of the election. So from December 1st, 2020 until today, as you sit here, have you ever doubted that top-line conclusion?
No, I've never had any reason to doubt Attorney General Barr's conclusion.
Thank you. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, the chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the weeks leading to January 6th, the Department of Justice was fielding almost daily requests from the President to investigate claims of election fraud. Each claim was refuted time and time again, an effort Attorney General Barr described as whack-a-mole. When each of the—
Is it really that hard for people to listen to this without talking about murder? Oh, well, I mean, it's impossible to listen to stuff like this without thinking about it, but you have to keep it in your head. Don't implicate me in your thoughts.
The President's efforts failed, he resorted to installing a new Attorney General to say the election was illegal and corrupt, simply so he could stay in power. President Trump started leaning on the Justice Department the first chance he got. On November 29th, his first television interview after the election.
Where is the DOJ and the FBI in all of this, Mr. President? You have laid out some serious charges here. Shouldn't this be something that the FBI is investigating? Are they? Is the DOJ investigating?
Missing in action. Can't tell you where they are.
Republican congressmen echoed the president just 2 days later. They wrote a letter to Attorney General Barr laying into the Justice Department for a, quote, shocking lack of action in investigating the claims of election fraud. That same day, Attorney General Barr stated publicly that President Trump's claims had no merit. Ignoring the top law enforcement officer in the country, Republican congressmen amplified the stolen election message to the American public. Let's listen.
And so there's widespread evidence of fraud because people haven't done their jobs. Durham and Barr will deserve a big notation in history when it's written of the rise and fall of the United States if they don't clean up this mess, clean up the fraud, do your jobs, and save this little experiment in self-government.
Again, I join my colleagues in calling on Attorney General Barr to immediately let us know what he's doing.
We're already working on challenging the certified electors. And now what about the courts? How pathetic are the courts?
January 6th, I'm joining with the fighters in the Congress, and we are going to object to electors from states that didn't run clean elections. Democracy is left undefended if we accept the result of a stolen election without fighting with every bit of vigor we can muster.
The ultimate date of significance is January 6th. This is how the process works.
In
The
your
ultimate
thoughts.
arbiter here, the ultimate check and balance is the United States Congress. And when something is done in an unconstitutional fashion, which happened in several of these states, we have a duty to step forward and have this debate and have this vote on the 6th of January.
Today is the day American patriots start taking down names and kicking ass.
Mr. Donahue, on December 27th, you had a 90-minute conversation with the president where he raised false claim after false claim with you and Mr. Rosen. How did you respond to what you called a, quote, stream of allegations?
The December 27th conversation was, in my mind, an escalation of the earlier conversations. As the former acting AG indicated, there were a lot of communications that preceded that. As we got later in the month of December, the president's entreaties became more urgent. He became more adamant that we weren't doing our job. We need to step up and do our job. And he had this arsenal of allegations that he wanted to rely on. And so I felt in that conversation that was incumbent on me to make it very clear to the president what our investigations had revealed, and that we had concluded, based on actual investigations, actual witness interviews, actual reviews of documents, that these allegations simply had no merit. And I wanted to try to cut through the noise because it was clear to us that there were a lot of people whispering in his ear, feeding him these conspiracy theories and allegations. And I felt that being very blunt in that conversation might help make it clear to the president that these allegations were simply not true. And so as he went through them in what for me was a 90-minute conversation or so, and what for the former acting AG was a 2-hour conversation, as the president went through them, I went piece by piece to say, no, that's false. That is not true. And to correct him really in a serial fashion as he moved from one theory to another.
Can you give me an example of one or two of those theories?
Can you imagine having that conversation? Just imagine sitting down opposite a table from the president, Donald Trump, and having to spend 90 minutes explaining to him that the Facebook posts that he read last night on his phone aren't actually true. Can you imagine having to be that guy? God, listen, whatever I may hate this guy for his politics, this guy deserves hazard pay right here, because that is a serious fucking brain cancer risk. Holy shit.
So one that was very clear at that point was the Antrim County, the ASOG report that I mentioned earlier. The Allied Security Operations Group released this report that's at 68% error rate. There was, in fact, in Antrim County, a hand recount. Had nothing to do with the department. The department did not request that. That was pursuant to litigation brought by other parties, but there was a hand recount. So they were able to compare the hand recount to what the machines had reported. And for the ballots that were actually counted by the machine, more than 15,000, there was one error, one ballot. And I did a quick calculation and came up with 0.0063% error rate, which is well within tolerance. And so I made it very clear to the president, because he was so fixated on the ASOG report in the December 15th conversation, that, in fact, our investigation revealed that the error rate was 0.0063%. So that, Mr. President's example of what people are telling you that is not true and that you cannot and should not be relying on. So that was one very explicit one, and I think you see that reflected in my notes. We went through a series of others. The truck driver who claimed to have moved an entire tractor-trailer of ballots from New York to Pennsylvania, that was also incorrect. We did an investigation with the FBI interview witnesses at the front end and the back end of that trailer's transit from New York to Pennsylvania. We looked at loading manifests. We interviewed witnesses, including, of course, the driver, and we knew it wasn't true. Whether the driver believed it or not was never clear to me, but it was just not true. So that was another one that I tried to educate the president on. There were a series of other.
You guys remember that? That was the Project Veritas thing, where it was this guy was like some delivery driver or whatever, and he heard a conversation where people were talking about like loading fake ballots, and he went to Project like, you know, reached out and they had the whole expose. And then later there was a recording of 2 detectives who interviewed him, and the detectives were like, okay, what did you actually hear? Is it possible you just heard like some murmuring? Like you didn't really hear anything, did you? And the driver was like, yeah, I guess I didn't. I guess thinking about it, I'm just a big old goofball, aren't I? And the detectives like rustle his hair and send him back out on the street. And then later, when the Project Veritas guy was furious because like he basically just confessed to it not being a real thing, he got like all worked up, and he and the alleged witness talked, and they were like, no, the detectives forced me to say that I didn't really hear anything with their mind tricks. And
mostly in swing states, of course. He wanted to talk a great deal about Georgia. The State Farm Arena video, which he believed, for various reasons, was, as he said, fraud staring you right in the face.
Were any of the allegations he brought up found credible? Did you find any of them credible?
No.
So during this conversation, did you take handwritten notes directly quoting the president?
I did, and to make it clear, Attorney General Rosen called me on my government cell phone, said he'd been on the phone with the president for some time. The president had a lot of these allegations. I was better versed in what the department had done just because I had closer contact with the investigations, and the AG asked me to get on the call. Of course, I agreed. And I began taking notes only because at the outset the president made an allegation I had not heard. I'd heard many of these things. I knew many of them were investigated. But when the president, at least when I came to the conversation, when he began speaking, he brought up an allegation I was completely unaware of. And of course that concerned us. So I simply reached out and grabbed a notepad off my wife's nightstand and a pen, and I started jotting it down. That had to do with an allegation that more than 200,000 votes were certified in the state of Pennsylvania that were not actually cast. Sometimes the president would say it was 205, sometimes he would say it was 250, but I'd not heard this before, and I want to get the allegation down clearly so that we can look into it if appropriate. And that's why I started taking those notes, and then as the conversation continued, I just continued to take the notes.
Let's take a look at the notes, if we could right now. As we can see on
those detectives saved that guy from perjury so hard. Yeah, the people were really mad at that audio because the detectives were like using leading questions and stuff. I don't know what people think detectives do. Like, you're hearing audio from detectives trying to get a story out of a person who might not be telling the full truth. I don't know what you think detectives do, but that's their job. And he got saved from perjury. Because if he had gone to court with any of that info, he would have been torn apart, you know? Like, yeah. That's kind of their job. They actually sounded pretty competent, too, you know? They did, yeah, the techniques they used were, you know, well executed. It's like, yeah, that's what they're supposed to do.
On the screen, you actually quote President Trump asking, where's DOJ? Just like we heard him say in his first television interview. How did you respond to that?
So both the acting AG and I tried to explain to the president on this occasion and on several other occasions that the Justice Department has a very important, very specific, but very limited role in these elections. States run their elections. We are not quality control for the states. We are obviously interested in and have a mission that relates to criminal conduct in relation to federal elections. We also have related civil rights responsibilities, so we do have an important role. But the bottom line was, if a state ran their election in such a way that it was defective, that is to the state or Congress to correct. It is not for the Justice Department to step in. And I certainly understood the president as a layman not understanding why the Justice Department didn't have at least a civil role to step in and bring suit on behalf of the American people. We tried to explain that to him. The American people do not constitute the client for the United States Justice Department. The one and only client of the United States Justice Department is the United States government. And the United States government does not have standing, as we were repeatedly told by our internal teams, OLC led by Steve Engel, as well as the Office of Solicitor General, researched it and gave us thorough, clear opinions that we simply did not have standing. And we tried to explain that to the president on numerous occasions.
Let's take a look at another one of your notes. You also noted that Mr. Rosen said to Mr. Trump, quote, DOJ can't and won't snap its fingers and change the outcome of the election. How did the president respond to that, sir?
He responded very
Shit
quickly
himself.
and said, essentially, that's not what I'm asking you to do. What I'm just asking you to do is just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman.
So
Listen to that. Right there. Like, they're not even looking for a legal excuse. They're looking for a rhetorical excuse. They want the AG or whatever to just serve as like a, you know, like a promoter of the conspiracy, you know? This is not just like idle ignorance or whatever. It's very, very explicitly like, this is just beer hall putsch shit. I mean, this literally is. I like... History will remember me, you understand that? People now, they're like, Vaush is good, but he draws too many comparisons to the Nazis. But people in the future, they're going to be like, he knew. He understood fully. He was fully aware. His foresight, his precog abilities allowed him to see. Yeah. We really have to do the fall of the Weimar Republic stream. I want to do a full stream where we go into, like, everything from the rise of the Nazis to how they came to power. Because, like, it's not even just that there are parallels. This is just what happens, you know? So just some wacky trolling. On 8th to 9th November 23, during the Weimar Republic, about 2,000 Nazis marched on the Feldherrnhall in the city center, but were confronted by a police cordon, which resulted in the death of 16 Nazi party members and 4 police officers. Oh, it's like Jan 6, except if the capital had actual, like, police guards. Hitler escaped immediate arrest and was spirited off to safety in the countryside. After 2 days, he was arrested and charged with treason. Oh, hey, look! Another way in which there was a parallel, except things were going better over there. They actually charged him with treason. If the modern-day comparison would be if Hitler was already a member of government and he got off completely scot-free. That's cool. Pushing the attention to German nation, the headlines from the headline. His arrest was followed by a 24-day trial. Oh my god. He was tried? That's crazy. Found guilty of treason and sentenced to 5 years in the Lemberg prison where he wrote Mein Kampf. He was released after only serving 9 months. Once released, Hitler redirected his focus to obtaining power through legal means rather than revolution or force, and accordingly changed his tactics, further developing Nazi propaganda. I will admit, though, and I will acknowledge, just so people don't get on my ass about it, but the beer hall putsch was a little bit more violent than Jan 6. Just a little bit. In the evening, 603 SA surrounded the beer hall, and a machine gun was set up in the auditorium. This was back in the days when you had to, like, bring sandbags in, like, a semicircle, and, like 3 men had to carry those big, yeah. One of those emplacements where they just, like, mow down a column of people from the, yeah. Yeah, back when machine guns were water-cooled. Unable to be heard above the crowd, Hitler fired a shot into the ceiling and jumped on a chair, yelling, "The national revolution has broken out. The hall is surrounded by 600 men. No one is allowed to leave." At one point. Basically, they got really rowdy and the cops showed up. They were having a party, you know? Yeah, they were just vibing. Hitler ordered the seizure of the Munich City Council as hostages. By mid-morning on the 9th of November, Hitler realized the putsch was going nowhere. The putschists, God, that's a funny name, did not know what to do and were about to give up. At this moment, Ludendorff cried out, "Wir marschieren." We march. As force. Why are they giving the German? Like, we know they said it in German. Like, what? Like, you can just say he said we will march. Like, we know they would have said it in German. Okay. Just, yeah. The defense military met a force of 130 soldiers. Two groups exchanged fire, which resulted in the death of 4 state police officers, 16 Nazis. Like, listen to this. Blutfahne, blood flag, field here, and like, yeah. Well, I guess that's a proper noun. It's hard to tell because they capitalize every noun in German. It sounds more intense in German? Yeah, I guess. The boys. God, they look silly. These German lederhosen. Look at this. Look at the horizontal strap on. Look. When did this get out of fashion? The horizontal strap on these suspenders looks so dumb. It makes it look... God. Hitler looks photoshopped. He looks so uncomfortable. Look at him. It's still in fashion? Oh, well, not my fashion. Yeah, look, he's like... It's like when your mom puts you in formal wear when you're like 7 years old at a wedding or something. They all look so uncomfortable. The only person here who's chilling is the one on the right, and that's because he's gay for Hitler. You know? That's traditional Bavarian clothing. I'm judging. They look like John Doyle and Corpus. Well, these guys are Nazis. Also, holy shit. Dylan Burns inspiration? Look at this jaw. That's Hessen von Hitlerhausen Hitler Schmeimen Rosenkaufen walked so Dylan Burns could run. The Minecraft boys. Alright, can we...
Let's now put up the notes where you quote the president as you're speaking to that. He said the president said, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest of me and the Republican Congress.
I saw that somewhere, yeah.
So, Mr. Donahue, that's a direct quote from President Trump, correct?
That's an exact quote from the president, yes.
The next note shows that even that the president kept pressing. Even though he'd been told that there was no evidence of fraud, the president keeps saying that the department was, quote, obligated to tell people.
I'm never going to stop pausing, dude. There's just so much going on today that, like, fuck. Yeah, you guys saw the armed response. Isn't it crazy how they showed up for the Supreme Court ruling, but nobody showed up for the fucking Jan 6 march that we all knew about beforehand? That's crazy. That's so wacky. That's so wacky, dude. What are those shields? Those are just riot shields. Jesus. How do they look LARPy when they're actual police? Well, it's probably because their shields are round instead of like the standard rectangular riot shields. I don't know why they're like this. I assume there's some practical reason for why their shields are smaller than most standard riot shields. Yeah. I have a feeling that if these guys were here during the fucking Jan 6th thing, though, they would not have made it into the building. Jesus Christ. You can tell these guys are like the lads, too. Fucking... It's the lad squad. They had snipers on the rooftop of the court. Yeah. It's for deflecting. They have the smaller shield so they can parry. Yeah. That's a good fucking meme, dude. You've got a bunch of cops at a riot, and most of them have those like big great shields that are rectangular. And then the one cop walks up with a small shield. A protester like tries to hit him with a walking stick or something. He parries it and then just like stabs through him with the baton. Blood sprays everywhere. You hear the doom noise with the visceral blow. These cops fast roll or slow roll? Dude, they've got small shields. They fast roll, dude. They're zipping. They're fucking zooming all over the place. It's 40 cops on the staircase. One protester walks up and immediately like the protester raises an arm, and all the cops start, like, rolling side to side. They're all, like, doing the fucking light, dark wood grain roll where they're backflipping, getting ready. It's easier to punch them with a round shield. It's probably, like, an offensive thing, yeah. The UN found the journalist was killed by Israel. Holy shit, dude, so much is happening today. I mean, we knew this, but it's pretty cool that the UN is recognizing it, yeah. Doesn't matter. It offers legitimacy to it. It can't really be called a conspiracy theory anymore, you know? Yeah.
That this was an illegal, corrupt election.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy fact. Thank you.
Yes.
Let me just be clear. Did the department find any evidence to conclude that there was anything illegal or corrupt about the 2020 election?
There were isolated instances of fraud. None of them came close to calling into question the outcome of the election in any individual state.
And how would you describe the president's demeanor during that call?
He was more agitated than he was on December 15th. The president, throughout all of these meetings and telephone conversations, was adamant that he had won and that we were not doing our job. But it did escalate over time until ultimately the meeting on January 3rd, which was sort of the most extreme of the meetings and conversations.
So I want to make sure we don't gloss this over. Just say it was corrupt and leave the rest to us. The president wanted the top Justice Department officials to declare that the election was corrupt, even though, as he knew, there was absolutely no evidence to support that statement. The president didn't care about actually investigating the facts. He just wanted the Department of Justice to put its stamp of approval on the lies. Who was going to help him? Well, Jeff Clark. Mr. Rosen, on Christmas Eve, your first official day as the acting attorney general, President Trump called you. What did he want to talk about?
The same things he was talking about publicly. He wanted to talk about that he thought the election had been stolen or was corrupt and that there was widespread fraud. And I had told him that our reviews had not shown that to be the case. So we had an extended discussion, probably 15, maybe 20 minutes, something like that, with him urging that the Department of Justice should be doing more with regard to election fraud.
Did he mention Jeff Clark's name?
Yes. It was just in passing. He made what I regarded as a peculiar reference. I don't remember the exact quote, but it was something about, did I know Jeff Clark, or did I know who he was, or something like that. And I told him I did, and then the conversation just moved on. But when I hung up, I was quizzical as to, how does the president even know
Holy shit, why is my cat screaming? Hold on.
Mr. Clark? I was not aware that they had ever met or that the president had been involved with any of the issues in the civil division.
So it was a bit of a surprise when he brought his name up?
Yes.
So Mr. Clark was the acting head of the Civil Division and head of Environmental and Natural Resources Division at the Department of Justice. Do either of those divisions have any role whatsoever in investigating election fraud, sir?
No. And to my awareness, Jeff Clark had no prior involvement of any kind with regard to the work that the department was doing that Attorney General Barr has talked about to this committee.
So let's take a minute and explain why the president mentioned Jeff Clark's name to Mr. Rosen here on Christmas Eve. On December 21st, some Republican members of Congress met with President Trump in the White House to talk about overturning the 2020 election. Let's hear Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene talk about how this meeting got set up.
I was the only new member at the meeting. I called President Trump on Saturday and said, we've got to have a meeting. There's many of us that feel like this election has been stolen.
So on the screen, you'll see that President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, tweeted about that meeting right after it happened. He said, quote, several members of Congress just finished a meeting in the Oval Office with President Donald Trump, preparing to fight back against mounting evidence of voter fraud. Stay tuned. On the same day he met with these Republican members of Congress, President Trump called into a conservative political convention, and he used the opportunity to pressure the Department of Justice to investigate his bogus claims.
The problem is we need a party that's going to fight, and we have some great congressmen and women that are doing it, and we have some great fighters, but we won this in a landslide. They know it, and we need backing from, like, the Justice Department, and other people have to finally step up.
The Select Committee obtained records from the National Archives that show that Scott Perry was one of the congressmen who joined that meeting. We learned from White House records that you'll now see on the screen that the very next day, Representative Perry returned to the White House. This time he brought a Justice Department official named Jeffrey Clark. Representative Perry provided the following statement to his local TV affiliate. He said, quote, Throughout the past 4 years, I've worked with Assistant Attorney General Clark on various legislative matters. When President Trump asked if I would make an introduction, I obliged. But why Jeff Clark? Let's hear Mr. Giuliani explain the kind of person that he and the president wanted at the top of justice.
I remember ever recommending to anybody that Mr. Clark, meaning Jeffrey Clark at DOJ, be given election-related responsibilities.
You mean beyond the president?
Correct.
Well, beyond the president, I do recall saying to people that somebody should be put in charge of the Justice Department who isn't frightened of what's going to be done to their reputation. Because Justice was filled with people like that.
Should put somebody that's
Keep
not
the door closed.
frightened of what's going to be done to their
already
reputation.
was
Mr. Donahue, when you
pitching.
told
I'm trying to
the
keep them
president
apart.
that you wouldn't pursue baseless claims of fraud,
Okay.
was it because you were worried about your reputation?
No, not at all.
Mr. Clark's name was also mentioned in the White
All right, I'm
House
back.
in late December and early January, as described by a top aide to Mark Meadows, Cassidy Hutchinson.
Was it your understanding that Representative Perry was pushing for a specific person to take over the department?
He wanted Mr. Jeff Clark to take over the Department of Justice.
Mr. Rosen, after your call with President Trump on December 24th, you spoke with Mr. Clark on December 26th about his contact with the president. Can you tell us about that conversation?
Yes. Because I had been quizzical about why his name had come up, I called him and I tried to explore if he would share if there was something I ought to know. And after some back and forth, he acknowledged that shortly before Christmas, he had gone to a meeting in the Oval Office with the president. That, of course, surprised me. And I asked him, how did that happen? And he was defensive. He said it had been unplanned, that he had been talking to someone he referred to as General Perry, but I believe is Congressman Perry, and that unbeknownst to him, he was asked to go to a meeting and he didn't know it, but it turned out it was at the Oval. He found himself at the Oval Office, and he was apologetic for that. And I said, well, you didn't tell me about it. It wasn't authorized, and you didn't even tell me after the fact. You know, this is not appropriate. But he was contrite and said it had been inadvertent and it would not happen again, and that if anyone asked him to go to such a meeting, he would notify Rich Donahue and me.
Is there a policy that governs who can have contact directly with the White House?
Yes. So across many administrations for a long period of time, there's a policy that, particularly with regard to criminal investigations, restricts at both the White House end and the Justice Department end those more sensitive issues to the highest ranks. So for criminal matters, the policy for a long time has been that only the Attorney General and the Deputy Attorney General from the DOJ side can have conversations about criminal matters with the White House, or the Attorney General and the Deputy General can authorize someone for a specific item with their permission, but the idea is to make sure that the top rung of the Justice Department knows about it and is in the thing to control it and make sure only appropriate things are done.
Mr. Ringo, from your perspective, why is it important to have a policy like Mr. Rosen just discussed?
Well, it's critical that the Department of Justice conducts its criminal investigations free from either the reality or any appearance of political interference. And so people can get in trouble if people at the White House are speaking with people at the department. And that's why the purpose of these policies is to keep these communications as infrequent and at the highest levels as possible, just to make sure that people who are less careful about it, who don't really understand these implications, such as Mr. Clark, don't run afoul of those contact policies.
Thank you. So the Select Committee conducted an informal interview with the White House counsel, Pat Cipolloni, and his deputy, Pat Philbin, about their contact.
Isn't it crazy how much the functionality of our democracy just relies on, like, people being good? Like, so much of it is just assuming everyone is going to act in good faith, you know?
Contact with Mr. Clark, though neither has yet agreed to sit for transcribed and videotaped interviews. But Pat Cipolloni told the Select Committee that he intervened when he heard Mr. Clark was meeting with the president about legal matters without his knowledge, which was strictly against White House policy. Mr. Cipolloni and Mr. Philbin, like Mr. Rosen, told Mr. Clark to stand down, and he didn't. On the same day, Acting Attorney General Rosen told Mr. Clark to stop talking to the White House, Representative Perry was urging Chief of Staff Mark Meadows to elevate Clark within the Department of Justice. You can now see on the screen behind me a series of texts between Representative Perry and Mr. Meadows. They show that Representative Perry requested that Mr. Clark be elevated within the department. Representative Perry tells Mr. Meadows on December 26th that, quote, Mark, just checking in as time continues to count down. 11 days to January 6th and 25 days to inauguration, we've got to get going. Representative Perry followed up and says, quote, Mark, you should call Jeff. I just got off the phone with him, and he explained to me why the principal deputy won't work, especially with the FBI. They will view it as not having the authority to enforce what needs to be done. Mr. Meadows responds with, I got it. I think I understand. Let me work on the deputy position. Representative Perry then texts, Roger, just sent you something on Signal.
See, they
just
use
sent you an
Signal.
updated file. Did you call Jeff Clark? Mr. Donahue, Representative Perry called you the next day on December 27th. Who told him to call you?
My understanding is the president did at the outset of the call. Congressman Perry told me that he was calling at the behest of the president.
What did he want to talk about?
He wanted to talk about Pennsylvania in particular. He gave me some background about why he in particular doesn't trust the FBI and why the American people don't necessarily trust the FBI. And then he went into some allegations specific to Pennsylvania, which included, amongst others, this allegation that the Secretary of State had certified more votes than were actually cast.
Did you direct the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate that claim?
So Mr. Perry said that he had a great deal of information, that investigations had been done, that there was some sort of forensic type report that would be helpful to me. And I didn't know Congressman Perry. I'd never heard him before this conversation, but I said, sir, if you've got something that you think is relevant to what the Justice Department's mission is, you should feel free to send it to me. And he did. And I was en route from New York to Washington. I got it. I looked at it on my iPhone. Obviously, I couldn't read the whole thing in transit like that, but I looked at it to get a feel for what it was, and then I forwarded it to the United States Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania.
Did they get back to you? What did they conclude?
Scott Brady looked at it. He was the Western District of Pennsylvania U.S. Attorney. Took him a couple days, but he got back in relatively short order with a pretty clear explanation for why there was no foundation for concern. The Secretary of State had not certified more votes than were actually cast. The difference between the 5.25 that was actually certified by the Secretary of State and the 5 million that was on a public-facing website was that the information on the website was incomplete because 4 counties had not uploaded their data.
So no credibility to that.
There was zero to that, right?
During that call, did Scott Perry mention Mr. Clark, and what did he say about him, if so?
He did. He mentioned Mr. Clark. He said something to the effect of, I think Jeff Clark is great, and I think he's the kind of guy who could get in there and do something about this stuff.
Real.
And this was coming on the heels of the president having mentioned Mr. Clark in the afternoon call earlier that day.
I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Vice Chair Cheney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I thank the gentleman for yielding. As we discussed earlier, at the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter. Mr. Donahue, on December 28th, Mr. Clark emailed you and Mr. Rosen a draft letter that he wanted you to sign and send to Georgia state officials. You testified that this could have, quote, grave constitutional consequences. Mr. Donahue, can you tell us what you meant by that?
Well, I had to
Your
read
Honor, no.
both the email and the attached letter twice to make sure I really understood what he was proposing because it was so extreme to me. I had a hard time getting my head around it initially. But I read it and I did understand it for what he intended. And I had to sit down and sort of compose what I thought was an appropriate response. I actually initially went next door to the acting AG's office, but he was not there. We were both on that email. I knew we would both have probably a very similar reaction to it. He was not in his office, so I returned to my office and I sat down to draft a response because I thought it was very important to give a prompt response rejecting this out of hand. There were, in my response, I explained a number of reasons this is not the department's role to suggest or dictate to state legislatures how they should select their electors. But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months. So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis, and I wanted to make sure that he understood the gravity of the situation because he didn't seem to really appreciate it.
And what was Mr. Clark's reaction when you sent this email to him?
He didn't respond directly to the email, but we met shortly after that. After I sent the email, the acting AG returned. I went to his office. He had just read it. He had a very similar reaction to me. He was exasperated, and he told me that he had told one of his administrative assistants to get Jeff Clark up here. We want to talk to him face-to-face about this. And so the three of us then had a meeting probably around 1800 that night in the Deputy Attorney General's conference room.
Why do they always talk about this as if it's surprising? Yeah, it's like everyone knew this was going to happen. I understand, again, banal proceduralism, democracy, blah, blah, blah. But like, yeah, I don't know. The more this is treated like the outcome was surprising, the more I think we're making ourselves vulnerable to it happening, like, tomorrow. You know? It's clearly this is going to remain a problem.
And one of the things that you said to Mr. Clark is, quote, what you are doing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election. And I assume you conveyed that to him as well in your meeting that evening?
Yes, in those very words. It was a very contentious meeting, but
and he said,
yes,
fuck
that was
you.
said amongst other things.
And despite this contentious meeting and your strong reaction to the letter, did Mr. Clark continue to push his concept in the coming days?
He did, yes. We had subsequent meetings and conversations. The acting AG probably had more contact with him than I did, but between the 28th and the 2nd, when we had another in-person meeting, he clearly continued to move down this path. He began calling witnesses and apparently conducting investigations of his own. And he got a briefing from DNI about purported foreign intelligence interference. And we thought perhaps once it was explained to him that there was no basis for that part of his concern, that he would retreat. But instead he doubled down and said, well, okay, so there's no foreign interference. I still think there are enough allegations out there that we should go ahead and send this letter, which shocked me even more than the initial one, because you would think after a couple of days of looking at this, he, like we, would have come to the same conclusion that it was completely unfounded.
And when you learned that he had been calling witnesses and conducting investigations on his own, did you confront him?
Yes.
And what was his reaction?
He got very defensive. You know, as I said, there were a series of conversations through that week. I certainly remember very specifically the conversation in the meeting on January 2nd. That got even more confrontational, but he was defensive and, you know, similar to his earlier reaction when I said this is nothing less than the Justice Department meddling in an election, his reaction was, I think a lot of people have meddled in this election. And so he kind of clung to that and then spewed out some of these theories, some of which we'd heard from the president, but others which were floating around the internet and media, and just kept insisting that the department needed to act and needed to send those letters.
The committee has also learned that Mr. Clark was working with another attorney at the department named Ken Klukowski, who drafted this letter to Georgia with Mr. Clark. Mr. Klukowski had arrived at the department on December 15th with just 36 days left until the inauguration. He was specifically assigned to work under Jeff Clark. And Mr. Klukowski also worked with John Eastman, who we showed you at our hearing last week was one of the primary architects of President Trump's scheme to overturn the election. The Georgia letter that we've been discussing...
Question, are there any Republicans besides Cheney and Romney who are not traitors? I'm struggling to think of those. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Look, okay, when they all get arrested for treason and the tribunals start, all right, you can sort out the details then. It's like a storm of 10,000 men are charging at you with guns shooting at you, and you're trying to like squint and think like, wait, are all of them enemy combatants, or is that guy right there like just running like along with them, you know? Not a period of time where the detail is the most relevant part. I don't know. They're all complicit. The Democrats are complicit.
Specifically talks about some of Dr. Eastman's theories, including, quote, the purpose of the special session the department recommends would be for the General Assembly to determine whether the election failed to make a proper and valid choice between the candidates, such that the General Assembly could take whatever action is necessary to ensure that one of the slates of electors cast on December 14th will be accepted by Congress on January 6th. Committees also learned that the relationship between Dr. Eastman and Mr. Klukowski persisted after Mr. Klukowski joined the Justice Department. Let's take a look at an email recommending that Mr. Klukowski and Dr. Eastman brief Vice President Pence and his staff. Other recipients of this email included the Chief of Staff to Congressman Louis Gohmert. And the email says, as stated last week, I believe the Vice President and his staff would benefit greatly from a briefing by John and Ken. As I also mentioned, we want to make sure we don't overexpose Ken given his new position. This email suggests that Mr. Klukowski was simultaneously working with Jeffrey Clark to draft the proposed letter to Georgia officials to overturn their certified election, and working with Dr. Eastman to help pressure the Vice President to overturn the election. I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today and for answering our questions about this letter and other issues. We asked Mr. Clark some of the same questions that we've asked you, and here's how he answered.
Did you discuss this draft letter to Georgia officials with the President of the United States?
Fifth, and executive privilege, again, just restated for the abundance of caution.
Okay, if you look again at the draft letter, in the first paragraph, second sentence says, the department will update you as we are able on investigatory progress, but at this time we have identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election in multiple states, including the state of Georgia. Isn't that in fact contrary to what Attorney General Barr had said on December 1st, 2020?
Fifth.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
No. I'm just doing the title. No. 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 I'm sorry if I'm low energy, guys. I'm just legitimately quite sick. Yeah, skip ahead 10 minutes. You painting 40K? No, I was just I was doing a work thing. Fuck, maybe this would be a good time to stop. God damn it. I don't want to. There's so much shit to do. You need a break? No, what I need to do is start fishing around for fucking doctor's appointments because of the sickness shit. It's like, it's a specific thing. All right, the break had just started.
Programming brought to you as a...
No!
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, around the time Mr. Clark was pushing for the department to send the Georgia letter, the president and his supporters were pressuring the Justice Department to take other actions to change the outcome of the 2020 election. Mr. Engel, you were the head of the Office of Legal Counsel. Can you first off explain your role? What is that?
Sure. One of the Attorney General's most important responsibilities is to provide legal advice to the President and to the executive branch.
Ben?
As a practical matter, given the responsibilities of the Attorney General, the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of Legal Counsel exercises that job on a day-to-day basis. And so, in addition, the head of OLC often functions as a general counsel, essentially to the Attorney General, and so is often, the chief legal advisor to the AG, as well as, the White House and the executive branch more broadly.
So, given that role, can you kind of describe your relationship with the President?
Well, in connection with my role at OLC, over the course of my tenure there were a number of instances in which folks at the White House would seek to bring me in to provide legal advice to the President, sometimes discussing the legal options that could be pursued among various policy to reach various policy objectives, sometimes to advise the President that...
Okay, random question. If you have hair like this, can hair like this turn into hair like this? Like, if you have close-cropped hair that looks like this, is it possible to do anything like this, or is the hair type too different? You have to grow it out a lot, I think. Yeah, like, this hair is way longer, of course. I was just wondering. Not enough natural volume? Yeah, I wonder.
A course of action that they had been discussing was not legally available.
So I want to ask you about two things the President asked you and the Department to do. The first is reflected in this email that we're going to put on the screen. The President sent a draft lawsuit to be filed by the Department in the Supreme Court. He wanted you, Mr. Rosen, and Mr. Cipolloni specifically to review it. You and the Department opposed filing it. We see on the screen here that the talking points that you actually drafted on that. So you stated that there is no legal basis to bring this lawsuit. Anyone who thinks otherwise simply doesn't know the law, much less the Supreme Court. Why was this the Department's position?
Well, I mean, I think that the memo sort of speaks to this, but essentially this was a draft lawsuit that apparently was prepared by people outside the department. It would be styled as brought by the United States and by the acting Solicitor General as an original jurisdiction matter in the Supreme Court. It was a meritless...
The idea of what the existing Supreme Court would, like, sign off on is fucking terrifying. If there was a future constitutional crisis, like, can you imagine hearing, like, like ballot accumulation contested lawsuit being brought to the Supreme Court, and it's some like Trump revival shit, and you're like, oh great, I wonder what they'll have to say about this, Fuck, dude.
Lawsuit that was not something that the department could or would bring. Somebody obviously prepared it, handed it to the President, and he forwarded it on for our review. But that memo explains why the Department of Justice, as Mr. Donahue said earlier, doesn't have any standing to bring such a lawsuit. The lawsuit would have been untimely. The states had chosen their electors. The electors had been certified. They'd cast their votes. They'd been sent to Washington, D.C. Neither Georgia nor any of the other states on December 28th or whenever this was in a position to change those votes. Essentially, the election had happened. The only thing that hadn't happened was the formal counting of the votes. And so obviously, the person who drafted this lawsuit didn't really understand, in my view, the law and or how the Supreme Court works or the Department of Justice. So it was just not something we were going to do. And the acting Attorney General asked me to prepare a memo with talking points so that he could explain our reasons when he spoke with the President about this.
So would you say it was an unusual request?
Certainly, you said the request that the department file a lawsuit from drafted by outside lawyers was certainly an unusual request.
There was another issue you were asked to look into. In mid-December, did the White House ask Attorney General Barr to consider whether a special counsel could be appointed to look into election fraud issues?
Yes. I mean, I think the president was probably vocal at the time that he believed that special counsel was something that should be considered to look into election fraud, and there was a specific, request where the Attorney General sought my legal advice in the middle of December.
And what was your conclusion? What conclusion did you reach?
So this request was whether the Attorney General could appoint as a special counsel a state Attorney General to conduct an investigation. I mean, as a legal matter, under federal law, the Attorney General actually has fairly wide discretion to delegate prosecutorial authority, including to state prosecutors, which happens to assist the department, not uncommonly. Obviously, a state Attorney General exercising prosecutorial authority on behalf of the Department of Justice would be fairly uncommon. When we looked at...
Wait, yeah, they did deny to review election fraud with the current Supreme Court. Yeah, no, I mean like the current Supreme Court, not just the same people, but the same time in history. As we all know, Republicans have been biding their time for like a long while, There are plenty of like basically crypto-Nazis or like just a little bit quieter than loud pitch volume fascists in the Republican Party waiting for the opportunity. And right now, dude, like things look pretty prime for them, They have uncontested control of the Supreme Court. The Senate is effectively gridlocked because they won't remove the filibuster to actually do anything, and they would need every single vote. And then come 2022, the Republicans are probably going to take the Senate back. They might even take the House, though it's less likely. And at that point, like, total gridlock. Biden's not strong enough to do anything meaningful, or at least I really doubt he will be. And then you're going to have like a high inflation, a high gas price, like crippled economy leading into 2024. And guys, I'm going to keep it 100% real with you. It does not look good for Biden that Trump, for all the disastrous policies that he brought forward, did preside over for most of his presidency, moderately strong economy. And then Biden was mostly tasked with COVID cleanup when he came into office, and then the inflation shit hit, along with all the damage to the world economy because of the invasion of Ukraine and all the sanctions that followed. And then Trump's going to be able to come in and go, remember when things were good? Remember when we were strong? So yeah, I don't know. They might be going sicko mode now because they feel like they have the perfect setup for like a sweep in 2024.
The issue, what we saw is actually that the state was Louisiana, that the state law precluded the Louisiana Attorney General from accepting any position, any official position on behalf of the United States government. So that answered the question that it was not legally available.
So during your time at the department, was there ever any basis to appoint a special counsel to investigate President Trump's election fraud claims?
Well, neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen did appoint a special counsel. You would appoint a special counsel when the department, when there's a basis for an investigation and the department essentially has a conflict of interest. It's important to get someone who's independent outside the department to handle such an investigation. Neither Attorney General Barr nor Acting Attorney General Rosen ever believed that that was appropriate or necessary in this case.
In fact, Attorney General Barr had already told the president that there was no need for this special counsel. He actually stated that publicly, and we'll see that here in a video from December 21st.
To the extent that there's an investigation, I think that it's being handled responsibly and professionally currently within the department. And to this point, I have not seen a reason to appoint a special counsel, and I have no plan to do so before I leave.
So remember that December 21st was the same day President Trump met with Republican members at the White House to strategize about how to overturn the election, while his attorney general is out telling the public, again, that there was no widespread evidence of election fraud. And yet, 2 days later, we have President Trump tweeting, again publicly pressuring the department to appoint a special counsel. He said, quote, "After seeing the massive voter fraud in the 2020 presidential election, I disagree with anyone that thinks a strong, fast, and fair special counsel is not needed immediately. This was the most corrupt election in the history of our country, and it must be closely examined." The Select Committee's investigation revealed that President Trump went as far as to promise the job of special counsel to now discredited former Trump campaign lawyer Sidney Powell at a late-night meeting on December 18th.
I know on Friday he had asked me to be special counsel to address the election issues and to collect evidence, and he was extremely frustrated with the lack of, I would call it, law enforcement by any of the government agencies that are supposed to act to protect the rule of law in our republic.
So let's think here, what would a special counsel do? With only days to go until election certification, it wasn't to investigate anything. An investigation led by a special counsel would just create an illusion of legitimacy and provide fake cover for those who would want to object, including those who stormed the Capitol on January 6th.
Yeah, I completely agree with this, by the way. If there's no standing, there's no reason to even listen to them. It's one of those just asking questions type deals where if they have no case whatsoever, they can obfuscate and delay for time and project perceived legitimacy by, establishing 87 respective councils and consulates and investigative bodies in order to, and it's and you give everyone a badge and a fancy name, and all it leads to is additional perceived legitimacy.
All of President Trump's plans for the Justice Department were being rebuffed by Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, Mr. Engel, and others. The president became desperate entering into the new year with January 6th fast approaching. President Trump rushed back early from Mar-a-Lago on December 31st and called an emergency meeting with the department's leadership. Here's Mr. Donahue describing the last-minute meeting held at the White House on New Year's Eve.
The president was a little more agitated than he had been in the meeting on the 15th. He discussed a variety of election matters. He did say, this sounds like the kind of thing that would warrant appointment of a special counsel. There was a point at which the president said something about, why don't you guys seize machines?
Mr. Rosen, the president asked you to seize voting machines from state governments. What was your response to that request?
That we had seen nothing improper with regard to the voting machines, and I told him that the real experts at that had been at DHS, and they had briefed us that they had looked at it and that there was nothing wrong with the voting machines. And so that was not something that was appropriate to do.
So there would be no factual basis to seize machines. Mr. Donahue,
I don't think there was legal authority either.
Yeah, Mr. Donahue, can you explain what the president did after he was told that the Justice Department would not seize voting machines?
The president was very agitated by the acting attorney general's response, and to the extent that machines and the technology was being discussed, the acting attorney general said that the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, has expertise in machines and certifying them and making sure that the states are operating them properly. And since DHS had been mentioned, the president yelled out to his secretary, get Ken Cuccinelli on the phone. And she did in very short order. Mr. Cuccinelli was on the phone. He was number 2 at DHS at the time. I was on the speakerphone, and the president essentially said, Ken, I'm sitting here with the acting attorney general. He just told me it's your job to seize machines, and you're not doing your job. And Mr. Cuccinelli responded.
Mr. Rosen, did you ever tell the president that the Department of Homeland Security could seize voting machines?
No, certainly not.
Mr. Donahue, during this meeting, did the president tell you that he would remove you and Mr. Rosen because you weren't declaring there was election fraud?
Toward the end of the meeting, the president, again, was getting very agitated, and he said, people tell me I should just get rid of both of you. I should just remove you and make a change in the leadership, put Jeff Clark in, maybe something will finally get done. And I responded, as I think I had earlier in the December 27th call, Mr. President, you should have the leadership that you want, but understand, the United States Justice Department functions on facts, evidence, and law, and those are not going to change. So you can have whatever leadership you want, but the department's position is not going to change.
The president's White House counsel, Pat Cipolloni, was also present. Do you remember what his position was?
Pat was very supportive. Pat Cipolloni, throughout these conversations, was extremely supportive of the Justice Department. He was consistent. I think he had an impossible job at that point, but he did it well, and he always sided with the Justice Department in these discussions.
So let's pause for a second. It's New Year's Eve. President Trump is talking about seizing voting machines and making the same demands that had already been shot down by former Attorney General Barr on at least 3 occasions and by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue on multiple other occasions. Claim after claim knocked down, but the president didn't care. The next day, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows sent a flurry of emails to you, Mr. Rosen.
Isn't it incredibly fucked up that we don't have any recordings of Trump being sad and blustered as he's being told all of this? This is incredibly frustrating. Why do we have recordings of him on the phone? We have so many recordings of him talking behind the scenes, but I can't remember ever hearing a 30-minute conversation of one of his cabinet members sitting him down and going listen, Trump, okay? You can't do this. And Trump's like, what? And you didn't, what do you, no, what? Why isn't there any of that? They're hiding it from us. They're hiding it. This shit's going to come out after Trump dies of a fucking massive heart attack or something.
Asking that the department look into a new set of allegations. We're going to put those emails here on the screen. Here we see 3 requests made on January 1st. One email is a request from Mr. Meadows to you, Mr. Rosen, to send Jeff Clark to Fulton County. What did you do with this request?
Well, really nothing. Certainly didn't send Mr. Clark to Fulton County, but that email was the first corroboration I had seen of Mr. Clark had told me at that point that the president was considering making the change by Monday, January 4th. So Mr. Meadows' email was something of a corroboration that there were discussions going on that I had not been informed about by Mr. Clark or anybody else.
Interesting. The second request that you have is to have the Department of Justice lawyers investigate allegations of fraud related to New Mexico. Mr. Rosen, did you have concern about these emails?
Yes, really 2 concerns about that one. One was that it was coming from a campaign or political party, and it was really not our role to function as an arm of any campaign for any party or any campaign. That wasn't our role, and that's part of why I had been unwilling to meet with Mr. Giuliani or any of the campaign people before. And the other part was, it was another one of these ones where lots of work had already been done, and I thought it was a rehash of things that had been debunked previously.
So the final email here included a completely baseless conspiracy theory that an Italian defense contractor uploaded software to a satellite that switched votes from Trump to Biden. The Select Committee investigation found that this wild, baseless conspiracy theory made it from the recesses of the internet to the highest echelons of our government. On December 31st, Mr. Meadows received this internet conspiracy theory from Representative Perry. On the screen now is the text that Representative Perry sent to Mr. Meadows, copying a YouTube link with the message, quote, "Why can't we just work with the Italian government?" The next day, the president's chief of staff sent the YouTube link to Mr. Rosen, who forwarded it to Mr. Donahue. Mr. Donahue, did you watch this video?
I did, Congressman.
How long was the video?
Approximately 20 minutes.
Let's just take a look at an excerpt of that video, if we may.
What's being said out of Rome, out of Italy, is that this was done in the U.S. Embassy. That there was a certain State Department guy whose name I don't know yet. I guess this is probably going to come out in Italy at some point. And he was the mastermind, not the mastermind, but anyway, the guy.
What the? I'm sorry, I can't anymore. I take one day off from checking my emails. I look while we do this because my giant brain can't just watch a video. I have to do something else. Holy shit! I try to just look through the super quick ones or like stuff that I can just add to a watch list or whatever. And then I check fucking 18 emails in a row, and all of them are essays. One of them opens with a guy showing me him smiling while holding his driver's license to prove that it's him. These are some committed attempts to reach me. I mean, I read everything that I get, so I can't read those right now because I can't read that much while listening to video, but holy shit. God damn. I'm going to dox that guy now. Out of spite. No, I won't.
Running the operation of changing the votes. And that he was doing this in conjunction with some support from MI6, the CIA, and this Leonardo group.
Mr. Donahue, what was your reaction when you watched that entire 20-minute video?
I emailed the acting attorney general and I said pure insanity, which was my impression of the video, which was patently absurd.
Mr. Rosen, you were asked by Mr. Meadows to meet with Mr. Johnson, who is the person in that video. What was your reaction to that request?
So ordinarily, I'd get an email like this and there was no phone call. It would just come over the transom. But this one, he called me, Mr. Meadows, and asked me to meet with Mr. Johnson. And I told him this whole thing about Italy had been debunked, and that should be the end of that. And I certainly wasn't going to meet with this person. And he initially seemed to accept that. He said, well, why won't you meet with him? I said, because if he has real evidence, which this video doesn't show, he can walk into an FBI field office anywhere in the United States. There's 55 of them. And he said, okay. But then he called me back a few minutes later and complained and said, I didn't tell you, but this fellow Johnson is working with Rudy Giuliani, and Mr. Giuliani is really offended that you think they have to go to an FBI field office. That's insulting. So couldn't you just have the FBI or you meet with these guys? And by then I was somewhat agitated and told him that there was no way on earth that I was going to do that. I wasn't going to meet with Mr. Johnson. I certainly wasn't going to meet with Mr. Giuliani. I'd made that clear repeatedly. And said, that's the end of that. Don't raise this with me again. And so because Mr. Donahue and I had been exchanging our views about this, I think it was 7:13 on a Friday night of New Year's Day, I had run out of patience, and I sent the email that you're talking about, where I made pretty clear that I had no interest in doing anything further with this.
Just to button this up, Mr. Donahue, did you receive a follow-up call from a Department of Defense official about this conspiracy?
I did. I believe it was that same day.
Can you give details on that at all?
I received a telephone call from Kash Patel, who I know was a DOD official at that time, worked for, I believe, Acting Secretary of Defense Miller, and he didn't know much about it. He basically said, do you know anything about this Italy thing and what this is all about? And I informed him that the Chief of Staff had raised the issue with us in his office on December 29th, that we had looked into it a little bit. We had run the name that was provided to us by the Chief of Staff. I learned that that individual was in custody in Italy. He had been arrested for a cyber offense of some sort in Italy. The allegation was that he had been exfiltrating data from his company. He was either an employee or a contractor of that company, and he was in custody. That the whole thing was very, very murky at best, and the video was absurd. But that we, the department, were not going to have anything to do with it, and DOD should make up its own mind as to what they're going to do. But I made it clear to him that I didn't think it was anything worth pursuing.
She called the video absurd, and despite the absurdity of that conspiracy theory, we learned that Mr. Meadows discussed it frequently in the White House, and Mr. Meadows didn't let the matter go. The request went from the Department of Justice to the Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller. As you'll hear, Secretary Miller actually reached out to a high-ranking official based in Italy to follow up on this claim.
The ask for him was, can you call out the defense attaché Rome and find out what the heck's going on, because I'm getting all these weird, crazy reports, and probably the guy on the ground knows more than anything.
The Select Committee confirmed that a call was actually placed by Secretary Miller to the attaché in Italy to investigate the claim that Italian satellites were switching votes from Trump to Biden. This is one of the best examples of the lengths to which the President Trump would go to stay in power, scouring the internet to support.
Yeah, fuck the church, fuck the state, you can't make us procreate is also like a really good rallying cry for lefty incels. That's actually pretty good, like not just out there in the streets, but like, it's like the chicken tendy green text. What is that? Chicken tendy green text. The song, the poem. Is this it? No, it's the Tendy song. I know this one. Yeah, imagine not knowing this one. No, this is a different one. Why do people fuck with the classics, dude? Oh yeah, here we go. Gimme chicken tendies, be they crispy or from Wendy's. Spend my hard-earned good boy points on kids' meal ball pit burger joints. Mummy lifts me to the card. Find me tendies near and far. Enjoy my tasty tendy treats in comfy big boy booster seats. McDonald's, Hardee's, Popeyes, Cane's, but of my tendies none remains. She tries to make me take a nappy, but sleeping doesn't make me happy. Tendies are the only food that puts me in a napping mood. I'll scream and shout and make a fuss. I'll bite, I'll scratch, I'll even cuss. Tendies are my heart's desire, fueled by raging hungry fire. Mommy sobs and wails and cries, but tears aren't tendies, nugs, or fries. My good boy points were fairly earned to buy the tendies that I've yearned, but there's no tendies on my plate. Did Mummy think that I just ate? Tendies, get them now, you fat, ungrateful, sluggish sow. I screech while hurling into her eyes. My foul smell felt. I can't. That's enough.
His conspiracy theories shown here, as he told Mr. Donahue in that December 27th call, quote, "You guys may not be following the internet the way I do." President Trump's efforts to this point had failed. Stonewalled by Mr. Rosen and Mr. Donahue, President Trump had only one option. He needed to make Clark acting attorney general. Mr. Rosen, during a January 2nd meeting with Mr. Clark, did you confront him again about his contact with the president? And if so, can you describe that?
So at this point, Mr. Clark had told us that the president had asked him to consider whether he would be willing to replace me, supposedly on a timetable by Monday, the 4th. And so I had told Mr. Clark I thought he was making a colossal error in judgment, but I also hoped to persuade him to be more rational and to understood what we had understood, that there's not a factual basis for fraud assertions that are being made. So at this meeting, Mr. Donahue and I met with Mr. Clark, and I guess my hopes were disappointed in that Mr. Clark continued to express the view that he thought there was fraud, even though he had not been a participant in the department's review of that, and that he was dissatisfied that we knew what we were doing. So, but he had acknowledged that he had had further, I don't know if it was meeting or phone calls or what, but further discussion with the president, despite having, a week earlier said that if he wouldn't do that, and if he did, if he got an invitation to do that, he would let Rich Donahue or me know. So it was a contentious meeting where we were chastising him that he was insubordinate, he was out of line, he had not honored his own representations of what he would do, and he raised again that he thought that letter should go out, and we were not receptive to that.
Did he tell you in that the president had offered him the job of acting attorney general?
That was a day later. On the 2nd, he said that the president had asked him to let him know if he'd be willing to take it. Subsequently, he told me that on Sunday the 3rd, he told me that the timeline had moved up and that the president had offered him the job and that he was accepting it.
Well, let's ask about that. What was your reaction to that?
Well, on the one hand, I wasn't going to accept being fired by my subordinate, so I wanted to talk to the president directly. With regard to the reason for that is I wanted to try to convince the president not to go down the wrong path that Mr. Clark seemed to be advocating. And it wasn't about me. There's only 17 days left in the administration at that point. I would have been perfectly content to have either of the gentlemen on my left or right replace me if anybody wanted to do that. But I did not want for the Department of Justice to be put in a posture where it would be doing things that were not consistent with the truth, were not consistent with its own appropriate role, or were not consistent with the Constitution. So I did 4 things as soon as Mr. Clark left my office on that Sunday, the 3rd. Number 1, I called Mark Meadows and said I need to see the president right away. And he was agreeable and set up a meeting for 6:15 that Sunday, so about 2 hours away. 2, I called Pat Cipolloni, the White House counsel, told him what was going on, and he said he would go into the White House to make sure he was at the meeting and he would be supporting the Justice Department's position as he had been doing consistently. 3, I called Steve Engel, who was, I was at the department, it was a Sunday, but there had been some reasons I needed to be there. Mr. Engel, I called at home and asked him if he would come in and go to the meeting, which he did. It proved to be quite helpful. And then number 4, I asked Rich Donahue and Pat Hovakimian, who had previously been my chief of staff, to get the department's senior leadership on a call and let them know what was going on, and which they did. And then Eric Hirschman called me to tell me that he was going to go to the meeting and that he would be supporting the Department of Justice position as well. So I knew that the meeting was on course and that I would have a number of people supportive of the Department of Justice's approach and not supportive of Mr. Clark's approach.
Did Mr. Clark ask you to continue to stay at the department?
At that Sunday meeting, when he told me that he would be replacing me, he said that he had asked to see me alone, because usually he had met with me and Mr. Donahue, because he thought it would be appropriate in light of what was happening to at least offer me that I could stay on as his deputy. I thought that was preposterous. I told him that was nonsensical and that there's no universe where I was going to do that, to stay on and support someone else doing things that were not consistent with what I thought should be done. So I didn't accept that offer, if I can put it that way.
And during that meeting, did
Vaush just shit himself? Yeah, I wish. Then I have an excuse to end stream. Oh my fucking god, dude. That office chair, the surface is like the surface of the sun. I need one of those. I need 2 chairs, okay? I need this and I need like a mesh chair for really hot days. I might that's actually not a bad idea. I might literally just get like a shittier mesh chair. Get a blankie. Nah, that only makes it feel worse for me. Here, can I like there. We're just gonna fuck up my knees. All right? I'm gonna take advantage of my youth. All right? I'm not an old man. I'm a goddamn big boy. And I'm gonna just kneel. Kneel before Christ. Oh, wait, I literally have a standing desk. That's right. That's cool.
Mr. Clark asked you to sign the Georgia letter?
That was on the Saturday meeting, January 2nd, that Mr. Donahue and I had with him. He again raised with both of us that he wanted us to, both to sign that letter, actually.
So in that meeting, did Mr. Clark say he would turn down the president's offer if you reversed your position and signed the letter?
Yes.
Did Mr. Clark, so you still refused to sign and send that letter, I take it?
That's right. I think Mr. Donahue and I were both very consistent that there was no way we were going to sign that letter, and it didn't matter what Mr. Clark's proposition was in terms of his own activities. We were not going to sign that letter as long as we were in charge of the Justice Department.
Thank you for that, by the way. Mr. Donahue, were you expecting to have to attend a meeting at the White House on Sunday, January 3rd?
No, as the acting AG indicated, we had a meeting that afternoon that related to preparations for January 6th, so I was at the department, but I had no expectation of leaving the department. It was a Sunday afternoon, and I was there in civilian clothes, as we both were, and expected to have that meeting, do some other work, but I had no expectation of going to the White House that day.
So let's ask, so prior to that Oval Office meeting, did you set up a conference call with senior leadership at the department? And if so, tell us about that call.
Yes, so obviously it was a bit of a scramble that afternoon to prepare for the Oval Office meeting. We had discussed on several occasions, the acting Attorney General and I, whether we should expand the circle of people who knew what was going on. It was very important that Steve Engel know, and that's why I reached out to Steve on December 28th, because if Mr. Rosen were removed from the seat and the President did not immediately appoint someone else to serve as Attorney General, just by function of the department's chain of succession, Mr. Engel would be in the seat. We wanted to make sure he knew what was going on should that occur. So the three of us knew. We also brought Pat Hovakimian in, so the four of us knew. But no one else, aside from Jeff Clark, of course, knew what was going on until late that Sunday afternoon. We chose to keep a close hold because we didn't want to create concern or panic in the Justice Department leadership. But at this point, I asked the acting AG, what else can I do to help prepare for this meeting at the Oval Office? And he said, you and Pat should get the AAGs on the phone, and it's time to let them know what's going on. Let's find out what they may do if there's a change in leadership, because that will help inform the conversation at the Oval Office. Pat Hovakimian subsequently set up that meeting. We got most, not all, but most of the AAGs on the phone. We very quickly explained to them what the situation was. I told them, I don't need an answer from you right now. I don't need an answer in this phone call, but if you have an answer, I need it in the next few minutes. So call me, email me, text me, whatever it is, if you know what you would do if Jeff Clark is put in charge of the department. And immediately Eric Dryben, who was the AAG of the Civil Rights Division, said, I don't need to think about it. There's no way I'm staying. And then the other AAGs began to chime in turn, and all essentially said they would leave. They would resign en masse if the president made that change in the department leadership.
Incredible. I'd like to look at the assistant attorney generals on the screen. If we can pull that up, have their pictures. Did every assistant attorney general you spoke to, as you said, agree to resign?
Megan Delrahim was not on the call only because we had some difficulty reaching him. But yes, the other people on the screen were on the call, and all without hesitation said that they would resign.
So as part of the Select Committee's investigation, we found that while Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue, and Mr. Engel were preparing for their meeting at the White House, Jeff Clark and the president were in constant communication beginning at 7 a.m. White House call logs obtained by the committee show that by 4:19 p.m. on January 3rd, the White House had already begun referring to Mr. Clark as the acting attorney general. As far as the White House was concerned, Mr. Clark was already at the top of the Justice Department. 2 hours later, DOJ leadership arrived at the White House. The Select Committee interviewed every person who was inside the room during this Sunday evening Oval Office meeting. Mr. Cipolloni told the committee that he was, quote, unmistakably angry during the meeting, and that he, along with Eric Hirschman and Mr. Donahue, quote, forcefully challenged Mr. Clark to produce evidence of his election fraud theories. Mr. Rosen, can you describe how that meeting started?
Yes. So after some preliminaries, so Mr. Meadows had ushered us all in, and then he left. So Mr. Cipolloni did some introductions and things. So after some preliminaries, the president turned to me and he said, well, one thing we know is you, Rosen, you aren't going to do anything. You don't even agree with the claims of election fraud. And this other guy at least might do something. And then I said, well, Mr. President, you're right that I'm not going to allow the Justice Department to do anything to try to overturn the election. That's true. But the reason for that is because that's what's consistent with the facts and the law, and that's what's required under the Constitution. So that's the right answer and a good thing for the country, and therefore I submit it's the right thing for you, Mr. President. And that kicked off another 2 hours of discussion in which everyone in the room was in one way or another making different points, but supportive of my approach for the Justice Department and critical of Mr. Clark.
So at some point, Mr. Donahue comes in the room. Can you explain what led to him coming in the room?
Oh, I forgot about that. So initially, in part, I think because he was underdressed, We had not arranged, we had not yet told the president that he was going to come in. The White House had a list of who would be there. That did include Mr. Engel and the White House counsel and the deputy White House counsel, Mr. Hirschman. We went in, and then we told the president, maybe 10 minutes into the meeting or something, I forget how far in, that Mr. Donahue was outside, and he said, "We'll bring him in." And then Mr. Donahue came in and joined the meeting.
So, Mr. Donahue, you enter that room. Can you set the scene for us and describe the tone you walked into?
Yes, but if I could just back up one moment, Congressman, because you put the pictures up on the screen of the AAGs, I just want to make clear, one of the AAGs who was not on the screen was John Demers. John was the National Security Division AAG. John was on the call, but I prefaced the call by saying, John, we need you to stay in place. National security is too important. We need to minimize the disruption. Whether you resign is entirely up to you, obviously, and we'll respect your decision either way, but I'm asking you, please stay in place. And he did, so I don't want to leave the impression that he was not willing to resign, because I think he was.
Thank you for
So with regard to entering the Oval Office, I was sitting in the hallway. An administrative assistant passed by. She asked me, "Are you supposed to be in this meeting with the president?" I said, "No, I'm simply here in case questions come up that other people don't have the answer to." And she walked away and then came back probably 30 seconds later and said, "The president wants you in the meeting." I proceeded into the Oval Office. I took...
God damn it. Well, now my neck's gonna hurt because I have to look straight down to see the monitor. You gotta set your wires up for standing desk mode. Yeah, the problem with the standing desk mode is that a lot of my wires are too short because my computer is on the ground. So, yeah. What if I just sat down? What if I... There we go. Perfect. There we go. We've got it. Oh, dude, I'm right in the path of the AC too. This AC fucking sucks. It's so bad, but I'm right in the path right now. I'm getting the most of what little it can give me. What the fuck is wrong with you, Vaush? Do not be ableist. Okay? There are plenty of non-retarded political streamers you can watch. You chose to be here.
Probably 2 or 3 steps in, and I stopped because I was, as the AG said, not exactly properly attired. I was wearing jeans and muddy boots and an Army T-shirt, and I never would arrive in the Oval Office this way. I said, "Mr. President, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Canoe.
I didn't know he was going to be here." And he said, no, just come in. And so I went in. I attempted to take a seat on one of the couches that are behind the chairs or right in front of the president's desk. And he said, "Oh, no, you're going to be up here."
Booster
and
seat.
Everyone kind of laughed, and they moved the chairs a little bit. Someone from the White House counsel's office picked up a spare chair and put it directly in front of the president, and I took that seat.
Was there discussion about Mr. Clark? Can you kind of enlighten some of what that discussion was?
Yes. So the conversation at this point had moved beyond the specific allegations, whether it was State Farm Arena or Antrim County or Pennsylvania or whatever. We had discussed those repeatedly, and that was backdrop to the conversation. But the conversation at this point was really about whether the president should remove Jeff Rosen and replace him with Jeff Clark. And everyone in the room, I think, understood that that meant that letter would go out. So that was the focus. It was about a 2.5-hour meeting after I entered, and so there were discussions about the pros and cons of doing that. Early on, the president said, "What do I have to lose?" And it was actually a good opening because I said, "Mr. President, you have a great deal to lose." And I began to explain to him what he had to lose, and what the country had to lose, and what the department had to lose. And this was not in anyone's best interest. That conversation went on for some time. Everyone essentially chimed in with their own thoughts, all of which were consistent about how damaging this would be to the country, to the department, to the administration, to him personally. And at some point, the conversation turned to whether Jeff Clark was even qualified, competent to run the Justice Department, which in my mind, he clearly was not. And it was a heated conversation. I thought it was useful to point out to the president that Jeff Clark simply didn't have the skills, the ability, and the experience to run the department.
Ooh, skill issue.
You're talking about putting a man in that seat who has never tried a criminal case, who's never conducted a criminal investigation. He's telling you that he's going to take charge of the department, 115,000 employees, including the entire FBI, and turn the place on a dime and conduct nationwide criminal investigations that will produce results in a matter of days. It's impossible. It's absurd. It's not going to happen, and it's going to fail. He has never been in front of a trial jury, a grand jury. He's never even been to Chris Wray's office. I said at one point, if you walked into Chris Wray's office, one, would you know how to get there? And two, if you got there, would you even know who you are? Do you really think that the FBI is going to suddenly start following your orders? It's not going to happen. He's not competent. And that's the point at which Mr. Clark tried to defend himself by saying, well, I've been involved in very significant civil and environmental litigation. I've argued many appeals in appellate courts and things of that nature. And then I pointed out that, yes, he was an environmental lawyer. And I didn't think that was appropriate background to be running the United States Justice Department.
Did anybody in there support Mr. Clark?
No one.
Mr. Rosen, it was you he was going to replace. So what was your view about the president's plan to appoint Mr. Clark?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, the issue really wasn't about me. It would have been fine, as I said, to have had Rich Donahue replace me. I would have said, great, I get 17 days vacation or something. But the issue was the use of the Justice Department. And it's just so important that the Justice Department adhere to the facts and the law. That's what it's there to do. And that's what our constitutional role was. And so if the Justice Department gets out of the role that it's supposed to play, that's really bad for our country. And I don't have a simpler way to say that. And when you damage our fundamental institutions, it's not easy to repair them. So I thought this was a really important issue to try to make sure that the Justice Department was able to stay on the right course.
Mr. Donahue, did you eventually tell the president that mass resignations would occur if he installed Mr. Clark and what the consequences would be?
Yes, so this was in line with the president saying, what do I have to lose? Along those lines, he said, so suppose I do this. Suppose I replace him, Jeff Rosen, with him, Jeff Clark. What would you do? And I said, Mr. President, I would resign immediately. I'm not working 1 minute for this guy, who I had just declared was completely incompetent. And so the president immediately turned to Mr. Engel, and he said, Steve, you wouldn't resign, would you? And he said, absolutely, I would, Mr. President. You leave me no choice. And then I said, and we're not the only ones. No one cares if we resign. If Steve and I go, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm at eye level
matter,
with him now. It's like I'm peeking at him from a dimensional portal.
Every single AAG will walk out on you. Your entire department will walk out within hours. And I don't know what happens after that. I don't know what the United States attorneys are going to do. We have U.S. attorneys in districts across the country, and my guess would be that many of them would have resigned. And that would then have led to resignations across the department in Washington. And I said, Mr. President, within 24, 48, 72 hours, you could have hundreds and hundreds of resignations of the leadership of your entire Justice Department because of your actions. What's that going to say about you?
Wow. Mr. Engel, can you describe what your reaction was to that?
Yeah, no, I think when the president, my recollection is that when the president turned to me and said, Steve, you wouldn't leave, would you? I said, Mr. President, I've been with you through 4 attorneys general, including 2 acting attorney general, but I couldn't be part of this. And then the other thing that I said was that, look, all anyone is going to sort of think about when they see this, no one is going to read this letter. All anyone is going to think is that you went through 2 attorneys general in 2 weeks until you found the environmental guy to sign this thing. And so the story is not going to be that the Department of Justice has found massive corruption that would have changed the result of the election. It's going to be the disaster of Jeff Clark. And I think at that point, Pat Cipolloni said, yeah, this is a murder-suicide pact, this letter.
And I would note too, Congressman, that it was in this part of the conversation where Steve pointed out that Jeff Clark would be left leading a graveyard. And that comment clearly had an impact on the president. The leadership will be gone. Jeff Clark will be left leading a graveyard.
Again, the premise that, which as Mr. Donahue has said, but that Mr. Clark could come in and take over the Department of Justice and do something different was just an absurd premise. And all he was doing, Mr. Clark, by putting himself forward, was blowing himself up. And if the president were to have gone that course, it would have been a grievous error for the president as well.
I think it's important to understand when we're watching this that, the point that's being reiterated here is that Donald Trump was essentially trying to fire everyone who wouldn't act as his lackey. He would demand impossible things, and when the people around him were like, yeah, that can't really happen, also it would be illegal and unethical, they get fired and replaced. But I don't want the message here to be that Trump was incompetent, because the fact is, if Trump had put enough cronies in place, it would have worked. The legality stuff is really only important until it's not. In fact, there is a strong benefit as like a wannabe dictator to hammering constantly at these institutions, because for every 100 failures you may get 1 success, 1 irrational, unexpected, genuine outcome that is anti-democratic, and you can work with that. But the insistence that you get from those cronies, that can be valuable. So I just don't want this to turn into like a big, everyone here is a buffoon, like, oh, haha, Trump couldn't manage this. I feel like that was a big mistake the liberal establishment made all the way back in 2015 and never stopped making, They're under the impression that Trump's incompetence makes him less dangerous. It doesn't. It doesn't make him any less dangerous. He is incompetent, but it does not make him less dangerous.
Mr. Cipollone, the White House counsel, told the committee that Mr. Ingalls' response had a noticeable impact on the president, that this was a turning point in the conversation. Mr. Donahue, towards the end of this meeting, did the president ask you what was going to happen, Mr. Clark?
He did. When we finally got to I would say the last 15 minutes of the meeting, the president's decision was apparent. He announced it. Jeff Clark tried to scrape his way back and asked the president to reconsider. The president doubled down and said, no, I've made my decision. That's it. We're not going to do it. And then he turned to me and said, so what happens to him now? Meaning Mr. Clark. And he understood that Mr. Clark reported to me. And I didn't initially understand the question. I said, Mr. President, and he said, are you going to fire him? And I said, I don't have the authority to fire him. He's a Senate-confirmed Assistant Attorney General. And he said, well, who has the authority to fire him? And I said, only you do, sir. And he said, well, I'm not going to fire him. I said, all right, well, then we should all go back to work.
Did you get a call from the president later that night?
I did, I don't know, probably 90 minutes later or something like that.
What was that about?
The president, at this point, we left the White House, reconvened at the department. I left the department. I was back in my apartment. My cell phone rang. It was the president, and he had information about a truck supposedly full of shredded ballots in Georgia that was in the custody of an ICE agent.
I remember this one.
I told him that ICE was part of Department of Homeland Security. I had heard about this. If Department of Homeland Security needed our assistance, we, of course, would provide it. But it was really up to DHS to make a call if their agent was involved. And he said, fine, I understand. Can you just make sure that Ken, meaning Ken Cuccinelli, knows about this? I said, fine, I would pass that along to him. I eventually contacted Ken Cuccinelli later that evening, and I said, this is what the president told me. If you guys have anything you think should be brought to our attention, let me know. And he said, thank you, and that was it.
Mr. Cipollone left the meeting convinced the president would not appoint Mr. Clark, but he didn't think the president had actually accepted the truth about the election. Sure enough, all the same debunked theories appeared in his speech at the Ellipse 3 days later.
In the state of Arizona, over 36,000 ballots were illegally cast by non-citizens. 11,600 more ballots and votes were counted, more than there were actual voters. You see that? In Wisconsin, corrupt Democrat-run cities deployed more than 500 illegal, unmanned, unsecured drop boxes, which collected a minimum of 91,000 unlawful votes.
Mr. Donahue, Mr. Rosen, Mr. Engel, and others stopped President Trump's efforts, at least temporarily. Yet the message President Trump and his Republican allies pushed throughout December made its way to his supporters anyway. And they kept up the pressure campaign on the way to storming the Capitol on January 6th. Mr. Rosen, were you at the Department of Justice on January 6th?
Yes, I was there all day.
Once the Capitol was under attack, I understand that you communicated with fellow cabinet members and Capitol Hill leadership. Can you tell us who you spoke to?
I know it's not really possible, but man, when I revisit stuff like this, my desire for some way of ousting or impeaching or prosecuting politicians for flagrant dishonesty is so strong. I have such a strong desire. I don't know how it could be done without being an incredibly easily abusable system. I have no idea how it would ever be shaped or organized or managed or, ruled, but the concept, I just can't help but keep coming back to it. The idea of democracy surviving behavior like this is just something we have to deal with. People can just lie flagrantly, in an easily disprovable fashion with everyone, including their own, cabinet, telling them that they're wrong. And there are going to be tens of millions of people who are going to die believing this, It's irreversible damage.
Yeah, I was basically on the phone virtually nonstop all day. Some calls with our own DOJ folks, some with cabinet counterparts at DHS and Defense and Interior, some with senior White House officials, and with a number of congressional leaders. I received calls from Speaker Pelosi, from Leader McCarthy, from Leader Schumer. I believe Leader McConnell's chief of staff called, a number of other members of Congress as well. And the basic thrust of the calls with the members of Congress was there's a dire situation here, and can you help? And I reported to them that we were on a very urgent basis sending help from the department. We wound up sending over 500 agents and officers from FBI, ATF, and the U.S. Marshals to assist with restoring order at the Capitol. So had a number of calls. As I say, it was more or less nonstop all afternoon.
Did you speak to the vice president that day?
Yes, twice.
No, please go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the first call was a one-on-one discussion, somewhat akin to the congressional leadership calls, updating him on what we were doing to assist. And the second call was a conference call around 7 o'clock with the vice president, congressional leaders, senior White House staff, some other cabinet officials, to address that order appeared to be close to being restored, but security still being determined, and the question being what time could the Congress reassemble. And the answer was 8 o'clock, and thankfully Congress did reassemble and complete its constitutional duty. There was one highlight of that second call with the vice president, which is Mr. Donahue had gone to the rotunda of the Capitol to be able to give firsthand account and was able to tell the folks on the call, including the vice president, that we thought 8 o'clock would work.
Watch this. I want to watch that Board 8 Club video.
No, I spoke to a number of senior White House officials, but not the president.
Mr. Donahue, on January 6th, we know from Mr. Rosen that you helped in the effort to reconvene the joint session, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
We see here in a video that we're going to play now, you arriving with your security detail to help secure the Capitol. Mr. Donahue, 30 minutes after you arrived at the Capitol, did you lead a briefing for the vice president?
I'm not sure exactly what the time frame was, but I did participate in the call and participate in briefing the vice president as well as the congressional leadership that night, yes.
And where'd you conduct that call at?
I was in an office. I'm not entirely sure where it was. My detail found it because the acoustics in the rotunda were such that it wasn't really conducive to having a call, so they found an office. We went to that office, and I believe I participated in 2 phone calls, one at 1800 and one at 1900 that night from that office.
What time did you actually end up leaving the Capitol?
I waited until the Senate was back in session, which I believe they were gabbled in a few minutes after 8 p.m. And once they were back in session and we were confident that the entire facility was secured and cleared, that there were no individuals hiding in closets or under desks, that there were no IEDs or other suspicious devices left behind.
Peekaboo.
I left minutes later. I was probably gone by 8:30.
And Mr. Donahue, did you ever hear from President Trump that day?
No. Like the AG, the acting AG, I spoke to Cipolloni and Mark Meadows and the vice president and the congressional leadership, but I never spoke to the president that day.
So in today's hearing, showcase the efforts of the Americans before us to stand up for democracy. Mr. Rosen, Mr. Donahue stayed steadfastly committed to the oath they take as officials in the Department of Justice. On January 6th itself, they assisted during the attack while our commander-in-chief stayed silent. Their bravery is a high moment in the sordid story of what led to January 6th. My colleagues and I up here also take an oath. Some of them failed to uphold theirs and instead chose to spread the big lie. Days after the tragic events of January 6th, some of these same Republican members requested pardons in the waning days of the Trump administration. 5 days after the attack on the Capitol, Representative Mo Brooks sent the email on the screen now.
Ready to pog when I pop up.
As you see, he emailed the White House, quote, pursuant to a request from Matt Gaetz, requesting a pardon for Representative Gaetz, himself, and unnamed others. Witnesses told the Select Committee that the president considered offering pardons to a wide range of individuals connected to the president. Let's listen to some of that testimony.
And was Representative Gaetz requesting a pardon?
I believe so. The general tone was, we may get prosecuted because we were defensive of, the president's positions on these things. The pardon that he was requesting was as broad as you could describe. From the beginning, I remember he's from the beginning of time up until today, for any and all things. He mentioned Nixon, and I said Nixon's pardon was never nearly that broad.
And are you aware of any members of Congress seeking pardons?
I guess Mr. Gaetz and Mr. Brooks, I know, both advocated for there be a blanket pardon for members involved in that meeting and a handful of other members that weren't at the December 21st meeting as the preemptive pardons. Mr. Gaetz was personally pushing for a pardon, and he was doing so since early December. I'm not sure why. Mr. Gaetz reached out to me to ask if he could have a meeting with Mr. Meadows about receiving a
presidential pardon needs to go. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I know it's not always used for bad, but gubernatorial and presidential pardons just feel like they made corruption legal a little bit, Like, Like, it's very weird. They were just like, yeah, and also if you want, you can just like override the law. Like, no big, a person can be convicted, by a trial of their peers. But if they're a friend of yours, if you want, it might be bad PR. But yeah, I know that doesn't always happen, and I know that pardons have been used for good reasons as well. It just does seem kind of like a weird, a little weird, just a little bit.
Presidential pardon, did they all contact you?
Not all of them, but several of them did.
So you mentioned Mr. Gates, Mr. Brooks.
Mr. Biggs did. Mr. Jordan talked about congressional pardons, but he never asked me for one. It was more for an update on whether the White House is going to pardon members of Congress. Mr. Gomer asked for one as well. Mr. Perry asked for a pardon too. I'm sorry. I need to
Mr. Perry, did he talk to you directly?
Yes, he did.
Did Marjorie Taylor Greene contact you?
No, she didn't contact me about it. I heard that she had asked White House counsel's office for a pardon from Mr. Philbin, but I didn't frequently communicate with Ms. Greene.
Are you aware of any conversations or communications regarding the possibility of giving Congressman Matt Gaetz a pardon?
I know he had asked for it, but I don't know if he ever received one or what happened with it.
How do you know that Congressman Gaetz asked for a pardon?
He told me.
Tell us about that.
Why would you admit
He told
that?
me he'd asked Meadows for a pardon.
Were you involved in or did you witness any conversations about the possibility of a blanket pardon for everyone involved in January 6th?
I have heard that mentioned, yeah.
Do you know whether the president had any conversations about potentially pardoning any family members?
I know he had hinted at a blanket pardon for the January 6th thing for anybody, but I think he had for all the staff and everyone involved. Not with January 6th, but just before he left office, I know he had talked about that.
The only reason I know to ask for a pardon is because you think you've committed a crime. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to these questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Justice Department lawyers are not...
Okay, I think we're set here. Okay, this was a pretty long one. This one went an hour longer than the others. I guess that means I have to sit in the chair for a little while longer. Couldn't they have come up with a better conspiracy name than The Big Lie? Well, The Big Lie is a reference to Adolf Hitler. The Big Lie doesn't just mean, like, a lie that is big. The Big Lie refers to the concept associated with Hitler that if you push a piece of dishonesty so overwhelming that it completely disconnects your citizens from, like, a realistic view of the world, you have complete control over them. It's the whole, like, it's easier to believe big lies than small ones. Yeah, it's to get the whole... Wasn't Goebbels the one who came up with this? Yeah, well, I mean, propaganda minister,